shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
BBC Wales and BBC Radio Leicester. Nick Webb, Richard Ray, and Nikesh Ragani, your commentators today. I'm glad to hear that Nikesh is with us, and it's not just Nick and myself you're having to put up with throughout the entirety of the day. The two umpires heading out into the middle, Rob White and Naeem Ashraf, followed by the Leicestershire players and the two not out Glamorgan, batsman Chris Cook and Colin Ingram. 305 for 5, Glamorgan about to resume in their first innings. A very solid day for the visitors here yesterday. Leicestershire sort of stuck at their task and got better, really. They got back into their bowling as the day went on and got some sort of control back on the scoreboard, but as I say, a very good foundation, thanks largely, or thanks in no small measure anyway, to Asa Tribe, who registered his maiden first-class century, and Nick Webb is rather paying the price, I understand. He's not with us today.
Described by his colleagues as having flu-y symptoms, and was not seen over the breakfast table, unlike most of his colleagues, and I believe is still back at the hotel. So Glamorgan have Andy Gorvin on 12th man duty, and Dan Douthwaite's been called up for potential 13th man duty should they need two subfielders at the same time. So our best wishes to Asa if he's listening or watching back in the hotel.
We have a cooler, cloudier day, slightly less windy thankfully, so hopefully you won't be picking up all sorts of wind effects in the microphone, in the sound effects, but hopefully we will have a dry day as well. The wind is strong enough to keep the clouds moving. They're moving from the sort of southwest where the weather tends to come from, but they're moving tolerably quickly. And we also have lots and lots of school children. We are very pleased to see them. It is Schools Day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and they're all gathered in the Stadia Utilities stand, which has never been so full, or indeed so noisy, at least not in the County Championship. Ben Green is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. Bowls fullish to Ingram, swings in a little bit. Ingram looks to work it off his legs, doesn't really time it, and it runs out to Lewis Hill at mid-on. You'll hear me do updates at the top of the hour-ish for BBC Radio Leicester just in the morning, 11, 12 and 1, or just after. Nick will be disappearing in the afternoon at various times to do likewise for BBC Wales. In goes Green and bowls forward very correctly. Goes Colin Ingram and plays the ball back up the pitch to Ben Green. You had a chat to Mr. Ingram at the end of play yesterday, Nick?
Yes, he paid tribute to Ace's innings, particularly since he wasn't feeling too well, and described the run progress as I was kept in my box. In other words, he wasn't as expansive as usual, but realising he had to grind it out.
Green is in, bowls to him, that's it, and he's caught, brilliantly caught at slip. He went for the big booming drive, trying to get out of his box perhaps, took the outside edge and a really fine catch diving to his left by, I think that's Rishi Patel out there at first slip. The only slip there was, well, there you go kids, exciting from the start. Ingram went for the big drive, decided he wasn't going to be tied down, or try not to be tied down too much. Green, having bowled without much luck yesterday, strikes straight away. What a fine catch that was by Rishi Patel.
Yes, diving away to his left-hand side, and Colin Ingram had obviously come out with a different mindset, thinking that he had to get on with it to some extent, but didn't manage to add to his overnight 56 runs. So a second bowling point for the Foxes. It's 2-all on bonus points and an important wicket, probably the most important, given that Ingram was in such prolific form. He came into the match averaging 56 and he scored 56.
That'll please the statisticians. Tim van der Hoekten comes out to replace Ingram. What a start to proceedings. Fine catch by Patel.
Those youngsters will be thinking that something spectacular happens every second ball now. Let the innocence of youth last.
Maybe it's going to be a very different day. Chris Cook has a word with Van der Hoogten as he walks to the crease, right-hander, of course, taller than his teammate. 64 on his back, 46 on Cook's back. Prods at the pitch, which looks a little lighter than it did yesterday, understandably, having spent the day in the sun. But reward for Green, 17 overs, none for 43 yesterday. And other than his first over, which went for 12, when he got collared by Tribe on 3 occasions, he bowled pretty well, Ben Green, back from Somerset for these 2 games, before returning to his home county for the rest of the T20s. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, who is beaten on the inside edge. He's caught behind. 2 in 2 for Green. Extraordinary stuff. Inside edge, perhaps. And, well, the kids can't quite believe what's going on out there, and neither can we.
Well, there we are. Take the
Updates
radio.
time. Good morning, and what a time for you to come to me, because Leicestershire have picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls in the first over of the day. 305 for 5 Glamorgan resumed on their overnight score, and Ben Green has struck with his 4th and 5th balls, or 3rd, I beg your pardon, 3rd and 4th balls of the day. One was caught at slip. Colin Ingram caught by Rishi Patel brilliantly for 56, and Tim Van der Hoogten has gone first ball. So all of a sudden, Glamorgan, who were 305 for 5, are now 305 for 7. Wraith Road, there you go. I think they ought to rename the ground in my honour. Well, Van der Hoogten, he wasn't going for the big drive, and it just seemed back into him a little bit, and I think it was an inside edge.
Look that way.
Comfortable catch for Pete Hanscom. His 4th, I believe, of the innings.
Yeah, he had the first 3, didn't he?
Mason Crane will not have been expecting, I suspect, indeed, to come to the wicket in the first over of the day. He is slightly delayed. He is now wandering out.
Well, shows the advantage of always having 2 batters padded up, which they don't always do in the professional game.
Exactly that. Sometimes they even have them both in their wides, do they? But you never know. Maybe the wicket's going to play very differently today. But this ball is only 12 overs old, so the seam, Kookaburra notwithstanding, should still be tolerably prominent. Well, can Ben Green pick up a hat-trick? I don't know whether he's had a first-class hat-trick before. I will have to check. Haven't quite had time to do that. The man trying to stop him is Mason Crane. 3 slips go down as Green is in. Bowls to Crane, full and straight, and lots of oohs and ahs, but Crane was solidly enough behind that, pushing it back down the pitch to Ben Green. Can he at least finish with another dot ball and make it a double wicket maiden to start proceedings? We'll go through the list of the schools in due course who are with us today. I think they're heading off to look at the fire engine as Green goes in and bowls. Green almost snuck that one through. Crane stayed on the back foot, thick inside part of the bat, defended it out towards mid-wicket. But applause, and rightly so, for Ben Green, who starts the day, starts his bowling with a double wicket maiden.
Wow, what a start today for Leicestershire, and Glamorgan targets will have to be thoroughly revised downwards, you suspect. There's Ben Green, no mention of hat-tricks in the first cricket book I consult. And Chris Cook will have to try and lead a rear guard action for Glamorgan, who might now be thinking of 350 rather than 400. Certainly they haven't got an awful lot of time in terms of the bonus points. 13 overs remain to get bonus points. The ball, as Richard mentioned, is less old than you might think looking at the scorecard, because they delayed taking the new ball as Van Beek is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who plays it on the leg side to mid-on, and there is no run. The shouts of excitement from the kids don't actually appear to be related to what's happening in the middle at the moment.
No.
Maybe they've got their own little Mexican wave or something.
Somebody's got a banner. One of the schools putting up a banner, it looks like.
As Cook pushes on the offside, thinks of a quick single, goes for a quick single, and Crane, I think, was just about home, but that was very, very tight if the throw from cover had hit. I'm not quite sure what Chris Cook was thinking of there as Glamorgan get their first run of the morning. It was nearly a third wicket of the morning.
I think he might just have been out, you know, had that throw hit from Tom Scriven, and it wasn't far away. Crane, startled by the call, was a little bit late in setting off, wanders back down the pitch, and Chris Cook doesn't wander down to meet him.
Sorry, Mace. 306 for 7, Glamorgan, as Van Beek bowls to Crane, who plays that one through the offside for a comfortable single this time, an angled, jogged single rather than the sprinted single that Glamorgan started with. 307 for 7.
That was a wonderful underarm throw from Rehan Ahmed, who cannot resist making a little theatrical moment whenever the ball is anywhere near him.
Cook up back on strike. Van Beek is in to bowl. Cook dabs this one into the offside, and with Buddinger running round from point, does not consider the single. And to answer the two most frequent questions I've seen on social media, Rehan Ahmed is not bowling because of fitness issues, and Billy Root is not playing here because he's captaining Glamorgan seconds against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Little Edgbaston rather than the big one. As Cook works this one on the leg side, but it's fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Glamorgan seconds beginning a 4-day game against Warwickshire, with most of the remaining staffers playing, apart from Dan Douthwaite, who's here as 13th man, and Henry Hurl, who I believe may be injured at the moment. Certainly went off during last week's game. 307 for 7, as some sunshine penetrates the clouds, and Cook drives into the offside, and this time it is at least a safe single. In fact, it's a safe 2, as Rehan Ahmed jogs around the boundary and then flicks the ball to Scriven rather than throw it in himself. I still don't understand why Rehan Ahmed is fielding on the boundary if he can't throw overarm. There we are. He's doing it quite efficiently underarm. He's got a pretty powerful underarm flick. 309 for 7. As Glamorgan eventually avoid any more spills in the second over.
So the schools that are with us today, well, there's quite a few of them. I'll give them all a mention steadily. Hello to Barleycroft Primary, Knighton Mead, Woolsey House, Caldecott. I'll come back to that list in a few minutes. I'm sure that's not greeting Ben Green as he comes to the crease and bowls. Crane strokes it, essentially defensively, out towards Scriven at mid-off, and there's no run. Christ the King, Ashmount, Burkett House, Westgate and Fusion Academy are all paying a visit to the Uptonsteel County Ground today, and there's all sorts of activities going on in the Turner Centre on the other side of the ground where they are all sitting. In goes Green and bowls. Crane solidly behind it on off stump. Plays it back down the pitch towards Green, who fields in his follow through and throws the ball to Scriven to do the polishing. Well, Leicestershire can have ambitions of maximum bowling bonus point return, which didn't necessarily look likely at the close of play yesterday. 96 overs at 305 for 5. 309 for 7 as Green is in, bowls to Crane, who again is leaning forward. It's not a big stride, but it's solid behind it, pushing it back down the pitch on the on side. Green sort of wanders back towards his mark and rather delicately for a big man flicks a little bit of dust away from the crease. A little bit of loose soil or earth. Umpire Naeem Ashraf at the pavilion end, first half of the game. Rob White at the Bennett end. Green is in and bowls. Crane gets a wider delivery and looks to drive it, doesn't time it. And this is something that Colin Ingram and indeed Logan van Beek both talked about at the close of play yesterday, that the manner in which the Kookaburra in English conditions seems to go soft as quickly as it does leads to issues for both batsmen and bowlers. You know, you think, oh, that makes life easier for the batters. It doesn't necessarily make it easier to time the ball. Green is in and bowls slightly shorter, and Crane goes back, defends it out to Ahmed, who's in close now at mid wicket, and then rehearses a pull in a manner which suggests he wishes he'd played it.
Yes, it's always said that it's an important first hour, but given that the Kookaburra ball is relatively new, it might advantage both wicket taking and run scoring. If Glamorgan survive this first hour, it might be something of a attritional battle thereafter.
Green is in and bowls. It hits high, surely far too high. There's a big appeal. Green, I think, turned in response to the appeal and asked the question, but my immediate reaction was that was too high.
In the Test match, England have claimed an early wicket in the Indian second innings. Shubman Gill was bowled by Bryden Cars for 8, or as we know him in Wales, former Glamorgan player Shubman Gill, having played all of a month for Glamorgan at the end of a season, and got a 90 and a century in the space of 3 or 4 matches.
He looked quite promising, did he?
He was already a Test player early in his career.
I don't know. Moneybags Glamorgan.
Well, they picked up Labuschagne early in his career.
Yeah.
Here comes Van Beek down the hill and bowls to Cook, who drives nicely back past the bowler up towards the sight screen, and that one should run away for 4. That's your signal to cheer, kids.
Well, I was waiting for a cheer, but they're not watching, are they? Not concentrating.
313 for 7. Maybe they're partisan one-eyed Foxes supporters who are not going to
could be that, yes.
support anything done well by the opposition. But no, it's not Chelmsford on a Friday night. Van Beek is in to bowl to Cook, who drives again, this time straight to mid-off, and there is no run. If you are just joining us a few moments after the start, well, he missed an eventful first over in which Colin Ingram was caught at slip off the 3rd ball, and Tim van der Hoogten caught behind off the 4th ball, delivered by Ben Green. As on his way in is Van Beek and bowls to Cook, who's up on his toes, and this time he has placed it into the gap on the offside, and it's a safe single, unlike the incident in the previous Van Beek over where Mason Crane was left diving for safety, as Cook called a slightly inadvisable single.
Green now has 24 wickets for this season. Holland 28, Van Beek 28.
As Van Beek bowls a short pitched ball that Crane ducks out the way of and didn't need to, according to the umpire, because he's signalled a wide on height grounds.
I mentioned that the number of wickets because Van Beek and Holland are top of the wicket-taking charts in the second division. So with Green also now approaching that sort of total, 24 to him.
Van Beek in, bowls. Crane turns it off his legs. There might have been a bit of pad involved. They'll take a single-tander backward square, and that will be all, despite a bit of a tangle between various Leicestershire fielders. It's eventually picked up by Sam Wood, but they don't risk a second. 316 for 7. Crane off the mark. With his first run of the first-class season, since it's his first red ball game for the first 11. As Cook is in behind that one, solidly playing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Crane, I hasten to add, was a regular in the T20. He was in the championship squad in around about round 6 and 7, but couldn't get his way into the side. By the time he was fit, Glamorgan were winning, and they didn't need to change a winning side necessarily too much. As Cook squeezes that one out defensively on the leg side. 316 for 7. Having said which, they did have the guest appearance from Matt Kuhneman. Marnus has brought mate with him. Can he have a game too? All right then, since you asked nicely. And Kuhneman took 7 wickets and is currently top of the Glamorgan bowling averages.
Decent chance of being there at the end of the season, though.
Indeed, since he's, I think it was 7 for 70 odd, so yeah. But who knows who will rock up as overseas players in weeks to come.
Indeed.
Just one for Glamorgan in this match.
100 overs. 316 for 7. Green is in to Mason Crane, who drives and is caught behind off the inside edge, and Green has his third over the morning. So the ball is seaming a little bit in there, and that was a fairly similar dismissal to that of Van der Hoogten. Van der Hoogten didn't go quite as hard at it as Crane, but Crane looking to drive, seams back in a touch, I think takes the inside edge, and Hanscom has 5 and Green has 3, and all this is rather unexpected on the basis of what we saw yesterday. Unexpected but welcome as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Yes, we expected a bit more Glamorgan grind, at least for the first couple of hours this morning, but they'll be lucky to reach that as things stand, and Leicestershire very much playing themselves back into the match with Ben Green and Peter Hanscom leading the charge. 2 more wickets to fall. I wonder if Hanscom's already got a 5 for behind the stumps, having taken over the gloves from Ben Cox. He shelled one off Asa Tribe, but eventually caught him. And James Harris has won the battle with Ned Leonard to go in first. Harris, who in his Middlesex career did get up as high as 6 on occasion, but is now back in the lower order. This season he's got 37 runs for twice out. Only playing his 4th match because he was not fit for the start.
Josh Hull carrying on the drinks. It looks like Josh has had a haircut, bless him.
Is it one of which you approve?
Yes, perfect.
It's relatively sensible by modern cricketers' terms.
Absolutely. Yeah, the dead badger look is no longer prevalent. Green is in, bowls to Harris, who defends, both feet close together. Straight delivery from Green, drops it down into the onside, picked up by Ahmed. Leicestershire 1 more wicket for the maximum bowling bonus point return. Green on to 25 for the season. And he has got a smile on his face. Normally he's sort of pretty much expressionless, Ben Green. In he goes and bowls. Harris leaves outside off stump, taken to his left by Hanscom. But no great reaction. Even Rishi Patel didn't give it the big ooh and ah, so it can't have been that close, that's for sure. It can't have been in the same parish. That's all it's needed for Rishi to get excited. Green is in and bowls. Harris defends, and Green is going to concede a run for the first time today, I believe. He has improved his bowling figures pretty dramatically. 17 overs, none for 43, and is now 19.3 overs, or 19.4 overs, 3 for 44. So 1 for 3 now this morning for Ben Green. And immediately they send Wood back out from extra cover to sweep on the cover boundary. So they're saying to Cook, have a drive if you want, we don't mind giving you one. In goes Green and bowls. Cook is beaten on the outside edge by a ball that just leaves him sufficiently. I'd rather plunge at that one. Yes, England Test star Josh Hull running the drinks this morning, jogging round the boundary at the moment. As I say, doesn't look to have too many issues with his heel, so whether he might be available for the Foxes next week against Middlesex, it's looking hopeful. Green is in and bowls. Cook is hit on the back pad and there's an appeal, but again I suspect it might have been outside the line. Let's have a look. He's moving across. Touch high. But it wasn't a bad shout, but it is doing a little bit out there for Ben Green this morning. And he's been nigh on unplayable. 317 for 8 off 101 Glamorgan.
Yes, very much advantage Leicestershire this morning. And possibly overall in the game, well, Leicestershire, Glamorgan have got some runs on the board, but not nearly as many as they would have wanted. When 400 in the innings looked entirely feasible for quite a length of time. Van Beek is in to bowl to Harris, who pokes it down into the gully. Fielded by Buddinger, no run. So Green, having had no success on the first day, has 3 to his credit already. Van Beek had 2 on day 1. And there's 2 slips lurking behind James Harris's bowls, and Harris is forward, watchfully defending.
And they've taken a group of the school children in fluorescent yellow t-shirts up into one of the hospitality boxes alongside the press box, and you can imagine 1 or 2 batsmen, although they aren't quite behind the bowler's arm, maybe raising objections. They're hopping around, but Harris isn't bothered.
Van Beek bowls to Harris, who's up on his toes, and he wants to get off. Going is a quick single. The shy hits the stumps and cannons away, and they could come back. No, they don't, because Cook had run too far past the stumps. He was home, obviously, when the ball took one of the stumps out. It then cannoned away, and
was it Buddinger whose throw hit? Or
yes,
I think it was.
So. Yeah, it was pushed towards cover point. The single was just about there as James Harris gets his second run. 318 for 8. A little bit of blue, patch of blue sky just away to our left. A few small ones away to the west, to our right. As that's down leg side, they're peeling for a catch behind, and it's not going to be given.
iPad perhaps.
Yes, the excitement died away rather rapidly once they realised that Mr. White did not look particularly interested in that. And from the replay it seemed as though Cook had managed to get his bat and his gloves well out of the way. India 102 for 3 against England. Lead is 108. Rahul has just reached his 50. Cook forced onto the defensive. This is good aggressive stuff from the Leicestershire bowlers this morning, making the most of the still relatively new ball, which was taken after 84 overs, so it's in its 18th over, and Glamorgan not able to survive the early stages, which they needed to do to be able to build something more formidable. Van Beek into bowl, Cook forward, fielded by the bowler in his follow-through, 318 for 8. Cook has 15, Harris has 2, and this morning Ben Green has sent back Ingram for 56, Van der Hoogten first ball, and Crane for a single.
And these two doing what Leicester have done well throughout the season, essentially. Bowl straight. If there is a little bit of movement, take full advantage thereby. But if there isn't, you're not giving away too many runs. It was just the first hour yesterday when Tribe in particular took full advantage of too many looser deliveries. They didn't do that. Green is in and bowls and beats Harris on the outside edge. As I say, he's been nigh on unplayable this morning, Ben Green. Zero reaction from around the ground or from the many school children in the Stadia Utilities stand, which keeps filling and emptying as the various classes go about their assigned activities. Green in and bowls outside off stump and left by Harris. It does come back, but not by too much.
Which activities, one would hope, given their age, would not include a visit to the hospitality tent, where a large bar sign has gone up this morning. Leicestershire and Rutland Cricket Foundation are in town.
Start them early. Bless. Queues of them. Excited chatter. And another queue coming back from the car park as Green is wandering in, and he is turning round before reaching the crease and jogging back. Harris steps away, recomposes himself. Fortunately, a shortish run, and Leicestershire's over rate is +4, so that isn't going to be an issue. Green in, bowls. Harris leaves outside off stump. Looks down at that off stump, then wanders off towards short leg again. The little group that have been up in the hospitality suite are down now. Somebody else is going to take their place. Queues intermingling over there at the moment. Must be difficult for the teachers, making sure you've got the right ones to take back in the end. Green in, bowls. Harris leaves again outside off stump.
Yeah, one lot have got bright lime neon green tabards on, and the others, well, the teacher's obviously confident of recognising them. Right, half an hour has gone, so
you're going to depart?
I shall depart, and I'll come back and relieve you after the your 12 o'clock bulletin.
Good stuff, thank you, Nick. Green turns, runs in and bowls. Harris uses his feet, gets down the pitch and tries to negate a little bit of extra movement that Green is getting this morning, and does so. Pushes the delivery on the front foot out towards point, and there is no run. And as Nick departs, Nikesh comes alongside for the first time today. Welcome back to home turf.
The home of cricket, Richard, as you and I know it. Good to be here. Good morning, everyone.
Well, you've brought the Foxes good fortune. What a start to the day it's been for them. Green is in and bowls. Harris goes back and turns the Delivery off middle and leg out towards Rahan Ahmed at mid-wicket. End of the over. Green has bowled 4 overs this morning and has still taken 3 wickets for a concession of just the 1 run.
Yeah, it's been an outstanding spell of bowling as we see the sun just bursting through some of the clouds up above. It's going to be quite a breezy day, isn't it? On the surface it would appear like a decent bowling morning, but given what the pitch has been doing and what you were suggesting yesterday, it looks pretty flat out there. So a really good effort this morning to take those 3 quick wickets, and they'll be looking to clean up the tail here as well as Van Beek begins a new over from the far end. Short delivery, and it's ducked out of the way by Cook. It's signalled a wide. I think it's slightly wrong there, just over the head of Cook, who played it quite comfortably in the end. Good pace and carry though. So we see some more people making their way into the ground. It's quite a nice atmosphere here with all the school children in today. We're in nice and early this morning. As Van Beek runs in, it's slightly fuller. It jags back, but it's well left by Cook. A few Leicestershire players in the cordon there, suggesting it wasn't too far away from the off stump.
As I say, with Rishi, at first slip it just has to be vaguely in the vicinity for him to be leaping around, but he is very involved with every delivery. That was a super catch to start a little tumble of wickets this morning.
Van Beek charges in once more, and that's nicely driven by Cook, but there is protection out there in the form of Rehan, who does
an
overarm throw it into the keeper from the cover boundary. It's not the biggest boundary out there, is it?
No.
It wasn't a full-blooded overarm throw. A little bit like me yesterday when I was back in action. The overarm throw is not quite what they used to be.
No. If you forget as well and give it the beans, you know all about it.
You feel it afterwards. Van Beek short of a length, and that's a drop and run by Harris into the vacant cover region. Good running. They'll need more of that. They need this tail to wag now. They would have been looking at 400 plus, maybe 450 at the start of the day with those 5 wickets in hand. 321 for 8 now. They can muster together a couple of decent partnerships here towards the end just to frustrate Leicestershire. They can take some momentum into that Leicestershire innings, Glamorgan.
It's what they did well yesterday. They didn't lose a couple of wickets quickly.
Van Beek into Cook. It's nicely driven, but it's well fielded by Van Beek, and his follow through, no run.
Series of solid partnerships, but not this morning.
It does look like a decent track here from what we've seen early on day 2. Nice pace and carry, but not a lot of lateral movement. There's been some very good bowling from Leicestershire, very accurate. Van Beek short, and that's been hooked away backward of square and in between the 2 fielders out there on the boundary. Fine leg, deep backward square leg. No chance for either of them to get anything on that. So another boundary there for Glamorgan. 325 for 8. Played that well in the end.
He did. He kept control, didn't he? It's a long way down there. And the 2 fielders weren't that far apart, but the outfield, as we have emphasised, is very, very fast. And it tends to gather a little pace down the slope as well.
Yeah, it's very brown, isn't it, the outfield? Lots of hot weather in recent times, of course. Not much rain. Van Beek fuller this time, and that's a nice drop and run there into the mid-wicket regions. This is clever stuff from Cook, who'll retain strike for the start of the next over with Glamorgan. 326 for 8.
Yeah, and having picked up those 3 quick wickets, Leicestershire won't want to be frustrated by 9th and 10th wicket partnerships, but Harris is digging in. Cook trusting his partner. He's beginning to play nicely. He's made a lot of runs over the years against Leicestershire, Chris Cook. If Harris can hang around, he's perfectly capable of extending this first innings past 350 up to towards 400. Green looking for his 4th wicket of the morning. Runs in and bowls. Cook is forward, angling the ball through the vacant gully area down towards third man, and as I say, trusting Harris sufficiently to take a single off the first ball. He moves on to 22, 327 for 8.
So Richard, I've known you for quite a few years. I think the first time I met you was probably 2014, something like that. I mean, that wasn't really a season to remember. Those weren't really the times for Leicestershire fans to revel in, were they?
They weren't, as Green is in and bowls, comes back in a bit, but Harris plays it well on the back foot, plays it out towards mid-wicket. I remember 2014 for the ending of the run of 33 games without a victory, 33 championship matches.
Yep.
And then they won at Chelmsford. And the winning run was hit by Lewis Hill, who is the only survivor of the team that day.
A lot has changed, though,
ago.
hasn't it? A lot has changed. You must have enjoyed this season so far.
Yes, indeed. It's been a lot of fun. In goes Green and bowls. Harris works it out off stump towards Sam Wood, who is at extra cover. I think, from a cricketing point of view, it's been obviously good to see Leicestershire win, but also good to see, young Leicestershire players being so much a part of it, not just sort of incomers, so to speak. So the likes of Hull and Ahmed playing for England. In goes Green and bowls, seams back in and hits Harris, as we sometimes euphemistically say, amidships. And he's down on his haunches now.
It's funny for all of us, isn't it? Watching on, not much fun when you're out there, and it's you in the firing line.
It's certainly the best Leicestershire attack I've seen in that time. I've seen some really fine individual bowlers play for Leicestershire, particularly their overseas players. You think of Mohammed Abbas, who was brilliant, unplayable sometimes for 2 seasons. Clint Mackay, ditto, his first couple of seasons were sensational, really. Remember Clint's he was one of the really very first people to really unveil a slower ball, and in T20 he baffled many an opposing batsman. But as a group, these sort of 6 have bowled so well this season. Ian Holland, Logan van Beek, Ben Green, Rehan Ahmed coming in to pick up sort of wickets at the end, baffling the sort of 10s and 11s. As a group, they've been outstanding. Green is in and bowls outside off stump left. Tom Scriven. There have been no weak links as such. Hull, of course, when he's been fit, and it's been different as well in a way. They've had different points of attack, and if it hasn't been happening for one, it's been happening for the others. But they've all sort of bowled with real economy as well, and you have to pay a lot of tribute to Alphonso Thomas for that. They've sort of bowled in Thomas style to a certain extent. Green is in and bowls forward. Getting forward is Harris, almost getting to the pitch of the ball and blocking it out to mid off, but Green continues to bowl brilliantly, frankly, this morning. 2 runs conceded in his first 5 overs and 3 wickets taken. 327 for 8, Glamorgan.
Yeah, there's just a real feel-good factor around this club over the last couple of years, really. A lot of credit goes to Sean Jarvis, of course, the outgoing now CEO. It will be at the end of the season, but I sit on the board of the foundation here as well, and lots of plans in place to continue that momentum and try and get a lot more of the younger community of Leicestershire involved, not just in recreational cricket but with the club and coming down. I think that's been a key aspect as well. Lots more younger fans on particularly T20 nights, and hopefully in the one-day cup during the summer holidays, and even today, you've got the schools out. That's been a feature in recent times, as we see Logan van Beek replaced in the attack. He'll be Scriven from the far end, just going through his looseners at the moment.
He'll be hoping to have an impact like Green, both of them wicketless yesterday. the two wicketless bowlers. Well, Green has remedied that. Can Scriven do the same?
Stiff breeze still blowing across the ground as Scriven runs in from the far end, delivers, and he's been driven, not quite perfectly timed there by Cook, but just beats the right hand of Scriven, and Cook helps himself to a single.
Again off the first ball of the over.
Well, they won't mind that, Leicestershire.
No.
More deliveries at James Harris, who's no mug, can certainly hold a bat.
As Nick said, in his time at Middlesex, he was sort of batting up at 6 and 7.
In comes Scriven then to Harris, who flicks away, can't beat short mid-wicket there, so there will be no run.
First class best of 87 not out, and that was for Glamorgan against Nottinghamshire in his first spell, obviously with Glamorgan, because that was back in 2007.
I believe that's the same top first class score as Jimmy Anderson, who got his in a test match against India in 2014, if memory serves me right. And here comes Scriven, and Harris is forward defending with a solid face.
18 years ago, blimey, that's a
seems like a long time, doesn't it? I mean,
Doesn't
for me, anything post 2000 still in my mind I think of as fairly modern. But we're 25 years into this millennium now, aren't we?
Tell me about it. Nickname Bones, apparently, James Harris.
Comes Scriven again, and he's trying to push at that one, Harris. But can't quite beat Scriven in his follow through. Moves off the toe end of the bat. Attempted drive.
And you mentioned you played yesterday and you got a few runs, I understand.
Got a few runs, yeah. I was playing for the old boys against my old school, Ratcliffe College. Some useful 16, 17 and 18-year-olds in that team.
Ratcliffe's on the outskirts of Leicester to the north, isn't it?
That's right,
pass
yeah.
it on the road.
On the A46.
On the A46, yeah.
Lovely grounds there. It was wonderful to be back. As Scriven goes very full. That's been driven well by Harris, but only as far as Rehan Ahmed. Out on the cover boundary, this time with an underarm flick. Rehan, of course, if you are just joining us, not fit to bowl in this game. It does feel a bit strange that he's fielding out there on the boundary, unable to sort of really fling it in over arm. I've seen quite a few underarm throws into the keeper. Scriven in, and that's aerial from Cook just past the fielder there at point, diving away to his right. Cook will get himself a single, but he had a poke at that one. He was playing well away from his body. And almost another opportunity there for Leicestershire. End of the over again, 329 for 8.
Yeah, Buddinger flung himself across to his right. Couldn't quite get there. The players still wearing the black armbands. Leicestershire players, the black armbands in a little tribute to David Lawrence. Had an email from Robert Coe about Mr. Lawrence, and one of the discussions they were having on the ground yesterday were fast bowlers who can bat and how far they used to hit it. And Lawrence, when he got in, used to clobber it, and it's true, some of the bigger fast bowlers, by definition, they're big strong chaps, and when they did get in they could hit it a long way, and apparently he hit a couple of very big sixes on this ground. Green in from the pavilion end, bowls to Cook on the back foot. He is prepared again to take the single off the first ball as he blocks it out towards extra cover. Wood is out on the boundary, so Scriven has to run across from mid-off to field, and Cook again just takes one from the first ball.
Yeah, said he was a big lad, wasn't he? And was into bodybuilding post his cricket career, of course, as well.
Green, elbows jutting short run outside off stump, cut down into the ground by Harris, and who's starting to middle it quite nicely, but he picked out Buddinger at a point, who made the stop on the bounce. And Harris sort of gestures with his right hand as though if he'd got that just a little bit behind square, he had a fair chance, although there is a third man, he'd have a fair chance of picking up 4. Green is in, he's down the wicket. Green sees him coming, and Hanscom roars as Green adjusts his length, and Harris ends up blocking it out towards extra cover, Wood fields. A certain amount of verbal byplay going on between them. Hanscom now sends Wood back to the extra cover boundary. Hates conceding boundaries, Hanscom. He's captained the side that way this season. Green is in. Harris gets a straight delivery, adjusts and blocks it out into the offside. No run. Green, what a spell this is. He has now conceded 3 runs, but he's into his 6th over of the morning. 17 overs, none for 43 at the close. 22.4 overs, 3 for 46 now. Green is in and bowls, and is cut behind square this time by Harris. I say cut, it was a sort of guide cut, so to speak. Didn't really try and smash it away, made sure he got plenty on it, steered it away behind Buddinger down towards the previously mentioned third man, and takes his single.
India, incidentally, 112 for 3 now in their second innings, leading by 118. Rishabh Pant and Rahul at the crease at the moment.
Such a lovely player to watch, KL Rahul. In goes Green and bowls, and Rishi Patel leapt into the air as it snuck past the outside edge of Chris Cook's bat. Green continues to cause problems, but how long can he keep going? That's 6 overs this morning. It's a pretty economical action, isn't he? It's a big chap, Green. The run up slightly with his big legs reminds me of both them, funnily enough. It's a short-ish run, but it's all about the power that he generates at the crease and the movement that he gets off the ball. 3-3-2 for 8.
You see lots of different run-ups these days with fast bowlers. It's kind of almost gone out of fashion a little bit, running in from the sight screen, Shoaib Akhtar-esque, or Brett Lee. You think of these guys sprinting to the crease. I mean, you've got people like Jasprit Bumrah now playing in that Test match for India, who just has a little hop, a skip, a few steps, and it's all about the arm action at the crease. Scriven begins a new over. That's full. It's driven, but doesn't beat short extra cover there from the bat of Harris. There's no run.
Yes, I wonder if things tend to be go in circles, don't they? So probably we will see fast bowlers emerging with a longish run. Hull's run is longish.
Quite smooth though, isn't it?
It's smoother than it was.
Smoother.
Yeah, he worked hard on that, I think, with England over the winter.
Scriven delivers and Harris defends away towards point.
And the way he sort of runs through the crease looks to have changed slightly. Hopefully, I mean, being such a big chap, 6'7", with size 14 feet, I think they are. There's a lot of weight and force goes through the heels and what have you, and the feet. So the smoother, if he can smooth it out a little bit, then it'd only be a benefit, you'd have thought.
Scriven's next ball is full. It's been chipped in the air towards mid-on. Easy catch taken. Harris on his way back. And Scriven picks up his first of the innings. Glamorgan now 9 down for 332. Just deceived by the pace of that ball. Maybe just zipped a little bit off the seam. It took a leading edge as he was looking to flick high over into the leg side. And it's another one down for Glamorgan. Good morning so far for Leicestershire.
Oh, fantastic. morning really, from 305 for 5 to 332 for 9, partnership of 16. It was just beginning to become irritating, but delaying Leicestershire's charge, and Harris will be disappointed with himself. And Cook, when you've got Cook at the other end going comfortably, then his job was to sort of stay there and try and pick up ones, really. Wasn't able to do so. Chris Wright, the catcher, he'll be pleased to have picked up a catch, because he got sort of picked out a little bit by the Glamorgan batters. Inevitably, if the ball was in his vicinity, they took one. They took the single, however close he seemed to be to the pitch at mid-on, because obviously he's not quite as quick to get down or get his throw away as he was in his prime. Or youthful prime, put it that way. He says, digging himself into a hole.
Is that Josh Hull running out the drinks?
It is. Good to see an England man. He's playing his full part.
It's like struggling a bit with that trolley with the wheels on it. There we go.
Like a
Beyond the boundary
supermarket
road
trolley,
now.
isn't it?
Yeah.
His haircut makes him look even younger again.
Flopping around in the breeze that's blowing across the ground here today. Alright, Scriven into the new batter, Leonard, who defends away into the leg side. Will get a single into a vacant mid-wicket area.
Little Leonard this season has batted 4 times. He's made 80 runs with a best of 47, and is consequently, because one of those was a not out, averaging 26.66. So again, no mug with the bat.
Here is Cook back on strike, gets one on his hip, ricochets off his thigh pad into the leg side for no run. Scriven with that hard length, just jagging back in a touch.
Maximum bowling bonus points again for the Foxes, which, as I say, I wouldn't have put my mortgage on this morning.
333 for 9. Triple Nelson. Scriven's in and Cook defends away to finish off that over. So 333 for 9. Too early to talk about the P word, promotion. Let's not go there. I can sense your body language there. But look, they're in a fantastic position, aren't they, Leicestershire? And as we were talking off air before play started today, it's, I guess, now just about accumulating points.
Absolutely. And when you look at history, if you like, and who's gone up with however many wins in recent years, then they've already got the same number of wins as Yorkshire got last season, and they went up.
Yeah.
You know, so given that it's 8 points for the draw as well, and given the lead that they've got, then, you know, you have to say that they're strong favourites. Green is into Leonard, who is back on his stumps. Puff of dust from his feet as he blocks that one back down the pitch towards Ben Green. You know, and it would be foolish to say that they're not the favourites now to go up. The fact that they've been able to bring Green back for these next 2 games as well, and obviously they'll be hoping to do so for the 2 in July, August, and the September games. He is in and bowls, taking his bottom hand off the bat somewhat unconvincingly as Leonard there, standing up tall, slightly short of a length. He manages to jam it out rather towards Buddinger.
The fact that Leicestershire are top, Derbyshire are second, I don't think anybody saw that coming, did they?
No, the East Midlands revival. Northamptonshire aren't doing too badly either. Do they count as East Mids? Not really.
Almost.
Green is in, bowls a full delivery that is driven very pleasantly by Ned Leonard. 4-4. Well, Green, given that it's his 7th over, can be forgiven for finally bowling a loose delivery. A genuine half volley. And Leonard wasn't going to miss out, and didn't. Stroked it away in some style.
Yeah, it was slightly loose. It was over pitch, genuine half volley, but you've still got to put them away. And as a number 11, he would have enjoyed that. Ned Leonard, lovely shot in between mid-off and extra cover.
Moves on to 5 off just 4 deliveries. Green in, bowls. Leonard is beaten, all ends up as that one bounces. The bounce seems to have been a little truer this morning, as in sort of up and down rather than any lateral movement. There has been a certain amount of lateral movement off the seam. This ball is now sort of 24.5 overs old or so, but the bounce has been that little bit truer. The pace has been a little bit better as well, more reliable. Green is in and bowls, and Leonard nicely behind it. And not on the front foot, but he's quite a tall young right-hander. Weight was going forward if the feet weren't. Leans on his bat. Nonchalantly looks around him. 2 slips, Rishi Patel and Liam Travaskis alongside the Leicestershire skipper Peter Hanscom, and was very pleased with how things have gone this morning. Green is in, bowls inviting the drive. The invitation is accepted, and accepted again in some style. Leonard picks up his second boundary in the over in much the same way as he picked up his first, with a nicely executed cover drive, but both those deliveries as a disgruntled Green takes his cap from the umpire. Betrayed a certain weariness, I think. 7th over.
Yeah.
That probably enough for Ben Green now.
It could well be. A couple of valuable boundaries though for Glamorgan. 341 for 9 now. 350 will be that next target, of course. Anything beyond you'd feel would be a bonus. Cook playing a nice knock here, Chris Cook. 25 from 48 balls he's been out there for.
I think he'll put bat to ball now, try to. Leicestershire think so, judging by the field.
Yeah. Plenty of open gaps on both sides. Fielders back on the ropes as they give Cook the single with a flick out towards deep mid-wicket.
And again he's prepared to take it off the first ball.
In comes the field now. I love this stage of an innings in red ball cricket where you've got the set batter in, the number 11. It's always interesting to see how the set batter approaches things and how much strike they're prepared to give to the tail ender, but Cook clearly trusting Leonard here as Scriven makes his way in, and that's edged, and it's 4. There was a fielder down there at deep third, but it races away quite fine.
Well, these are useful runs, not least because they're now only 4 away from another batting bonus point. They've got 4 balls to get them. Glamorgan.
Yep, 4 balls to get 4 runs. Leonard quickly on to 13 as well. 13 very valuable runs at this stage of the innings. Scriven in, and Leonard strokes away past mid-wicket there. It's trickling away towards the boundary. It's not going to quite get there across the square, but Leonard helps himself to 2 more. You can see they're aware of that extra batting bonus point and needing those 2 runs from this over.
Yeah, so I was a little surprised Cook took the first off the first, the single off the first ball. Almost updates time. Once I've done that, we'll get Nick back alongside Nikesh.
Scriven in, and that's been pushed away just past extra cover out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. 349 for 9.
One off the next 2 deliveries. We'll make it 3 apiece in terms of bonus points from the first innings.
And it is Cook on strike.
Hanscom is going to bring the field in.
What does Cook do here? Big back lift. In comes Scriven and defends a decent delivery into that packed offside field. There's no run.
Well, surely now they run off this ball, whatever happens. If I was Hanscom, I'd have, well, Rishi Patel is getting nice and close at extra. And I might bring my mid-wicket in nice and close as well.
I might well be looking for a drop and run here.
Exactly.
Keep an eye on the non-striker as well. And Scriven is in, and that's full. It's been smashed away over mid-on and down to the boundary. So there is the extra batting bonus point for Glamorgan. 4 runs signalled by the umpire, and the 350 up for Glamorgan. 353 for 9, with Cook moving on to 30.
Well, I'm still waiting to do this update. I'm beginning to think they might have forgotten. We'll see. I'll do one more over. Here we go.
And in cricket, Leicestershire are in action against Glamorgan at Great Road in the county championship. Richard Ray is there and he'll bring you up to date.
And they've had a very good morning. Glamorgan resumed this morning on 305 for 5, but the Foxes have picked up 4 pretty quick wickets. 3 of them to Ben Green, 3 for 12 off his 7 overs this morning, 1 for Tom Scriven. The consequence is that Glamorgan have now reached 353 for 9. The Foxes have a maximum bowling bonus point return. They've picked up all 3 that they needed, and in that respect they have done their job. If they can finish this Glamorgan innings quickly and get batting, it will have been a really good morning. Glamorgan 353 for 9. And I will leave you in the hands of Nikesh and Nick.
Thank you, Richard. As Ben Green does get that predicted rest, it's going to be right from the pavilion end. As Nick makes his way in alongside me, with Glamorgan 353 for 9. Comes right to Leonard, and that's defended away off the back foot for no run.
Well, I suppose some little consolation for Glamorgan in that they managed to get that 3rd batting point with the very final ball available to them.
There's been quite some collapse this morning, from 305 for 5 overnight. Lovely spell from Ben Green early on, just starting to tire though, hence why Chris Wright is back in the attack. Here he is, and oh, that's edged and taken by Hanscom. So Leonard gone for 16. Chris Wright takes the final wicket of this Glamorgan innings, and they finish up on 353 all out. It's taken just a couple of balls into the 111th over of the innings. I'll be hugely disappointed with that, but a fantastic morning for Leicestershire, Nick.
Absolutely, the wickets falling from the first over onwards, and Glamorgan left pretty disappointed with their efforts. I mean, they wouldn't necessarily have expected to get the 4th batting point, but they'd certainly have hoped to have been batting to lunch and beyond, and Leicestershire really have got themselves, having been quite a while behind in the game, I think, to a position of some parity now after that total of 353. Main contributors yesterday is ace tribe 107, Colin Ingram, who was out in the first over today for 56, and that sparked the collapse with those 3 early Ben Green wickets. And 1 then to Tom Scriven, and finally Chris Wright getting rid of Ned Leonard after a couple of useful blows that at least took Glamorgan to that point. But I would say, as things stand, it's pretty much even Stevens in the game.
Yeah, it does look like a good pitch as well, doesn't it? So it'd be interesting to see how Leicestershire get on in their reply. Quite breezy conditions. It has been a little bit overcast at times today, but the wind keeps sort of changing the view that we have up above. There's a fair bit of blue sky at the moment, a little bit of sunshine as well. That could soon change with lots more breeze expected throughout the afternoon.
Indeed, just give you the highlights of the bowling figures before we take a brief break with Chris Wright 2 for 49 rather, having finished the innings off. That page isn't quite updated. Now it has 2 for 49 for Chris Wright, 2 for 85 for Logan Van Beek, 3 for 55 for Ben Green off 24 overs, those first 3 wickets this morning, 1 for 71 for Tom Scriven, and 1 for 39 for Sam Wood, 1 for 45 for Liam Travaskis, 0 for 6 for Rishi Patel. So we'll take a brief break there, and Nikesh and myself will be back in around about 5 minutes for the Leicestershire reply to Glamorgan's 3-5-3 all-out.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is!
Got him and taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is!
They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are.
Back to the ground for Leicestershire reply to Glamorgan's 353 all out. 48 runs added by us this morning for the loss of the remaining 5 wickets. Finished off St. Timber Houghton is bowled the 4 off the ends to Rishi Patel, who is forward, pushing it out on the offside. And it would appear that the first 20 or so overs is when it happens with the Kookaburra ball, which I remain slightly unconvinced of the need to try in British conditions, since it hasn't actually improved quality of entertainment in any game that I've seen over the last few years. Van der Hoogten bowls, Patel forward. Any thoughts, Nikesh?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, really. It was tried out last year as well, and the experiment didn't really work, did it? And we're seeing much the same again.
Yeah, I'd hope that it would be better mid-season, since it's slightly closer to Southern Hemisphere conditions than April in Britain. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to Patel, who edges past, slips, and it's picked up on the third man boundary by Crane away to our right, and a good sliding stop keeps them down to a single as slips went diving away, but not a chance. Van der Hoogten, though, will be encouraged to find the edge that early.
Well, they've worked on the seam of the Kookaburra ball, both red and white, and improved it a little bit over recent years. But when you look at the way Duke's balls are made, and I've been to the factory myself actually in Walthamstow in East London.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Buddinger plays his first delivery to point.
The hand stitching that is done, and the quality checks that these balls go through, as opposed to machine made balls like the Kookaburras are, is just on a different level, and it's with a view to keeping that seam in place for as long as possible. And I think that's the key in English conditions. Doesn't matter at what point of the season you're playing in, you want a ball which has a little bit of something for the bowlers all the way through.
Van der Hoogten, the left-handed Buddinger, 3 slips, are unemployed as Buddinger plays gently to cover.
So yeah, unconvinced really about this experiment. But look, Leicestershire did pretty well with it this morning. But it's the trend hasn't been that way really. We were expecting much of the same, weren't we, on a pitch like this and with a ball like that. See how this innings goes.
It was only 12 overs old, crucially, at the start of play, the second new ball. As Buddinger's in, to Van der Hoogten, to Buddinger rather, who defends to mid-off, no run. Just a single off the edge in the first over. Leicestershire won without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 353 all out. And obviously there is a merit in having UK bowlers used to ball that's used on the other side of the world as well, but you wonder if there's much parallel, given that once you get in the Test team, you don't often play an awful lot of county cricket as a bowler anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. So we see James Harris getting ready to open up from the pavilion end.
4th match of the season, 12 wickets, 390.
Here is Harris. And to Patel, who defends away the offside. In a run, Saul Buddinger backing on the track, almost halfway the track actually. Looks like the juice is flowing early on in this innings.
Yes, he seems to like being on the move and busy, whatever he's doing.
Patel then ready and waiting, tall in his stance as Harris makes his way in, and Patel just punches the ball to mid-on. No run.
Yes, James Harris, I talked to him of a little online article about his thoughts on the possible reduction in the county championship as a 4 former PCA chairman, and he's of course stressing the workload of county cricketers.
Harris, number 9 on his back, runs in, and it's a solid forward defensive from Rishi Patel. Good delivery.
And while I reported James's views, there was quite a lot of backlash on social media from the little article we put up, and I think it's fair to say that the traditional county supporter was pretty much 100% against the reduction, as indeed you might expect.
Of course, as Harris bowls once more and Patel manages to work it away past mid-wicket, out towards the short boundary there. It's been well fielded, but Patel will help himself to a couple of more runs. There's so much debate about the workload in county cricket, reduction of matches. I mean, it seems to be working pretty well from my perspective at the moment, with 14 matches. Reducing it any further would, I think, damage the competition. So Harris runs in, and that's a good hard length delivery, defended away by Patel once more.
And James believes that there wouldn't be a likely reduction in county staff numbers. I don't agree with him on this, I'm afraid. And James is, you know, he's worked with us quite a lot on T20 commentaries, so I think we can agree to disagree.
Harris to complete the over, into Patel again. It's an inside edge from Patel, who's pushing forward into the leg side. There's no run. But end of the second over, 3 without loss.
It is logical, I think, that if you have 10 fewer days of first team cricket, maybe a couple off the blast and 2 off the county championship, as seems widely mooted at the moment, then you might feel it possible as a county administrator to trim a player or 2 off your playing squad.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know quite how this has gone across the board with the investment of overseas, you know, billionaires, I guess, into the English game.
As Van der Hoogten starts his second over, and Buddinger cuts and will get runs here. He'll get 4 runs as Ned Leonard goes sprawling around the wide third man boundaries. It's square off him. He'll get that respective thing with loss.
Yeah, the purchase of the 100 franchises, of course. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about the 100 on county commentary, but I brought it up. But just in terms of, is that money really going to filter into the game in the way in which it's been advertised, and if so, how and when?
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Buddinger plays to point, and there's no run. Well, I haven't heard that anything is actually in the bank as far as the counties are concerned as yet.
I don't think that the money's in the ECB's bank yet either, from the sale of those franchises. I think the T's are just being crossed and the I's dotted.
Though I'm told that Glamorgan Chief Executive Dan Cherry and Director of Cricket Mark Wallace have been in Washington for talks with the co-owner of Welsh Fire. Buddinger pushes into the offside and goes through for a single. 8 without loss.
So how have Glamorgan done it? Have they just stuck with the keeping of the 51%?
It's an unusual one. They've sold them an extra 1%, so it's 50-50. Yeah, between Glamorgan and the Washington Freedom franchise, which coincidentally has the same initials, of course. As forward presses Patel, pushing up to cover, and there's no run. So who would bet against some sort of mingling of the identities of Welsh Fire and Washington Freedom? Welsh Freedom, Washington Fire.
I think Hampshire's an interesting one, isn't it? Because they, of course, the club is under the same ownership as the Southern Brave franchise. I guess it doesn't matter if it's 49, 51, whatever it is, same owners.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Patel stretches forward, plays to cover, no run.
But it's for clubs like Leicestershire, I guess, who don't have a 100 franchise. When will those funds find their way down to the grassroots and even just to the counties, really, to clear off debts and all those types of things? We talk about this big reset in English cricket, but talk is fine, but we've not really been given too many details.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Patel is pushing forward gently, defending, no run, 8 for naught Leicestershire at the end of the over. I was talking to a PCA official in at the weekend, and he was almost evangelical about the potential benefits of that money for the county game as a whole, suggesting that it'll help keep some counties in business who might have been somewhat worried. Otherwise, not referring to either of these participants.
In theory, I mean, look, 25 million or whatever the figure has been thrown about would be very useful. As Harrison's another into Buddinger, who's off the punching into the covers, no run.
But of course, that is a one-off payment, and investors, business investors, want some return. So, of course, if they're paying out tens of millions, they will want to recoup 7 or 8 figure sums at some point over the next decade.
Harris back into Buddinger, who flicks into the leg side, but straight to that fielder at forward square leg rather.
And while the Washington Freedom owner is a cricket lover, we're told, he's also a very rich business person, and you don't get to that sort of status by giving money away.
Of course. Harris runs in past the umpire, delivers. That's full to Buddinger, and that's a glorious drive out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Down on one knee. There's a short boundary out there, but straight into the gap, and that would have been 4 on any ground. 12 without loss, Leicestershire. Incidentally, India 134 for 3 at the moment, leading by 140 runs. KL Rahul 62, Rishabh Pant 24. Harris makes his way in again. That's short, and that's been pulled away. Backward of square leg for 4 more. Buddinger quickly onto it. Wasn't all that short, just short of a length, and quickly rocked onto his back foot, Buddinger, and picked the gap.
Yes, from what I've seen of him in encounters between these two, Buddinger is not a man afraid of playing shots, even in the white ball format early on, in the red ball format, the white kit early on. And he's certainly put a couple of errant deliveries away very nicely in this over. Harris
Trying to overcompensate for that previous half volley with a slightly shorter delivery. Under a bit of pressure now. And he comes, and Buddinger leaves one alone outside the off stump. A few oohs and ahs from the cordon there. Got 3 slips in place for Buddinger. James Harris with number 9 on his back. We were talking earlier about his top score in first-class cricket being 87, same as Jimmy Anderson. He did in the England colours. Both got the same number on the backs of their shirts as well. And he comes, Harris, and Buddinger flicks it just wide of mid-on. Goes for a quick angle. Patel is round at the strike, ends the throw, comes in. Have another over.
They need all backing up there because it eluded Cook and the first dive. It's eventually backed up on the boundary, but there wasn't an overthrow. Both these counties are in second 11 action, by the way. I'll give you the scores in a moment. Vegetarian, please, which I know is completely unrelated to our on-air discussions, but vital matters such as lunch have to be sorted out. 17 without loss, and Richard will be back with us once he's put in the lunch
Once
orders.
he gets in the orders.
Get your priorities right. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Buddinger steers that one out on the offside, and there's no run.
Decent start for Leicestershire. 17 for them then. Into the 5th over of this innings.
Buddinger obviously observing yesterday's proceedings from his close vantage point at Gully Point most of the time. Probably realises it's the best time to get the ball sizzling off the bat in these opening overs. As Van der Hoogten bowls, steered away into the gully where it's intercepted by a diving Callaway, and there's no run. As yesterday, we certainly had some attritional stuff in the second half of the day, which would not maybe have entertained the casual spectator.
Not seen any plays and misses or anything of the sort early on here either.
Van der Hoogten in. No shot from Buddinger. Yeah, Leicestershire did well to take the edges. They caught virtually everything apart from one Hanscom drop, a sprawling catch attempt which would have been sort of in front of slip where Hanscom put down Tribe. But at least 3 of the catches, I think, were off the inside edge. Van der Hoogten into bowl, and he does get past the outside edge of the bat of Saul Buddinger, who was slightly falling over on that one. Through it went to Cook.
Well, there's one. There's a play and a miss, a genuine one. Good delivery, just drawing Buddinger forward. Having a little poke away from his body. That was the left-hander. Can't have been too far away from the outside edge.
On his way in is Van der Hoogten. Buddinger on 14 not out, and he dabs that one out on the offside, thinks about a quick single, but Callaway's quickly round from point to prevent it being taken.
A little bit more lively in the field now. You can hear some more encouragement from that cordon. Those last couple of deliveries.
The cordon being Messrs Ingram, Northeast and Carlson. Van der Hoogten bowls, Buddinger drives at a wide-ish delivery, but smacks it straight to mid-off, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, 17 without loss. Thank you to Nikesh. He will get first dibs at lunch, and Richard and myself will take you through to the interval as we shuffle seats a little here in the BBC commentary box. And resume with the final half an hour of today's play. 25 minutes actually now. And the second 11, Leicestershire are in the field at Billericay.
Harris is in bowl straight to Rishi Patel, blocks it on the back foot, back down to mid-off, no run.
And there are no early successes to report for the Foxes' second string, because Essex at 81 without loss. It's Leicestershire's second 11 that contains a number of names unfamiliar to me, apart from Swindell's Kimber and Salisbury.
Harris runs in and bowls. Patel blocks on off stump this time, runs it out towards point, and again there's no run.
And I think there's a Cardiff MCCU student in there, if I've got the right bloke. There can't be too many TF Rexes in the game. T-Rex.
Wow, fantastic.
Believe his name is Tommy, rather than Tyrannosaurus.
Rex spelt
R-E-X.
as it should be. Okay,
The king.
indeed. Harris bowls. Patel gets a straight delivery that he pushes carefully back down the pitch towards James Harris, who fields in his follow through.
I'm not sure if you'll recognise a few more of the Leicestershire names in that lineup.
Mr. Tew, Mr. Farouk, Mr. Green, Mr. Maddy, young, it is indeed,
All
the
right.
son of. Harris, orange soles on his cricketing boots, bowls to Patel, who drives and pleasantly doesn't follow through, just pushes it firmly. Even so, it goes very close to the extra cover boundary before being dragged back on the slide about a yard inside the rust, and Patel picks up 3 for a careful push through the covers. He moves on to 620 without loss. The Foxes.
Glamorgan's second 11 are at the Edgbaston Community Ground against Birmingham, and Glamorgan are 68 for 1. Will Smale fell early, mishooking Chris Rushworth for 5.
Harris to Buddinger. Minimal foot movement, just steers it out towards point. No run.
Eddie Byram is on 31. Tom Bevan, who was in the squad for this match but has now departed, he's on 27, not out. Side led by Billy Root, who got a 50 and 100 last week for the twos. Also includes staffers Callum Nichols, Jamie McElroy and Ben Morris.
Harris to finish his third over. Runs in, bowls. Buddinger swats the hook into the air. Well, pull really almost off the front foot. Top edges it. It bounces not so very far short of long leg, but it is a long boundary down there. It does play that shot sometimes, and I've seen him top edge it a couple because it's on him a little bit more quickly than he expects being on the front foot. But he got away with it. Picks up 1, moves on to 15. Leicestershire 6 overs, 21 without loss. It has so far been definitively their morning. And just in case any Leicestershire supporters were wondering about Hanscom's 6 catches behind the stumps, it is second, or it joins a long list of Leicestershire wicketkeepers who've taken 6 catches in a match. But Neil Burns once took 7. Actually, not so very long ago. In 2001, Neil Burns took 7 catches for Leicestershire against Somerset at Grace Road.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Buddinger drives into the offside, goes through for a quick sing. He could be in trouble here. It doesn't hit. Body slopes to the back up.
He was gone ahead.
It was a throw from absolutely side on to be from Gorvin, the subfielder, at mid-off. So he only had the 1 stump to aim at. But Buddinger was taking his cricketing life in his hands there. Van der Hoogten into bowl to Patel, who's stretching forward and defending. And yes, joint second in the number of catches in innings against Glamorgan as well. Bob Taylor, the only man to have taken 7, the legendary Derbyshire and England wicketkeeper. As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, Patel is pushing forward, and there is no run.
And just I mentioned young Mr. Maddy. In fact, Robert Coe has emailed to point out that both Darren's sons are making their debuts today, one for Leicestershire second 11, the other for Warwickshire.
Ah, yes, I
seconds.
noticed that. I.J. Maddie is in the Warwickshire lineup
And I'm
against Glamorgan.
Embarrassed, so I don't know what the ice. I'm guessing Ian, but could be wrong.
Van der Hoogten in from the Bennett end to bowl to Patel, who drives. I was about to say drives nicely, but it didn't come off the bat. Oh no, we're only in the 7th over, and you'd expect that to be a nice clean crack off the bat. Looked as though he'd timed it. Glamorgan 68 for 1. Chris Rushworth, veteran Bears former Durham seamer, bowled 6 overs, 1 for 5. Craig Miles, who played on loan for Glamorgan last season, is also in the attack. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Patel steers it down towards the gully, but it's stopped by Carlson at 3rd slip. And the other Glamorgan players in that match, academy players Tom Norton, all-rounder, and Romano Franco, who's a left-arm spinner. Mohammed Rizvi, who's a leg-spinning all-rounder from Kent, and Matt Marriott, a left-arm seamer from Kent as well. So I'm not sure if Kent had a buy one get one free offer this week. Van der Hoogten bowls, and there's a big appeal for LBW. Thought there might have been more bat in that. Patel pushes forward, got a half a stride in anyway, and the appeal dies away. 22 without loss. And a joke about that, but second team cricket does, I think, get a little haphazard in terms of picking up spare players sometimes, particularly when, as happened last week, I think Glamorgan had 2 players, Harris and Al Hassan, who played the first half of the game to get some red ball practice in, and they had an injury as well, so there's 3 players swapped during the course of the game. Yes, it can become quite hard to sort of keep track of who is playing for who and where and for how long, and you have to pay them reasonably as well, I believe. There is a minimum wage, as it were. James Harris to continue from the pavilion end over the wicket to Saul Buddinger. A little bit short in towards the body. Buddinger just goes back and calmly turns it out towards square leg. Oh, the sand comes into field. Buddinger trots his single. Robert also shares the fact that he enjoyed, as he's back in Leicester, a, quote, Goan white pea breakfast curry. Okay. And the fact that he's mentioned it suggests he enjoyed it. Harris kicks up his heels, runs in, bowls to Patel. He's overpitched on the legs and he's clipped him calmly away through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot from Rishi Patel, who has not been at his best in the T20s. Got a few shots away, but I like to see him against the red ball. He just looks a little bit more at home, at ease, rather than when he's trying to smash every ball to the boundary, as is kind of required almost in the power play of a T20. He's been very effective in T20s in the past. I think he was the top run getter last season. As Harris is in, bowls to him outside off stump, he leaves, but he looks such a classy player against the red ball that I always enjoy rather watching him in the county championship rather more than in the T20. He's on 10 now, sorry. There's quite a contrast, isn't it, between these two? As you get the feeling that Buddinger was at his happiest, trying to smash most deliveries, and Patel would like to be here for a long time and not primarily a good time. Indeed. Harris is in and bowls to Patel. Nice straight delivery that's played back down the pitch towards mid-on. Buddinger had turned his back on it to walk back into the crease, and it sort of bounced against his leg. And because Patel was sort of pursuing it, he was semi-interested in the possibility of a quick single, but as soon as it made contact with Buddinger, of course, he went back into his ground. And it's get well soon to regular correspondent Neil Thornycroft, who is watching from Tenerife, but unfortunately for him, is in hospital in Tenerife. Oh, sorry to hear that. In goes Harris, bowls, line and length, and
Patel head right over the ball. Forward defensive, very solid.
With COVID pneumonia, I hope that's one of the two and not both, Neil. And best wishes for a speedy recovery.
Yes, and the fact he's listening hopefully indicates he's not too poorly. But yes, get well soon. I can speak from personal experience that the Spanish healthcare system is an excellent one. In goes Harris and bowls and is driven by Patel, but didn't really put his weight into the shot, stroked it out towards mid-off, who runs across to his right and makes a comfortable stop.
Reminder that at BBC Sport Wales is the official X account, and Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the official email account to contact me.
If you want to break all the rules, you can email me at richardray23 at gmail.com or skeet me, Blue Sky, at richr23. Take your life in your hands if you do.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Buddinger, and that is played on the onside defensively, and there is no run. Yes, I remain Nick Webb 2017 on Blue Sky. Well, I remain Nick Webb 2017 on X as well. Should you wish to read my views on mainly cricketing matters, the odd extraneous bit thrown in, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Buddinger plays this one nicely off an angled bat down past gully, with Leonard coming pelting in from third man to keep them down for a single. 28 without loss, so hugely Leicestershire's morning at the moment, having claimed 5 wickets for 48 and scored 28 without loss themselves, especially given the prominence that seems to be accorded to the new ball as a means of claiming wickets with the Kookaburra. As Van der Hoogten is in and Patel defends it out to gully, where Ben Kellaway nearly falls over himself in his enthusiasm to get to the ball quickly. But yesterday we didn't see that many plays and misses from Glamorgan, and I think possibly only one so far from Leicestershire.
Yeah, I mean, opening partnership of 98, wasn't it, for Glamorgan's first wicket, so...
Van der Hoogten bowls with a grunt of effort, and again Patel steers it to point and Kellaway picks it up.
Although a lot of wicket. How old was that second new ball when the wickets started to fall up? I mean, it was overnight. It was.
It's only 12 overnight, wasn't
12,
it?
yeah. So between 12 and sort of 24, 25 overs. So plenty of hope for Glamorgan. The ball will perhaps be at its best after about 10, something like that.
Van der Hoogten into bowl, Patel forward defensively to mid-off, no run. Test match India 146 for 3, 152 runs ahead of England. Will there be time to get a positive outcome from that game for either side?
Well, I think, yeah, India are getting themselves into a strong position, because there's been turn, hasn't there, in these last... There was turn yesterday, and you would imagine that Jadeja on that last day could turn it quite a long way.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Patel drives through the covers for 4 runs. Nicely dispatched from Rishi Patel. 32 without loss are the Foxes in reply to 353. And Leicestershire had a sweeper on that short side of the ground virtually the entire Glamorgan innings, but Glamorgan have not done so far.
Again, it's been something that they've done, as our colleague Edward remarked upon the permanent presence of a third man in April, and it's been a permanent presence throughout the season, really. They've just tried to keep things tight, bowl accurately, and it's not rocket science, is it, as such, but it has enabled them to keep control of innings for the most part.
So Ul Hassan is on relatively quickly.
Just the 4 overs for Harris.
Yes, 4 overs 20, not looking at his sharpest, so the military medium of Zain Ul Hassan. 8 wickets at 41 so far this season. 4th/5th seamer usually. He's the 3rd seamer employed today, with lead yet to come.
Busy rows and bowls, and a little bit short of a perfect hobby. Came forward, but it's as an military medium, which essentially means not too quick. It's pushed out into the offside off the front foot by Buddinger. Not particularly quick wicket. Doesn't help Ul Hassan in that respect. He is in and bowls again. Buddinger is forward. That time it does get on to him at a reasonable lick, and he leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. No run. Josh Hull below us now on a mat on obviously the pavilion side of the boundary, doing some side stretches of some kind at the moment, as Ul Hassan is in and bowls, and awful lot of time for Buddinger just to lean forward and steer it carefully towards point where Kellaway is the fielder. Just the 2 slips now for Zain Ul Hassan. Kieran Carlson alongside Ingram, presumably. Northeast having gone out to mid-off. Ul Hassan bowls outside off stump, and a little fence at it, a little push, a lazy little push from Buddinger, unfortunate not to take the edge. That was not a percentage shot. There isn't a 3rd man, so perhaps he thought he was trying to guide it down to that vacant 3rd man area, but off the front foot, always a little bit risky. He waits with bat raised. Ul Hassan is in, he drives but doesn't time it. And I think we've said that a few times this game already. And it bounces back down the pitch to Zain Ul Hassan.
Yeah, it's not something we particularly want to be saying.
No.
It doesn't make for ideal entertainment. But it's the truth as far as we can see from up here.
Bowls outside off stump, that is steered into the offside off the front foot, and it goes very quickly but more or less straight to Ben Kellaway. It winces as it bounces across a used pitch and thuds into the lower part of his arm, he having formed the long barrier which did its job. It got his body behind it, and as a consequence Ul Hassan has started with a maiden 32 without loss of 10 now for the Foxes.
12:55, should be 2 overs to come before lunch here on BBC Sport Online. As Van der Hoogten will bowl his 6th over. 0 for 12, so can he make the breakthrough that Morgan believed something about over lunch? Otherwise it's in a complete Foxes success as Patel defends the ball over to mid-off, and there is no run. Mid-on, rather. So Carlson has now gone to leg slip and is doing some shouting and pointing. .32 for naught as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Patel is stretching forward to defend to cover.
I'm trying to think if I've seen any catches ever taken at leg slip over the last 12 years. I seem to remember Colin Ackerman taking one in a pink ball game at Northampton. Along with the pink, how long did that little experiment last? That was a couple of years, wasn't it? The pink balls, about, was it 2 years they tried them?
As Van der Hochten into bowl, and forward goes Patel to defend. Well, Glamorgan played a match in Canterbury before I started the Championship regular circuit, so I think it was around about 2013 or thereabouts, with a pink ball and day-night affair, which was blooming awful in terms of entertainment. But Glamorgan won it, so they were the kings of the pink ball for about 2 years until some other people played matches, and then they've not fared terribly well in a couple of matches that I can remember. Van der Hochten bowls a short pitch ball. Is that a no ball or wide? No, it's just about legitimate, or the umpires want to get to lunch. 32 for naught. Glamorgan were royally roasted by Sussex in a pink ball game down at Hove, which only lasted about 5 sessions, and there wasn't much evening play as a result of that. And then we had a dreadful game against Derbyshire, which Derbyshire won. The ball did all sorts of bizarre things for about 3/4 of an hour, round about dusk. Van der Hochten bowls and Patel defends back to him, and then Glamorgan got completely stuck in a modest run chase, and Hamidullah Kadri took 5 wickets, aged 16, and Dave Fletcher, I think, who was commentating for BBC Radio Derby on his first victory for a couple of years, was virtually dancing on the streets of Cardiff, and had to be restrained from embracing young Kadri and carrying him head high around the city centre. I exaggerate. Van der Hochten bowls and Patel defends to cover. There is no run. That's Van der Hochten's bowling work done for the session, and my commentary work done, because I've got to update radio listeners, so I'll be back in the afternoon. Leave Richards to steer you through the final over of the morning.
Thank you, Nick. It will be bowled by Zain ul Hassan. Consecutive maidens then bowled by Glamorgan. I think they've seen what worked for Leicestershire on the pitch and have learnt that lesson. Accuracy is all, and then hope for a little bit of movement, but essentially you're waiting for the batsman to get a little bit impatient. Ul Hassan is in to Buddinger, who picks up 4 with that steer down through the vacant gully area that we spoke about in the last over from Zain ul Hassan. He tried to play it once, tried to play it again, picked out point, having missed the first, but that he got about right. Saul Buddinger leant forward, slightly angled bat. No third man, no gully, and so along the ground all the way to the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard here in the sort of southwest corner of the Uptonsteel county ground. And Buddinger moves on to 22. Second slip goes a fraction wider. Zain ul Hassan, don't do it. Oh, he did. Well, Zain ul Hassan dropped the ball. He knocked it out of his hand. It rolled down the pitch on the leg side. Buddinger, as it rolled down, went across and whacked it out to the boundary, and is saying, well, what's wrong with that? But the umpire, Naeem Ashraf, had already signalled dead ball, and Buddinger is saying, well, why couldn't I hit it? And Rob White comes in to have a word, but umpire Ashraf had signalled dead ball straight away, so I'm not entirely sure why. Because it was rolling down the pitch, it was just off the cut strip to the leg side of the left-handed Buddinger. Buddinger sort of hopped across to it and whacked it away to square leg, as we were always taught was the right of the batsman, but apparently not. For some reason, the dead ball signal takes precedence there, and Zain ul Hassan runs in to bowl it again, bowls to Buddinger, who is forward on off stump, defending it out into the off side, and there's no run. Might get some clarification from the umpires as to why that was immediately signalled dead ball. He knocked it out of his hand quite a long way. He knocked it out of his own hand, or dropped it quite a long way before reaching the crease there, Zainul Hassan. So whether that had something to do with it, I'm not sure. In he goes, bowls to Buddinger, who is forward on off stump, playing it carefully out into the covers. Again, there is no run. You can hear the chants of the school children in the background. Not quite sure what that particular chant is. Didn't sound like Leicestershire. As in goes Zainul Hassan bowls. This time it's onto middle and leg, but basically Buddinger is getting forward almost before the ball is out of his hand and waiting for it to arrive, pushing it back down the wicket towards the Glamorgan all-rounder. Hull continues to go through all sorts of stretches below us, ready for some sort of fitness session during the lunch interval. I assume he's bouncing up and down on his toes at the moment. Ul Hassan bowl steered towards gully. There is now a gully, so 4 runs saved. Kellaway has gone from point to gully. He got on top of the bounce there. Saul Buddinger steered it away, but having picked up 4 earlier in the over, not this time. Kellaway falling away to his left to make the stop. There will be an update shortly for BBC Radio Leicester. The last of the day, as Ul Hassan is in. Buddinger is forward. Back up the wicket goes the ball, and that is lunch. Leicestershire's morning without doubt. Here comes the update. Players just coming off the field for lunch here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and Leicestershire have had an outstanding morning. Glamorgan began the day 305 for 5. Leicestershire bowled them out. They took their last 5 wickets for the addition of just 48 runs. Glamorgan all out for 353, 3 wickets for Ben Green, 2 for Chris Wright. You can hear the school children in the background. It's school's day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Foxes have started their innings. They are 36 without loss. Rishi Patel has 14, Saul Buddinger 22. Great morning for Leicestershire. And that indeed is the update. The kid, it's going to be a mascot race. That's why the school children are getting excited. Charlie Fox and the mascots from the Tigers and the football club are here as well. So we've got another fox. I'm not sure what the Leicester City Fox is called, or what the Tigers Tiger is called, but there's also a tiger wearing full fireman's kit. So this would be an interesting one. We'll tell you all about when play restart. Wait.
Brilliant shot and goal.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworth.
Oh, what a comeback that is.
Taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are
the bell. They are on 36 without loss. Rishi Patel has 14, Saul Buddinger has 22, and they have both faced 36 deliveries. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester and Nick Webb of BBC Wales. And very happy to say, starting with me this afternoon, Nikesh is alongside 36 without. It was Leicestershire's morning, mate, wasn't it? One way or another.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Cleaning up the Glamorgan lower order, taking those 5 wickets for less than 50 runs this morning. 48 runs they managed to add, Glamorgan, to their overnight total, and then solid reply from Rishi Patel and Saul Buddinger, 36 without loss. Vital for Leicestershire to accumulate points, as we talked about earlier on. That push for promotion, yes, it might look nice and comfortable there at the top of that Division 2 table, but the key is just getting those batting and bowling points secured, and they managed to do that with the ball earlier on today. Glamorgan also getting the extra bonus point now, reaching their 350 just inside the required time.
I think it's going to be hard work to really score quickly enough to get more than 3 or 4 batting bonus points. And 1 is a long way off, of course it is, and anything could happen, but pitch continues not to offer the bowlers too much in terms of lateral movement, but it isn't particularly quick and it isn't really coming on, and as a consequence batters finding it hard to time the ball. James Harris is going to open the bowling from the Bennett end. He's coming down the slope in front of the Turner Indoor Centre and bowls to Patel, full on his toes and clipped into the onside. Not quite timed, sounded a little bit tinny off the bottom of the bat, and Patel, however, did manage to steer it between sort of mid-wicket and mid-on, and as a consequence pick up 1. He moves on to 15, 37 without loss. Well, thanks to Leicestershire County Cricket Club for an excellent lunch. Oh, I enjoyed it anyway. Did you?
Yeah, it was nice. It's always a good spread here, isn't it?
It was this. What was the veg? What was that long?
Some sort of sweet potato.
I think it was a long sweet potato, grilled. Very nice it was as well. However, in goes Harris and bowls and turned down to fine leg for 4 by Saul Buddinger. Neatly. Just helped it on its way, didn't do too much. We did see Zainul Hassan caught down the leg side in the first innings, but it looked like Buddinger knew exactly what he was doing there, and wicketkeeper Chris Cook didn't dive to his right. He got just enough on it and it fairly rocketed down to the fine leg boundary. So Buddinger up and running quickly. He's on to 26, 41 without loss. I've been asked for a report on the mascot race, which was taking place during the luncheon interval. Harris is into Buddinger, who looks to cut, gets a thick bottom edge and it bounces down gently towards second slip. Once again looking to sort of cut / steer it away off the front foot through the offside, and when it works it looks glorious, and he, like a lot of left-handers, he is a wonderful player to watch, but sometimes it doesn't look quite so good. Yes, it was won by Charlie Fox, the Leicestershire Fox mascot, as Harris is in and bowls, but defends a straight ball back down the pitch on towards mid-off. Filbert didn't cover himself in glory from the football club. And Welford, the Tiger, apparently. It's Welford, the
Okay.
Leicester Tiger. Respectable performance, and I'm not sure who the bear from the Fire Brigade was.
Was there a Leicester Riders mascot
There,
as well?
there wasn't, but there was a mascot provided by the fire crew, those manning the fire engine brought for the children to inspect. In goes Harris and bowls and driven in the air, or was it into the ground? Oh, and it's going to go for 4. No, it's not. Almost a horrible mistake down below us by Ned Leonard at third man. As it bounced towards him and bounced up and almost spun back over the ropes.
I think it was a bump ball, that one.
I thought it was as well. I just wondered why there was a few sort of cries of almost catch it from the Glamorgan fielders. but Buddinger picks up 2, moves on to 28. Harris continuing to strive for consistency, is in, and that's a better delivery line and length, but Buddinger equal to it, having picked up 6 runs in the over already. 1 for Patel, 43 without loss after 13, Leicestershire.
Another solid start here from Leicestershire after the lunch interval. Change of ends for Harris coming down the hill. I was on commentary with Jonathan Agnew, of course, legend in these parts for the Women's One Day International that was played here a couple of weeks ago. He's recalling the glory days where he used to have to bowl up the hill. Andy Roberts bowled down the hill. I don't assume there was much choice for Aggers in that. The great Andy Roberts.
No, we had him up in the press box, you know. He came to do a little promotional tour a couple of years ago, and he was sitting where you're sitting now. And I'm not often overawed because I've interviewed quite a lot of famous sports persons, but I was a bit overawed with Andy Roberts.
Yes. Before my time, but my dad has told me all the stories, and I've seen lots and lots of footage. As we see Al Hassan begin another over from the pavilion end. It's been defended away by Rishi Patel into the offside for no run.
Because he was kind of famously taciturn as well in terms of dealing with the media. He was the angriest of the way, always came across as the sort of angriest, and in that respect the sort of nastiest of
Not very vocal though, none of them were. They didn't have to be, I guess, if they could bowl that quick.
No. And he managed to get up those steps, bless him.
Zainul Hassan once more, and Patel is forward defending. I think there's an inside edge on pad there, a muted half appeal almost from the Glamorgan players out there. You could probably pick up the very woody sound on the effects mic.
He didn't hold back in his opinion, so he was talking about his time at Leicester, obviously, but he was also commentating on some of the cricket that was going on. That boy never bowled fast, he said. And he was explaining why his actions weren't right and things like that, or not, or were right, as the case may be.
Hassan in once more, and that's slightly leg side-ish. It's helped on its way down towards the fine leg boundary for 4. Patel helping himself to a slightly loose delivery there from Zainul Hassan. Another boundary for Leicestershire, 47 without loss.
Imagine when Aggers was coming up, people like Les Taylor would have been exerting their rights as the senior bowler to come down the slope, such as it is.
Yeah, but I think he spent most of his career bowling up the slope for one reason or another. So Hassan corrects his line there. That's more sort of middle and off. It's well defended by Patel back down the track.
For those who think there isn't much of a slope, I was lucky excuse me, enough to play in a game here, and there is. The first delivery, I didn't think I was going to get to didn't think I was actually going to get to the crease at one stage. My front foot landed somewhat nearer the stumps than the front crease.
Patel shuffles down the track and then defends into the offside. No run once more. Yeah, there certainly is. I was lucky enough to have one outing here as well in my sort of younger days in a county cup final. It's different to the Lord's Slope, obviously that goes from one side to the other, and this is almost straight back parallel with the pitch.
But it goes up from the pavilion, if you can imagine Grace Road.
Well, Hassan back in, and Patel is again forward defending into the offside, looking solid in defence. End of another over. Patel remains on 19, Buddinger 28, Leicestershire 47 without loss, in reply to that Glamorgan total of 353.
We had Roland Butcher alongside us at Lord's a month or so ago, when Leicestershire obviously playing Middlesex down there, and I was asking him about the likes of batting against, well, many of the fast bowlers against whom he batted during his time in county cricket, and a couple of the Leicestershire players were charging down at the likes of Roland Jones and what have you. Finish that story in a minute. Harris continues from the Bennett end, bowls to Buddinger, short, pulled 4. Again, almost off the front foot. Harris not quite quick enough to trouble Buddinger, and that brings up the Leicestershire 50. And post lunch, which they took 36 for none off 12, we've only had 2.1 overs, and they've already gone past 50. Buddinger onto 32 off 42, Patel 19 off 43. I said to Roland Butcher, did you ever sort of try that against the likes of, you know, some of the bowlers you faced against? He said, why would I want to get anywhere nearer some of those guys? In goes Harris and bowls, but it turns him into the on side off the back foot. So much time they seem to have at the moment, these batsmen. And a good stop by Carlson, falling to his left at mid-wicket. Yeah.
There were some great players involved in county cricket for a good number of years, across decades really, up until maybe the 2000s, when other opportunities became more lucrative and central contracts and things came into it around the world.
Sylvester Clarke was the one that Butcher particularly remembered, not necessarily with any degree of fondness when he was batting. Round the wicket goes Harris, bowls short, pulled, and is that going to go all the way? No, it bounces short of the mid-wicket boundary, but again, Buddinger sort of inclination is to get on the front foot, but he had so much time just to rock back and pull it over mid-wicket for another 4. Harris is proving expensive. He's gone for 35 from 5.5 overs, and Leicestershire chased on to 55 without loss. Carlson is being sent back to the square leg boundary, leaving a huge open space on the on side. There is a single there for the taking if Harris bowls on that side. He doesn't, he bowls on off stump on that occasion, and as a consequence Buddinger steers him out into the covers, and there is no run. 55 without loss.
Of course, most of my youth was spent watching Phil Simmons turn out for Leicestershire in the late 90s. There's 2 title-winning sides of 96 and 98.
Still many Leicestershire supporters' favourite player, I think, Phil Simmons, judging by what I hear.
Outstanding.
Round the wicket goes Harris again, bowls to Buddinger, who defends a straight delivery out into the offside. No run.
He was almost like that kind of player, although Leicestershire had so many experienced players and a lot of talented players at that time, and you know, some outstanding bowlers as well, Alan Mullally, David Milnes. The batting was quite stacked with some England players in there too. He was still that one player that if you take him out of the side, it looks like a completely different side. It's almost like Bumrah and India at the moment, isn't it?
Harris bowls short, cut away. It's outside off stump. It should be cut off by Leonard running around the rope from third man up towards deep backward point. He does and gets there, picks up clean and gets his throw away, but Buddinger picks up a couple, moves on to 38 off 47. And the runs in post-lunch, we've only had 3 overs and we've gone from 36 to 57, so 21, 7 and over post-lunch. Just what the Leicestershire doctor ordered, and they continue to dominate the day so far.
And the sun's out now as well. Lovely conditions to be batting out there. As we said earlier, no real demons in the pitch, and we've got this Kookaburra ball as well, which is now into its 16th over, or about to be. It will be Zainul Hassan continuing from the pavilion end. Keeper standing up as Patel flicks away to mid-on, and there's no run. Interesting move.
They must have been walking down a little bit.
We did have that shuffle, didn't he, in the previous over? A couple of balls into the over. He's Bowling pretty solid length, just strayed in his line a couple of times in the previous over. Hassan in once more, and that's off the hip. Flicked away to square leg by Patel for a single.
He's not quick enough to do anything other than got to hit his lines and lengths, hasn't he? To trouble the batters, really.
This is what you called military medium.
Those exact words that Nick Webb used earlier.
It's the stereotypical county pro, isn't he? And he comes, remains over the wicket here to the left-handed Buddinger. Gets some width outside off, cuts away, but only as far as the sweeper at deep cover for a single.
And the Hookton's got that roll for now. Could spend a fair bit of time. Leicestershire had a sweeper on that short side of the ground most of their Glamorgan innings.
Is it quite common to play over to the right of the square as we look as far as this? Because I can't remember it too often.
No, it isn't. It is one of the relayed pitches. They
Okay.
dug up and relayed 4 of them quite a few years ago actually now, in an effort to find some pitches with a bit more pace. But it's an expensive process, you know, sort of tens of thousands of pounds apparently.
Patel back on strike, forward in defence once more. A foolish delivery. Yeah, because often at Nottinghamshire, when you play at Trent Bridge in Championship cricket, there is that one side of the ground over towards the new stand where almost a forward defensive can go for 4 runs, and you've got a sweeper there. It's not too dissimilar here, the distance between the pitch and the boundary on the offside. Hassan in once more. It's another decent delivery on that off stump, defended away by Patel with a long stride.
The last game I saw played this far, that far over on that sort of west side of the square was against the Students a few years ago. The Loughborough side, the warm-up game really for the start of the season.
Patel stays firm in his crease and is firm in defence once more to finish off the over from Zainul Hassan. 59 without loss. Patel remains on 20, Buddinger 39. Buddinger maybe holds the key. The longer he stays at the crease, he'll keep things ticking over. Likes to score quickly. And we talked about the difficulty perhaps in scoring quickly on this pitch. With somebody like Saul Buddinger there, I think that will be a massive boost for Leicestershire the longer he stays out.
Yeah, they've pulled their run rate up from 3 at lunch to 3.7 now. Harris, as I say, has been expensive, but he's going to continue. Sam Northeast at mid-off hands his very experienced seamer the ball. He's going to stay round the wicket to the left-handed Buddinger. He's got a gully in there now, bowls, and Buddinger looks to drive, and he's got that one away. That is probably going to go the distance. Northeast is doing his best to drag it back, and will drag it back just, and he gets the congratulatory cheer from the school children, those who are left, that is. And Buddinger picks up 3. That looked a long and hard-working chase for Sam Northeast.
They look like they're all in the marquee. Maybe some sort of towards the back of the stand. There's some soft play, and I think there's a bouncy castle type thing from what I saw when I was parking my car earlier.
It could be chaos, couldn't it, if you let them all loose on that bouncy castle thing? Carnage. Even. Back over the wicket goes Harris to the right-handed Rishi Patel. A little bit short. Patel just gets up on his toes and rides the bounce. Just almost lets the ball hit the bat. Guides it down to third man and jogs the single. It's almost, you feel, a case of if they can keep concentrating, these two, then they really can go quite big here, the way conditions are at the moment. 16.2 overs old, this Kookaburra now. Harris, sweatband on his left wrist, runs in, bowls to Buddinger, who's on the front foot waiting for that one, steering it out towards point. Kellaway is there, makes the stop.
Typically elegant, isn't he? As a left-hander, Buddinger, when he's driving through the offside. We've seen a few of them today.
This season, Saul Buddinger, 411 runs at 37 as Harris is in, bowls, he's forward, it's in the air for a few feet when it leaves his bat. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball, he sort of got on top of it, just about, but a little bit too anxious perhaps to get forward on that occasion. Let's say it was in the air for a few feet as it headed out towards point, long way short of Kellaway of course, but little moral victory for the bowler. Harris turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump, flashed away by Buddinger, front foot drive, but again he has picked out point, bounces 3 or 4 times before Kellaway makes the stop. I wonder what you're allowed to do in that fire engine. We haven't heard any, we haven't seen any sort of
the sirens not gone off,
or heard
it?
any sirens or seen any explosions of water from a powerful hose or anything like that. In goes Harris and bowls outside off stump. Nice stretch forward by Buddinger, but he, as Nikesh said, rather elegantly leaves his bat raised, lets it go through. End of Harris's over. 7 overs, none for 41. His figure 63 without loss after 17. The Foxes replying, remember, to Glamorgan's 353.
Got an eye on Headingley as well in the corner of our commentary box. India in that second innings of the first test against England. 169 for 3. Made that 170 now with a single lead of 176. KL Rahul 78, Rishabh Pant 41 as Zainul Hassan begins another over. He's defended away by Rishi Patel into the offside. I mean, on the face of it, in a normal test match, you'd say now it's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable for England, but they love a chase, don't they? And they've done it previously against India a few years back at Edgbaston, 378. They got there quite comfortably. So very much game on. Hassan bustles in once more and Patel works the ball off his hip, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run.
I guess the former Glamorgan player, Shubman Gill, will have that in his back of his mind, but it's starting to turn quite markedly. You've got Jadeja of that. It's going to be very interesting to see if, when he pulls out and declares, obviously.
Well, I don't know about declaration yet.
Well, you know, tomorrow morning sometime, I'm thinking.
Hassan in again, and Patel defends towards mid-on with a straight face.
But if my other thought is if I was a neutral and wanting to watch 2 players bat together, KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant would be probably the 2 players you'd want as a wonderful contrast.
Well,
but
you guarantee
for elegance and entertainment,
absolutely.
That would be a lot of fun to be at Headingley and watching those 2 at the moment.
Hassan in once more, and Patel is hit on the pads, or maybe just above his left pad. Appeal for LBW. It didn't look like it had much going for it, that one. Bouncing too high, maybe going down the leg side too.
Well, Hassan's appeal was somewhat delayed. There was a little beat, and he saw that Cook had gone up and responded accordingly, I suspect.
And they get through for the leg bye as well. You're very optimistic about India declaring. I mean, we saw that collapse, didn't we, in the first innings? England can snuff out another couple as Buddinger defends the next ball into the offside.
Even raising it as a possibility. It feels, I don't know, it feels that way a bit to me.
Not much in the pitch for the bowlers. as we thought about this particular surface here on day one.
I think it turned for Jadeja yesterday. I haven't seen it much of it this morning, but catch the highlights on the BBC at 8 o'clock or whenever.
Zainul Hassan into Buddinger, again pushing forward and can't beat extra cover. So the end of another over, 64 for none. Leicestershire replying to Glamorgan's 353 all out.
That was a better over. You've just got to be patient and keep things tight. Almost wait for the batter to make a mistake. Hope for a bit of movement, but it could be a long, tough day for the Glamorgan bowlers.
So I saw, Richard, the advert for the new CEO vacancy.
You going to apply?
Fancy it? Probably not. But you know, as somebody who's been involved with the club for so long, what do they need in a new CEO? Obviously, we talked about the job that Sean Jarvis has done in his time here, and he's had a lot of success in various things. Any particular qualities that you feel the club should be looking at?
Harris bowls to Patel, who defends a straight delivery, back down to the Glamorgan seamer. Influence with the England and Wales cricket board would be good, that's for sure.
Yep. Always useful.
Somebody who can actually attract genuine business sponsors, perhaps, would put in a really serious amount of money. Harris is in and bowls a bouncer, just bobs at the knees, lets it fly over his head there, Rishi Patel. Money that would make a genuine difference really to the club, and I think whoever comes in might find that job a little less tough than it might otherwise have been because of the success they're enjoying on the field this season, if they are promoted. And who knows whether that will be the case, not because of performances on the field, but because the structure could be about to change.
Yeah.
As Harris is in and bowls, and Patel flicks him neatly off his legs for 4. Lovely little leg glance. He's played a couple of those, Rishi Patel, so has Buddinger actually, but they've played that leg glance really cleverly. They've just used the pace, and also the sort of lack of pace, so to speak, and just got enough bat on it and kept it down as well. Patel on to 26-68 without a loss. They almost doubled the score post lunch already. Somebody who can work with the coaching staff as it exists. Harris bowls and nice high left elbow from Patel as he rather walks into the defensive push there.
Do you think they have to be not necessarily local, but you know, have an interest in the club?
You would think it would help, wouldn't you? But no, not necessarily. We've seen many, not at this club, but we've seen throughout sport many a successful CEO who's come from the outside. But I think it would help because Leicestershire, like sort of some of the other smaller counties, so to speak, in goes Harris and bowls, and Patel drives, but checks the shot, makes sure he gets on top of it, steers it out to Van der Hoogten at mid-off. It is, coming from the outside, Leicestershire doesn't, and Derbyshire and all the other sort of smaller counties don't really make sense as an economic proposition because so much of it, their existence, if you like, depends on external funding, central funding, so to speak. Harris is in and bowls, and Patel just leans forward, almost on the crease there, and blocks it out into the covers, and there's no run.
And those proposed plans for the redevelopment of the stadium, I mean, has that gone anywhere? Or?
No.
No, okay.
I mean, the club just, 60 million quid? No. Absolutely not. No. Well, Harris is running in, but Patel was standing back there and brushing something away, a flying object of some kind. Obviously, to generate the sort of money that would be needed for a redevelopment of that kind, well, somebody's going to have to probably win a couple of lotteries. In goes Harrison, bowls a bouncer. Patel ducks at the knees and lets it fly over his head. End of Harris's 8th over, none for 47.70 without loss. Buddinger 42, Patel 26, and Leicestershire's good day continues. Not much has gone wrong today.
No, it's been the perfect start. Richard, you're going to have a short break here while Nick Webb makes his way back in alongside me with Leicestershire 70 for none, trailing by 283 runs, but having taken the last 5 wickets of the Glamorgan innings pretty quickly this morning. Off to a decent start here with the bat. Really nice platform laid down by these two openers. Patel on 26, Buddinger 42. Zainul Hassan into Buddinger, who's punching off the back foot out towards deep cover. It will just be a single out to the sweeper on that short boundary there. We pick up the blustery conditions on our effects mic as well. Slightly concerning sight as I look up above, and some of the panels in the ceiling wafting up and down every time there's a strong breeze.
They haven't fallen on us yet. I don't think they do much damage if they did, to be honest.
Like pretty light things, don't they? Zainul Hassan in once more. Patel defends back down the track. It's turning into a nice day otherwise. Lots of blue sky up above now. Bright sunshine.
It's a bit breezy out there. I was just popped out for a few minutes when I wasn't on commentary, and I popped back in again fairly quickly afterwards.
You were quite optimistic though this morning. You've got the shorts on, I see, and the short sleeves. A silly mid-on in place now for Patel as Hassan makes his way, and Patel defends, no run.
Yes, there's slightly unfortunately I forgot to pack any long trousers, so I didn't have my only choice was between 2 pairs of shorts. don't think I've got anything with long sleeves other than my jacket either, so
would have served you well over the last couple of weeks.
Underpacked slightly, yes.
Hassan in once more, and Patel flicks off his legs, but only as far as the fielder there at forward square leg. Crucial session, you feel, for both sides here. Glamorgan desperate to get a couple of inroads, get into that Leicestershire middle order. Leicestershire looking to score as quickly as possible and whittle down that deficit as Patel defends away into the offside. Patel prepared to play the long game here. Buddinger, we know he likes to get on with it. He's 43 from just 56. We've seen quite a few shots from him so far. Still got the silly mid-on in place to Patel here. Hassan offers a little bit of width outside off, but Patel with his back foot punch can't beat extra cover, and it's another dot ball. 71 for none.
Surprised that slip was so far back, given that the keeper was standing up for Al Hassan. But Morgan probably recognising that they're more likely to take wickets with a miss-hit drive rather than nicks to slip. Having said which, there were plenty of nicks eventually in the Glamorgan innings, with keeper Hanscom taking 6 catches and Patel at slip 1. So we're going to see Ned Leonard into the attack for Glamorgan for the first time. So James Harris has had 2 spells, one from either end, before they've introduced Leonard, and I suspect there's some sort of deeper thinking here, because you would normally expect Leonard to bowl before Al Hassan, So maybe they think that Leonard's skills are better adapted to the slightly older ball. We're in the 21st over now. So it'll be hard work to get some life out of it, you would have thought, as Leonard is in to bowl, and his first ball is turned easily on the leg side by Buddinger for a single out towards mid-wicket. Ned Leonard playing his 4th match of the season for Glamorgan. 10 wickets at 37 coming into this game, which is respectable, but he'd want to get it down a bit, I'm sure. And someone whom Glamorgan have invested in, having taken him on from Somerset on loan and then now on staff. As he's in, and Patel plays that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Glamorgan having struggled really to produce homegrown seamers in recent years. Somerset with rather a larger playing base, and of course the benefit of rather more cricket playing schools in that neck of the woods. Leonard in to bowl, and forward comes Patel playing up to mid-on, no run.
What is the school cricket scene like in South Wales?
They're heavily dependent on Monmouth, basically.
Okay.
So you find a few younger Glamorgan players going over the bridge to the likes of Clifton College. As Leonard bowls, and Patel plays down into the gully, and there is no run. Leonard himself, product of Millfield, those prominent cricketing schools in the West Country. As he comes in from the Bennett end in some pleasant sunshine now, albeit still a bit breezy. Leonard in to bowl, and that's forced off the back foot by Patel, but straight to Carlson in a squarish cover position, and there is no run. The numbers of school children have decreased considerably. There's some of them running around in the tent, hopefully not in the bar section of the tent.
Tent literally says bar at the front.
Yes.
Doesn't it?
I hope it's cordoned off bar area, otherwise the kids are going to get some unusual life experiences for their age. As Leonard bowls, and Patel drives nicely through the covers, and that one will run away for 4 up to deep extra, and Patel moves on inexorably to 30 not out, and Leicestershire on to 76 without loss.
There's a few hardcore school children still in their seats, enjoying the cricket.
Fair play to them. What a take like.
I think I would have been one of them. I would have
Cricket
been,
badger at a young age.
Sat in my seat watching all the action. I was saying to Richard earlier, I think there was some inflatable stuff behind that stand as well, so they're probably off playing at the moment post-lunch.
The mascots race in the interval got a great deal of excitement, didn't it?
Right, Zainul Hassan continues then from the pavilion end into Buddinger, who chops away into the offside, just wide of that extra cover field. They sneak through for a single. It's good running. Sort of rocked back. There was a big wind up from Buddinger, and he just checked his shot at the last moment. 77 without loss. Buddinger on to 45 now. Rishabh Pant has just brought up his 50 at Headingley as well, as India make their way to 188 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 194. Well, Hassan into Patel, and a solid looking defensive shot into the offside for no run. What do you feel England will be comfortable chasing them? We were talking, Richard and I, about this. He sort of suggesting India might declare early tomorrow morning. I said, don't forget the collapse in the first innings, Richard. Hassan bustles in once more, and Patel's wrapped on the pads. That looks close. Big shout for LBW. Umpire says no.
Yes, didn't get a huge stride in there, Rishi Patel. And that one really was worth the inquiry. Possibly doing a little too much sliding down leg. But it was certainly worth the inquiry. What did you say the lead is at the moment?
198 with 7 wickets in hand. In comes Hassan, and that's been flicked away by Rishi Patel. It was just a flick of the wrists out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Really nice whip from his bottom hand there to get it away from that fielder at short mid-wicket. 4 more.
Yes, frustration from Hassan there as he almost jumped up and down on the pitch in his, well, just the side of the pitch in his follow-through, as if thinking that was near to a chance. I'm not sure it was that near.
It was aerial, but well away from the fielder. I've got short mid-wicket now, a silly mid-on, a forward square leg, and Patel just guides one down to deep third for 4 more. It's not great bowling from Zainul Hassan. He's all set up to bowl wicket to wicket. He's got a strong leg side field, and he's just pushed one wide of the off stump, and Patel's helped himself to 4 more.
I think the mascot race was won by the home fox, wasn't it? The
Charlie
cricketing fox. There were a couple of foxes and a couple of bears involved.
Footballing fox apparently didn't do himself, didn't cover himself in glory, let's say. Hassan in once more, and Patel is forward and defending. The scoreboard is just got stuck in front of us there. 80, oh, there we go. It's just updated. 85 without loss. Patel on to 38. Buddinger 45.
It's all about the size of the feet, isn't it, and the size of the head, these mascots. If you can minimise the clodhoppers, the paws, or whatever animal you are, sneak out in trainers if you get half a chance, and not too large a head to
yes,
unbalance you.
Of course, the mascots race at T20 finals day is always one for the calendars. It's a bit of an obstacle course though, isn't it? So you're right about the heads as well. You've got to be able to get through little gaps and things.
Yes, Glamorgan did win that last year. Or was it the year before? Yeah, fairly recently. Buddinger plays the first ball of the Leonard over to backward point, Crane Fields, and there is no run. No sign of Asa Tribe reappearing at the ground, and to be honest, if he is under the weather with flu-type symptoms, then best course of action would be to stay at the hotel, because you wouldn't have thought, as things stand, that there's much chance of him being called upon to bat today. As Leonard bowls, Buddinger pulls and has got this one down to fine leg. In fact, fine of fine leg for 4. Didn't make huge contact with it, but was probably helped by that, and that it was fine of Gorvin. And, well, Leicestershire really rattling along now, and Buddinger has 49 off just 60 deliveries.
It's been a busy knock from Saul Buddinger.
As it has been every time I've seen him. Leonard bowls, Buddinger slashes at that one and misses outside off stump. Is looking to bring up her half century in some style with a slashing square cut, but made no contact. And this is a very good run rate from Leicestershire, 4 and over, but we saw Glamorgan start at that sort of lick yesterday morning and then find it a really difficult grind for much of the day. As Buddinger plays that one on the onside, and that will be his half century as he forces it out towards mid-wicket, comes back for the second run, and Saul Buddinger moves on to 51 not out off 62 deliveries, and that's included 8 fours.
Yeah, lovely innings from Saul Buddinger at a good rate. And, he's been a key man really over the last couple of years at the top of the order for Leicestershire across formats. And we hope he can stick around for a little bit longer as well. Difficult pitch to score quickly on, as you mentioned, particularly through the middle overs of an innings, once the ball gets sort of 30-40 overs old, but while he's out there, the run rate should still be up there.
Leonard round the wicket, and Buddinger a jabbing drive through the offside, and he's timed that really nicely. There didn't seem to be any sort of follow through at all. Very, very firm push and sent the ball racing away towards the old scoreboard, miles away to our left.
Is it stuck underneath one of those wheelie covers? No, it's come back out the other side, so won't be any frantic looking for the ball.
Yes, it's one of the aspects I'm sure visiting players particularly dread at Sapphire Gardens. Any straight boundary at the river end often gets stuck under the hover cover, which is quite tricky to negotiate. At least you can shove these wheeled covers around if necessary. Anyway, Leicestershire is shoving the scoreboard on in fine style. Buddinger 55 out of 95 as Leonard bowls again, and this time it's a defensive push up to mid-on, and there's no run. 95 for naught. Buddinger 55, Patel 38, this in reply to Glamorgan's 353 all out. In terms of the test match, do you think India might... No, they wouldn't risk a declaration overnight, would they? Maybe an hour until tomorrow?
I don't think they would, no. 217 the lead. I mean, Rishabh Pant is there, so it kind of depends, I guess, on how quickly he can score. KL Rahul will just keep things ticking along. He's on 86, Rishabh Pant 73 from 93.
They're going to get 400 ahead tonight, do you think? 400 ahead tonight, or maybe in the first hour tomorrow?
Possibly close to 400 tonight if Rishabh Pant can stay in a little bit longer, I think.
Anyway, here at Leicester, we're about to see some spin in the form of Mason Crane, the Glamorgan and once capped England leg spinner, who is playing his first championship game of the season, having been injured for the first month, hence the unsuccessful Bashir experiment, and then been unable to get back in with Kellaway bowling quite well, but Glamorgan have gone for 2 spinners with Kellaway and Crane. And this should be interesting for you.
Yeah, let's see what it brings. Slip in place as Crane makes his way in, and Patel is forward in defence.
So his games this season have all been in the white ball stuff. A couple of very useful wicket-taking performances in the T20 Blast.
Number 3 on his back makes his way in, and Patel's down the track driving slightly aerially towards mid-off. They do get through for a quick single. As the wind continues to try and destroy our commentary box here at the top of the pavilion.
Yes, if you're wondering about the thuds, it's the panels in the roof bouncing up and down almost.
Right, this will be interesting. Buddinger up against the spin of Mason Crane. Long conversations taking place out there in terms of what kind of field to set.
Oh, go on, stick a short leg in. You know you want to, Sam.
They're going heavy leg side field. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg, short fine leg. Short mid wicket, and then mid on is going back on the rope to long on. Well, not quite long on, it's kind of 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, almost a catching position as Crane makes his way in, and Buddinger just gently defends away into the offside for no run.
Yeah, Asa Tribe is Glamorgan's usual short leg fielder. Might be Carlson in his absence.
Still going to slip in place to Buddinger as well, and there he goes, he smashes one out towards deep mid wicket, it clears the man on the boundary and sails away for 6. It wasn't too far away. Glamorgan thought for a moment they had a chance there to get Buddinger, but the left-hander taking on the fielder, and on this occasion succeeding.
Well, Gorvin must have thought he was somewhere close to it as he put the leap in on the boundary. So Glamorgan might be heartened by that in a way.
Nice way for Buddinger to bring up the Leicestershire 100 as well. 102 without loss. Crane in once more, and this time Buddinger flicks along the ground out towards deep mid wicket. Doesn't get all of it, but the miss hit allows him back through for 2. That's really good running from Buddinger and Patel.
That was all action stuff. Gorvin realised there was a danger of them getting 2 off the slight miscue. Came pelting in, but Buddinger was not deterred and went sprinting back for the second run.
Crane then spinning his ball from one hand to another. Runs in, delivers. Buddinger winds up and smashes him down the ground for 4. It wasn't quite a straight drive, it was a straight hack almost, all the way along the ground. Plenty of power into it, maybe off the toe end of the bat actually, but he's a big strong man, is Saul Buddinger.
Just trying to work out how you can hit that ball to that part of the ground with that shot. It seemed rather unlikely, didn't it?
Well, if you just missed for a split second the actual shot being played and saw the ball running away, you think, oh, beautiful straight drive, straight back past the bowler, timed pretty well. It was a bit of a hack, but it was a useful one for Buddinger. 108 for none.
So Crane has gone for a couple of boundaries in his first over, but I think Glamorgan will be happy to see Buddinger playing expansive shots straight away off the leggy. Leonard's gone for 15 in his first 2 overs. Harris has been expensive. And Gorvin, who we've been talking about, who you can often rely on to dry up the run rate, is only 12th man, so obviously can't bowl. Gorvin seems to have missed out quite often away from home this season for Glamorgan. He's played 5 games, 4 of them at home. 108 for noughts. Patel on strike. Leonard to continue into his 3rd over. And there's a miss-hit pull by Patel that just lobbed up in the air and didn't carry to Crane at a shortish mid-wicket. Has that come off the helmet?
It may well have done, yeah. He's taken the helmet off.
I thought it was off the gloves, but it might have actually been just off the helmet. Or possibly both. Because the umpires are coming together, and we presume that Patel will have to have some sort of check.
Maybe edged onto helmet. Seems okay though.
Yes, he's not too damaged, but thankfully these days, whatever the speed of the bowling, you seem to get the batters largely undaunted and unblemished by being struck on the helmet. Right, what's your name? Where are you? Who are we playing?
You'd think at some point that the players would figure out there's a sort of set amount of questions, aren't there? Maybe 20 or so different ones, and you just kind of try and memorise as many as you can, I guess.
Yeah, funnily enough, I was with the Welsh Rugby Union. They showed us around the facilities and what went on for a concussion check, HIA as it's called in rugby head injury assessment. And to be honest, I thought some of the questions were quite difficult, even if you hadn't had a bang on the head. I mean, you know, on the circuit, it turns into a bit of a blur for us. I'm sure it does for the players. Right, who were you playing last week? Oh, heck.
Yeah.
What day of the week is it? Well, I don't know. It's the first day of the match or the second day of the match. We don't know what day of the week it is because it changes all the time. Right, Richard is lurking with purpose. Thank you, Nikeshi. We'll be back in half an hour as the concussion checks continue. And I'll just swap microphones very quickly, and Richard will be with us in due course. And I'll pop up on the other channel, which if we were broadcasting in stereo you'd notice, but you wouldn't. Yes, there's still no cricket going on. I'm larger of head than Richard, so
I can imagine an awful lot of journalists who would fail tests like that in whatever condition they were in, including myself, I might add. Well, what a session it's been for Leicestershire so far. They've increased their run rate.
What a day.
3 and over at lunch, 36 without loss off 12. They've gone to 108 off 24, so they've had 12 more overs, and goodness me, they've increased the run rate to 4.5. Saul Buddinger, run a ball 67, pretty much.
He's a boy, as they'd say in Wales. In comes Leonard and bowls to Patel, restored to health or confirmed as remaining in health.
If they look intent on attacking Crane, and if they are able to hit him out of the attack, it is a big problem for North East, isn't it? We'll need then to rotate his seamers, but that is hard work on this pitch. They will have been hoping for the spinner to get through a lot of overs, really, you would have thought.
Leonard into Patel, and he's pushing up to mid-on. Chris Drew said he would have liked to have seen a bit of Mason with the ball fairly new to see if it turns. Well, Crane has come on since who sent that email about a quarter of an hour ago, but certainly Buddinger has taken him on. I think Glamorgan will be happy to see Buddinger playing shots and backing themselves to get him caught sooner or later, or sooner rather than later. Leonard bowls and Patel is defending. I mean, his strike rate's decent enough, 39 off 81 balls. It's fine for an opening batter. But Buddinger has provided the fireworks.
You know how he's going to play, because this is how he always plays. What differs is the length of time he's been in, and if he is around for any length of time, he's going to do damage, and quickly.
Sun disappears for a moment as Leonard is into Patel, who hooks at a short delivery and misses it. Well, that strike on the helmet hasn't deterred Patel from taking on the short ball, but he didn't play a hugely effective looking hook shot at that. It's a bit of a swat, or am I doing him an injustice?
A little bit. He looked so assured up to the point of being hit on the helmet. Just that wasn't the greatest shot he's played.
I wondered if he was unsettled, even if he was unharmed. Defensive shot back to the bowler. No run, and the over, 108 for naught. Buddinger 67, Patel has 39. Looking at Richard's stats to see that Buddinger's strike rate of 80 give or take, which is pretty decent in the red ball format, and top score this season of 81, so he's nearing that at a pace.
Well, it's another huge opportunity for him to score what would be a maiden first-class century. He does not have a century to his name, Saul Buddinger, which is frankly ridiculous given his talent, and there'll be Leicestershire supporters shouting at their radios and what have you now for me mentioning as much, but let us see what he makes of Mason Crane, who blows on his hand and bounces in and bowls to Buddinger, who tries to swat it. It was a tempter, and he tried to crash it away, I think fairly straight, a thick inside edge. It trickles out into the onside, and that will, as Nick said, give Crane and Glamorgan hope. They really do. In he goes and bowls, and Buddinger is forward. But again, it's not really convincing. His bat is a long way in front of his pad, and it certainly doesn't come out of the middle as it goes back down the pitch towards Mason Crane.
Something's going to happen fairly quickly here.
It is. You feel that. Crane in, bowls, gives it plenty of air, and well, Buddinger gives us the lie by propping forward and playing a perfectly conventional forward defensive shot that does more or less come out of the middle. What do we know?
You wouldn't bet against a 20 in and over or a catch on the boundary, would you?
He really wouldn't. Crane bowls and forward goes. Buddinger drives it along the ground all the way back past Crane. Patel hops out of the way as it runs down to long off. Both long off and long on are now posted for Buddinger. He moves on to 68, 109 without loss.
This must be frustrating for Andy Gorvin, knowing that he's going to be fielding for most of the day but can't bowl.
Crane to the right-handed Patel bowls, and Patel forward. Thick outside part of the bat, might just have turned enough to take that rather than Patel playing down the wrong line. It trickles out towards sort of backward point, deepish gully. Oh, there's sun over there. Crane bowls. Patel tries to sweep, does get a bottom edge to it. It's running quite fine down towards long leg. Van der Hoogten in front of the electronic scoreboard fields, and Patel takes one. So a much more economical over, if you like, in terms of run conceded from Mason Crane. Just the 2 from it, having gone for 13 from his first. It wasn't as though Patel and Buddinger weren't trying to get after him, but he bowled very nicely. 110 without loss. Buddinger 68. Patel now on to 40.
Leonard, having delivered a maiden either side of Patel's bang on the head, is to continue with the 4th over. I wonder how long it will be before we see double spin and the off spinner come occasional slow left armour, Ben Callaway, in the attack. As in comes Leonard to bowl to Patel, who's pushing forward, and there is no run.
Claims his nickname is Deadly. You perhaps.
Maybe it may have been at school, I suppose. Probably was pretty deadly by schoolboy standards, bowling
Yes.
fast.
Yeah.
Leonard charging in, bowls a short pitched ball that Patel ducks underneath, and it sails through to Cook. Does have probably a little bit more pace than other bowlers on the Glamorgan staff. Ned Leonard is not lightning fast, but he's fast medium. There's Patel on 40, waits for him to arrive. In comes Leonard. Balls, Patel turns the wrists on it, turns it on the leg side, but straight to Crane at short mid-wicket on the one grass strip by the time he fielded it between the two mats, which we've remarked upon, and making close fielding somewhat tricky on that side of the ground. The pitch is way away to our right towards the western side.
Yeah, they are thoroughly pegged down with quite close to each other pegs, but the wind yesterday was strong enough even then to cause issues with them. Not today.
There's Leonard, bowls to Patel, who turns the wrists on that one again, sends it down towards backward square where Zain ul Hassan does the fielding. He'll go through for a comfortable single. 111 without loss. Nelson, one leg off the ground. In the test match, KL Rahul has reached a century. India 240 ahead, still with 3 wickets down.
Yeah, Nikesh, when I raised the possibility of an India declaration sometime tomorrow morning, Nikesh was very, oh no, England will chase, and I think they might.
As that's slashed away by Buddinger, backward of square. It's a chase for Harris. Oh, he goes down, but a fraction too late as James Harris, as the ball raced away over that parched path of the outfield for 4, and it's gone down the slope a further 30 metres as well to the boundary boards. Buddinger on to 72 and the total on to 115 without loss. And Buddinger still continues to race along at a runner ball or thereabouts. Leicestershire's day, absolutely, from the first over to this moment. After Glamorgan shaded the first day, but Leicestershire bowled Glamorgan out for 353, maybe around a par score. Leonard bowls another short pitch ball that Buddinger gets well underneath. It didn't get up that much that time. 115 for naught. Buddinger has 72, Patel has 41, and Leicestershire have knocked off nearly a third of the deficit in pretty quick time. Just 27 overs have been bowled, so a run rate of 4.3 to date.
Crane and North East, a long conversation. Slightly different fields, obviously, for Patel, who's been slightly less aggressive. He did give Crane the charge, his second delivery, and made a delivery into a low full toss. Didn't quite manage to get it away. Crane is in and bowls, and good diving stop away to his right at extra cover by Ben Kellaway. Means that Patel doesn't pick up, well, at least one, probably 2, I would imagine. Harris would have had to run around to his left to field at long off. Crane is in, bowls, gives it some air, leg stump swept. Well, judging by Crane's reaction, that might have been nearer middle stump line than leg stump line. Took it off the stumps if, as I say, that reaction is to be believed. Bottoms didn't get all of it either, and got enough of it though to get it out to the deep backward square and take 1. Moves on to 42. Out goes mid wicket, long on, long off, and cover for Buddinger, who is driving very pleasantly, very straight and long off. Oh, gets across and doesn't make the stop. I don't know quite how he let that one go through. That was a really not a great piece of fielding, I'm afraid, by, who is it down there?
It's
Is
a
it
disconsolate Dan Douthwaite.
12th man, isn't it? It's Mr. Douthwaite.
13th man in this case.
Yes.
Because Gorvin was already, I think, is Gorvin still on? Not sure.
Didn't look to bobble too much, but anyway. 4 to Buddinger, and he's going to pick up another one there, as that one is cut out to the point boundary, but the sweeper runs across and makes the stop. Buddinger moves on to 77. What a chance this is for him. 1-2-1 without loss. Crane in, bowls. Patel goes back and defends. Just head over the ball on the back foot. The pitch reflecting the sun at the moment, which is out. There's plenty of blue sky. It's glorious actually out there, especially if you can get out of the wind. But the wind isn't a really cold one either, just enough to take the edge off the temperatures. In goes Crane, gives it some air. Patel waits for it and clips it out towards Douthwaite, who's sort of a third of the way in now at long on for the right-hander. Here comes young Mr. Gorvin with a drink, a message, who knows.
Take some wickets, boys.
What can the coach say in the... Oh, he's coming on to field, it looks like, so...
Is Douthwaite being given the hook?
No, I think he's still down there at third man now.
Presumably someone else just changing their boots or something.
Long conversation between Patel and Buddinger. I think this is Leicester's biggest opening stand of the season. Now?
So it's very much holding duties for Glamorgan. Just one slip. 5 saving the single. Square leg is out. Fine leg. And third man also on the boundary as Leonard bowls and Patel chops it towards gully. But Callaway fields and there's no chance of a run.
Should have mentioned that the Friends of Grace Road have been open for a good few minutes actually now. If you're listening in the ground and didn't hear the announcement and you are thinking it is time for cake, it is. They are open. Ground floor of the meet. You don't have to go into the meet, so don't worry. They have their own door.
Colin Ingram is withdrawn as the solitary slip. As Leonard bowls and Patel defends to mid-off. So it's now 6 saving the single. Dear dear. Less than 30 overs into the first innings of a championship match and Glamorgan are bowling without a slip.
It is early, but you can sort of understand why.
They've been forced onto the defensive as Patel gets another shortish ball round about neck high that he manages to sway away from fairly comfortably.
They have got to get this run rate down to start with.
Yeah, so
it's been well over 5s post lunch.
Would say to try and force Leicestershire to take chances, but Buddinger is playing the way that he does anyway. Patel is going along at a reasonable rate without the degree of risk taking that his colleague is happy to indulge. Leonard in, bowls, leg glanced by Patel, single down to Harris at fine leg. 123 without loss. Yeah, I wonder if Callaway might be in line to take over from Leonard at the Bennett end. Leonard in his 5th over. They may go back to Van der Hoogten. But it would be nice to see a bit of double spin. Quite often a little bit more interesting for the commentator and the spectator, and it gets us through the overs as well. Leonard bowls, and Buddinger pulls and picks up 4 runs through mid-wicket in front of square. The boundary fielder was well behind square, and Leonard will soon realise that he can't drop it that short and get away with it.
Equalling his best score of the season. Saul Buddinger.
What did you say his CB was? Short of a century.
It is short of a century, yeah.
Leonard in bowls. Another short pitch ball that Buddinger is happy to duck underneath, having picked up his boundary for the over. Glamorgan 353, Leicestershire 127 for naught.
It's 87 made here against Derbyshire last season. So he's drawing in on his first class best. And just from a personal point of view, for the young man, it would be lovely to see him go on to 3 figures. I think it will do his confidence. He comes across as a very confident individual, Saul Buddinger, but I'm not always entirely convinced by that demeanour. And I think this would do him a power of good. He's such a talented player. Crane continues from the pavilion end, tosses it right up, a full toss in fact, but Rishi Patel is careful, just strokes it out through the vacant mid-off area. Harris walks in from long off to field, and Patel content with his single.
Yes, if that were bowled to Buddinger, he'd probably be trying to stick it into the road, wouldn't he?
The businesses on Milligan Road might have had something else on their shelves in those circumstances. As the sun goes behind cloud, Crane bowls to Buddinger, almost yorks him, but Buddinger adjusted well actually and jammed it back. It's kind of how Carlson got himself out against Travaskis when Glamorgan were batting. Buddinger managed to adjust. Crane is in and bowls, slogged down towards long off, but not convincing. He sort of manages, as Nikesh was trying to describe previously, a cross-batted swipe that sort of goes straight, slaps back, almost baseball style, doesn't he? And anyway, he picked up 1. Crane is in to Patel, who rather more elegantly just leans forward and turns it into the leg side northeast fields, and there's no run. But it isn't the most well, convincing of shots when Buddinger does play that sort of cross-batted slap drive.
I was looking out towards mid-wicket, I must admit, rather than long off.
Yeah. Crane bowls, down the wicket goes Patel. Crane saw him coming, but Patel again didn't try and overhit it. He more or less got to the pitch of it, but just clipped it firmly out towards long on. Douthwaite, who was 2/3 of the way back, fielded. He's now jogging back all the way to the ropes for Buddinger, who is on 82 off 80. Crane over the wicket to the left-hander, who's forward, clipping it firmly, but not too aggressively out towards mid-wicket. Leonard fields, and it is Leonard there, I think, yes. And there is no run. End of Crane's 4th over, none for 25. His figures, 30 overs up, 130 without loss. So 18 overs post lunch have yielded 94 runs.
So it's a second spell from Van der Hoogten from the Bennett end before we see anything from Kellaway. 6 overs, 0 for 12 Van der Hoogten, as often the most economical of this Glamorgan attack. He's played a lot of this season, Tim Van der Hoogten. He's played every game. I'm talking about player workload.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be surprised to see him rested at any point really in the last 6 weeks or so, but he continues to crack on. You wonder if players just get to the stage in their career where they say, well, what am I resting for? You know, not I'm suggesting that Van der Hoogten is going to retire this season by any means, but I'm sure he's got another year or two left in him. But he's a fan of cracking on with it. As he bowls to Rishi Patel, who is defensively minded.
He's bowled, well, he came into the game having bowled 204 overs. Economy rate 2.71 and taken 20 wickets at 27.7. And as you say, by some margin, the most overs bowled of any Glamorgan player.
And since the loss of Michael Neser and Michael Hogan, he has been the spearhead. As he bowls to Patel, short ball, shouts a catch, but it reaches Ul Hassan on the bounce at deep square. Patel taking on the hook shot, but playing it as he has done in most things in this innings, and in contrast to his partner, in very controlled fashion.
Mr. Fernando got through a few overs, 160 or so.
Yes, and then he was allowed to depart a game early as well. And they brought in the Australian spinner Kuhneman for what proved a successful tactic, even though it was quite baffled at the time.
Quite like him here, I suspect.
Yes. Yeah, Fernando looked to be just getting into his rhythm. He bowled reasonably well in the first match against Leicestershire, and then had a couple of really barren ones in which you think, expect better from you overseas. Van der Hoogten bowls, Buddinger pulls into the leg side, but it's bouncing on its way to square leg as the throw comes scudding in, and Patel has to turn and make his ground again. Yeah, Fernando looked as though he was really getting used to again British conditions before he left. Probably had his best performance in the sixth and final match that he played. 132 for naught. Leicestershire Foxes on the charge, and Patel plays that one into the covers, and it's intercepted by the effervescent Carlson. There's no run.
He quite impressed me at Cardiff in early April. For his attitude as much as anything.
Yeah, he always looked willing.
Well, not half.
But he was wicketless in the next two matches at Bristol and Lords. And that's jabbed into the offside. Through the offside for 4 runs by Rishi Patel to reach his half-century. And a very nice effort it has been for Rishi Patel. That was his 8th boundary, and he's faced 104 deliveries.
And they are nice foils for each other, these two. Patel slightly more controlled, Buddinger always positive.
Van der Hoogten in bowls. This one is pulled again over the leg side and safe, dropping somewhere in the deep mid-wicket zone, well over the infielders and short of the outfielder. Didn't get all of it, but the miss-hit was just enough to make him safe, if you like. 53 to Patel, 138 for no wicket. The deficit 215, still with all 10 wickets in hand. So it has been as complete a day for Leicestershire, and as dismal a day for Glamorgan so far as you could want to see in a championship match.
Well, Leicestershire physio Lloyd has come out to, they have to do this, don't they, as part of the concussion protocol. So once you've done your first, after a certain amount of time, they come out just in case there's any delays.
Have you seen those shots I've just played?
And all is well, it would appear. interested that you found out about the questions asked at the head injury assessment.
Yeah, and it struck me as the sort of thing that I, have to think about carefully.
Yes.
Even without a bang on the head.
Crane is in to Buddinger, who drives fairly conventionally. Actually, it wasn't the quite the slap drive. Out to Douthwaite at long off and takes one. And
the players are actually, I'm not sure if it's the same in cricket. There's a base assessment of all professional rugby players at the start of the season. So they test your thought processes in normal circumstances.
Crane steps in, bowls to Patel in the air, just short of him as it's pushed back up the pitch. He sort of falls to his right and makes the stop. It probably bounced maybe no more than 18 inches of 2 feet in front of him. Mason Crane as he fell to his right, so again a little bit of hope as he comes in and bowls full toss, and Rishi Patel wipes it high over mid wicket and into the members' seats for 6. Well, not much to be said really. It was a knee-high full toss that, with a short boundary on the leg side, and 2 batsmen in who are going very nicely. Patel on 53 said thank you very much, I'll have plenty of that.
It happens for leg spinners.
It does. Oofed though, that went a long way. Back in Crane's hands, but Patel asks him to wait while Harris retreats to long off. Crane is in and bowls. Patel sweeps quite fine as well. It will be cut off by Van der Hoogten running to his right, gets to him quite quickly, so it's just the one. But as can happen, the leg spinner proving a little bit expensive, and I think Nick would like to see Ben Kellaway in the attack sooner rather than later. I'm putting words into his mouth here.
No, I'd agree with that.
Crane into Buddinger, who drives wristily out down to long off, takes 1. Will not want to give it away now. 85 I should say, off 84 to him. Patel's beginning to accelerate, helped by that 6. He's on to 60 now. Run rate creeps ever upwards. Crane is in. Patel is forward to a length delivery, blocking it out into the offside, and Andy Gorvin is coming on to the end of the 32nd over. So we've had 20 in the session, and 111 have been added.
Looking back at a match up in Yorkshire towards the beginning of last season, when Crane took some horrible punishment early on. He was actually going as about 10 and over, with Finlay Bean on his way to 173 and some chap called Root making 150 odd. But Crane did actually keep his nerve under fire, kept bowling the next day, and then ended up with a 5 for. Van der Hoogten bowls. Oh, that one's almost got through as Buddinger jabbed it down inside edge on the pad, trickles down into the slip area. And Crane said, yeah, well, actually I'm quite proud of myself for being able to keep on bowling when he'd been slapped all over Headingley for an hour or so. 550 he ended up with on that occasion. There's Van der Hoogten bowls, Buddinger bowls. Oh, it's just through mid-wicket. Did he get a hand, a finger on that?
He did.
Not enough of one anyway, as it has raced away. Buddinger pulling it very firmly, and Ned Leonard staying down for a long time, examining the dirt.
He did. I could see the deflection. He got his right hand to it. Would have been a wonderful catch. But he did get his hand to it.
Technically a chance then. 150 up with that shot. Buddinger has 89. As that one is another attempted shot. It's outside off stump. So that's his CB. Did you say 87? His previous.
Yes, it is.
It's a career best for Buddinger with that shot.
First time he's got in. Yeah, he's gone past 87.
So Buddinger under uncharted territory. Will it change his approach? Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and it's poked back to him.
One suspects not.
Colin Ingram is in a 4th slip position. He's the only slip, but he's pretty wide.
That pull did bring up the Leicestershire 150, and of course the 150 partnership. School's out
for summer. Van der Hoogten bowls. Buddinger pulls again. He's got underneath that one, and he's got enough of it, and he's hoiked it away down towards backward square for 6. Moves to 95, and given the mood he's in, I think I'd better pass the commentary on.
I don't know who'll be more nervous. Judging by that shot, he is determined to keep playing the same way. It is a short boundary down there to the members' seats alongside the meet. Gentleman in front of the Friends of Grace Road took evasive action as it thudded into the wall next to him. Van der Hoogten down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to Buddinger. It is short, it is pulled, but it is going to go along the ground towards square, and that means Buddinger will just pick up 1. He moves on to 96 though, and keeps the strike. 96 off 90, the first time that Saul Buddinger has got into the 90s. I'm sure Rishi Patel's having a word, but it probably isn't. Just do it in singles. Little crocodile of children march down Milligan Road, heading for Tut Bus, the coach, or whatever, which presumably is parked behind those limes. Do you think, or do you think they're close enough to walk back to school?
It's not bad. 3. It lasted quite well, to be fair. The school parties often have disappeared by about 2 o'clock in my experience in Cardiff. Do the afternoon guard of honour and then hop on the bus there, but this lot have lasted.
So Crane, with 4 fielders out on the boundary, comes in and bowls to Buddinger on 96. Buddinger, it comes back to him a bit, and he's on the front foot and has to rather jam the bat down on it. The bat wasn't coming down straight either, and 1 or 2 hearts will have been in mouths and on the Leicestershire balcony. I'm sure they would love to see Buddinger go to 3 figures, as would all Leicestershire supporters. Crane is in, he goes for the big hit. He's hit it over long on for a huge 6, and Saul Buddinger has scored his maiden first class 100, and what a way to go to it. And that is typical of Buddinger. He wasn't going to change his approach under any circumstances, and he's gone to his 100 with, well, 2 massive 6s, but that was a lovely straight pick-up hit, high over long on. Buddinger's 100 has come off just 92 deliveries, and well, what an innings it has been. Well played, Saul Buddinger.
Yeah, that was his 3rd 6. He's also hit 14 4s, so he's got most of his runs in boundaries.
92 balls, 14 4s, 2 6s. Crane is in to him. He's caught behind. No, he's stumped. No, Crane can't believe neither has happened. But he was beaten on the outside edge, presumably by Crane's googly. He takes the ball. He thought he'd got through him there. Well, he did get through him, but somehow it didn't hit the stumps, and well, there was no point trying the stumping. He did take the bails off there, Cook, in the end. In goes Crane and bowls. Tries to cut down into the ground. It bounces past Carlson. 2 hands got to it. Buddinger calls him back for the second run. That could have been close if he'd hit. It's getting a little bit frantic out there as Carlson sprinted back about halfway to 3rd man, turned and threw the ball. Buddinger was tearing back down, big puff of dust as he ran his bat in. The throw missed, however. Buddinger on to 104, 166 without loss, 33.4, run rate up to 5s from 3. Crane is in and bowls. Buddinger swats him. Where's it gone? Down to long. How did he do that? For all money, that was straight to mid-wicket, and somehow he did that sort of cross-batted thing that slaps it out straight on the offside and picks up 1 and moves on to 105.
It's the third time that's happened.
Like you, I was looking straight at mid-wicket there. Crane is in to Patel, who is forward. Normality is resumed. Gets to the pitch of it. End of a quite extraordinary over. 167 without loss. Crane 6 overs, none for 43. But well, Saul Buddinger can take a breath now. 14 fours, 3 6s.
Yep, the third bringing up 3 figures as Glamorgan will turn to Ben Kellaway. The 21-year-old off-spinner missed the last match in the championship because of university exams. He has got 11 championship wickets at 28.
Wow. Saul Buddinger, born in Colchester, brought up in Australia. First cricket club, Coomera Hope Island, CC, Queensland.
Yeah, when did he return to the UK then?
I
What
think it was
sort of
about
age?
11, something like that.
Right, we're going to see a bit of off-spin and possibly a bit of left arm from Ben Kellaway.
He's 24 years old, Solomon George Buddinger. No, 25, beg your pardon. My maths is out coming up.
Kellaway is into bowl and Buddinger
Shot.
cuts for 4 down to third man wide of slip. It was guided rather than hit firmly, and it ends up. Yes, sir, that's the match ball. Oh, no, it doesn't have enough strength to get back to the fielder. And a fellow spectator lobs it to James Harris. But that was neatly guided off Kellaway's first ball. Not pausing to have a look at him first. As Kellaway bowling right arm around the wicket and gets one up in the block hole that Buddinger digs out in a flurry of arms and legs.
When he's scoring at this rate and going big, then it gives the captain so many more options, doesn't it, when you're scoring at 5 and over.
As Kellaway fires one in, it's an elegant lofted drive by Buddinger through the offside, through wide long off for 4 over northeast at cover. 175 without loss. We're only in the 35th over of the innings, and Leicestershire have scored virtually half of what Glamorgan took 110 overs to get to. So all those remarks that is making about being difficult to score with this soggy ball once it gets past 20, forget them. Kellaway bowls, cut again by Buddinger, straight to short third man.
Got away with that short ball, didn't he? Thought that was going to go as well.
2 boundaries conceded by Kellaway in his first 4 deliveries. Loops in again, bowls. This one's just knocked into the leg side for an easy single out towards mid-wicket. The sort of shots that you'd be thinking about trying 2 for in T20 cricket, as he just turned it towards what would have been the circle. 176 for naught. Patel to Kellaway. Other way round, obviously. Kellaway to Patel, and Carlson, well, for a moment I thought he was going to be at leg slip, but no, he's gone to slip. Callaway in bowls. Patel is going to have a look at him, even if Buddinger didn't. 176 for 0-9 off Callaway's first over. Wow, this game really is turning towards the Foxes at quite the pace today.
To whom does Northeast turn? Will he continue with Crane, or will he change things round a bit? Looks like he's going to go back to
Hassan for a bit of discipline, and
well, he's the only one who's
the scoring rate.
Who has 6 overs for 43 for Crane.
They're complaining about the ball. I think
nothing much can be done about that. And they are going to go back to Ul Hassan, who after I think his first over was a tad expensive, but then he settled into a line and length and did just restrict these two, and Buddinger in particular.
Yes, well, Ul Hassan's discipline, I suppose, will be to say to Buddinger, right, I'm going to bowl straight.
Yeah, exactly.
If you miss it, you're likely to be out.
If you
wicket to wicket.
Make him manufacture shots, so to speak. Round the wicket he goes and bowls in the short, and it's pulled and it's high, and it's going to go down on the bounce to the deep mid wicket / long on boundary for 4. So everything we've said today has turned into absolute ashes, because that wasn't a good line and length delivery. It was short. There is no cover on the leg side in those terms, and Buddinger just slapped him back, pulled it back down to wide long on for 4, and he moves on to 118.
And then that opens up 1s and 2s on the leg side, because mid-wicket's gone back to the ropes, or towards them.
Exactly that. They're at the stage almost now, Glamorgan, where they're okay giving Buddinger one, get him off the strike, because he's absolutely cutting the attack to ribbons at the moment. Northeast has a long chat to Ul Hassan, but don't bowl long hops, I would imagine. But where are we going to bowl to him? Where can we restrict him at the moment? Round the wicket he goes, bowls, and he's going to be caught by Sam Northeast. It's come off the leading edge, and Buddinger has gone well outside off stump. Buddinger, it all gone a little bit to his head, I suspect. He took his bottom hand off the bat as he tried. Not quite sure what he was trying to do there. It came off maybe the leading edge, but he was in no sort of control. Lobbed up into the offside, and Northeast took the simplest of catches. So Buddinger's astonishing innings comes to an end. He scored 118 off 102 deliveries. Let you hear the applause, because my word, Buddinger deserves it.
Yes, he seems somewhat aggrieved with getting out still. Politely acknowledged the applause, but there wasn't a great deal of milking of it from Buddinger as Rehan Ahmed comes dancing out.
A young man who has batted extremely well this season, Rehan Ahmed. 2 centuries to his name, at home and away against Lancashire. But Buddinger has given the Foxes the sort of start really they can only have dreamed of, and that's probably the first thing that's gone wrong for them today, isn't it, at 3:30?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Glamorgan just about scrambled to that third batting point with blow off the last ball of the 110th over from Chris Cook, but that was a very minor positive. And since then it has been Leicestershire all the way. 118 off 102. Seventeen 4s and 3 6s.
That's the figure I was looking for. 17 and 3. Ul Hassan is in bowls to Ahmed, and he's again not too much foot movement, but I'm getting used to that with Rahan now. He relies so much on his eye, and it doesn't quite time. It doesn't really come on, and it's sort of.
What sort of strike rate would Rehan Ahmed have with the bat?
A pretty good one, I would imagine. 68.76. He has reined it in a lot, as he is not going to get off the mark with that one again. Not too much foot movement. Pushed into the offside, fielded by Carlson.
This has always been pretty pugnacious when I've seen him in the middle order, but this is the first time that I've observed him batting up top, or more or less up top.
He's been pretty effective in that role. There's a couple of noughts in there, but 2 centuries and a 50. Ul Hassan bowls fuller. It's pushed out towards mid-on this occasion by Ahmed, and again there's no run. He's taken his time in the games so far. He loves your manufactured shot, but he's been determined to convert his starts. Had a chat to him after his maiden T20 50 last week. Bowls Ul Hassan, forward goes Ahmed and pushes the ball out into the off side. Was that a wicket maiden? I believe it might have been. It was a wicket maiden from Zain Ul Hassan. No, because the first one went for 6. He smacked, Buddinger slapped the first one for 4.
Yeah, 4 over mid-wicket, wasn't it?
It was. But the next 5 balls were pretty good. 180 for 1 at the end of it.
Right, I think it's my turn to give way. I believe I've been back an hour, so a word from Richard, and he'll be joined by Nikesh.
Sun goes behind cloud. 36 overs have been bowled, 43 remain, so another 11 overs before tea. And again, that sort of emphasises what Leicestershire's scoring rate has been, as Kellaway goes in and bowls to Patel, who sweeps pretty square, so he should pick up at least 2 because he's bisected the fielders out there. Harris it is who runs round from long leg, gets there, throws on the bounce to Cook, and Patel takes 2. Moves on to 62. Nikesh back alongside. What an innings from Saul Buddinger. To have seen, to have been here to see.
Absolutely. Brutal as always.
Yeah.
Scored quickly, which I think is crucial in a game like this.
I was saying that to Nick. It gives the side batting so many more options if the runs do come quickly. Kellaway is in little paddle sweep, or little paddle really, not even a sweep from Patel. Just lobs it down towards Harris and takes his single. 63, 183 for 1. So much cricket left to be played in this session, let alone the rest of the game. But 36 off 12 at lunch. 24.2 overs have seen the score on to 183 as Kellaway bowls, and Ahmed is not going to get off the mark, although Kellaway missed the ball as he dived to his right to attempt to field it. Ran quite quickly to mid-on, who's deepish, but not sufficiently so for Ahmed to take the single. Kellaway, tall, steps in and bowls. Ahmed goes back, plays it off the pitch. No great turn, obviously, for Kellaway as yet. Pushes it back up the pitch, but it's been a good over so far. Steps in, bowls, back goes Ahmed wristily, turns it out to mid-wicket, but no further, so no run. Sun comes back out. Kellaway in, back goes Ahmed and cuts it away to the backward point boundary, well, to the point boundary for 4. Point is a little backward, and Ahmed gets off the mark, having made himself a little bit of room with a typically wristy cut.
He's in the batting form of his life at the moment, Rehan Ahmed. First T20 50 this season, a couple of hundreds as well. I think probably safe to say he's cemented this place at number 3 in the order for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, was just saying, I had a chat to him after that, well, after both the 100s and the T20-50, but he was saying that Alphonso Thomas was teasing him. He said, telling him he had more bats than runs. He likes a new bat, does Rahan. But in a joking way, making the point that he needed to justify it, and he has, as you say, more than done so.
Zainul Hassan continues and is guided away down to deep third by Patel for a single. Lots of these modern players have a bag full of bats, don't they? 6 or 7 different ones to choose from at all times. Rehan just goes and inspects the pitch, does a bit of gardening as he gets ready to face Zainul Hassan here. Still got a slip in place, keeper still up to the stumps. Saul Hassan makes his way in onto the legs of Ahmed and into the leg side for no run. England have finally taken a wicket, Richard.
Ooh. And
it's Rishabh Pant, but not before. He scored his 2nd century of the match, out for 118 from 140. So India 287 for 4. They lead by 293. KL Rahul still there on 113. Saul Hassan in once more, and Ahmed is forward with a solid defensive shot.
I know you're not having it, but for me there's a declaration. Half an hour into the morning. Set England 380, 400, so go on then. But the ball is turning.
Plenty of time left today, Richard.
No, not having that.
We're not at tea yet. They could crumble India.
No.
350 all out.
No.
It's all set up to be a really good chase, no matter what. Well, Hassan in, and Ahmed flicks into the leg side, but finds the fielder at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Of course, Leicestershire likely to be chasing in this match as well in that 4th innings, unless they can bat huge and bat once. Somehow find a way of getting 10 quick Glamorgan wickets in their 2nd innings. Hassan on that off-stump line, tight to the stumps, defended away by Ahmed once more. 188 for 1 then. Leicestershire trailing by 165 runs. Thanks to that century from Saul Buddinger, 118 from just 102 balls.
152 runs in the session so far. Ridiculous, actually.
Hassan in again on that off-stump line, and once more Ahmed is forward and defending. End of the over, 188 for 1. Seems as though everyone's taking up Baz ball these days. What do we call it in these parts? Alfonso ball?
Fonz ball.
Fonz ball.
Taylor ball. Buddinger ball.
Well, he's known as Titch, isn't he?
He is.
Taylor,
Titch ball
so,
doesn't
Titch
really.
ball, maybe. Either way, it's been exciting. It's been good to see. I think unfortunately this school time is over, so the school children have all made their way back home by the looks of it.
Run rate in this session has basically been 6, just under the loss of 1 wicket. Kellaway is in bowls. Patel is careful. It gives it some air, Kellaway, but Patel leans forward and just plays it carefully out towards northeast, who's at a sort of straightish mid-wicket. Kellaway is in. Patel sweeps. Doesn't always convince me, that sweep, but he takes it off the stumps or just from outside off stump, sweeps on length, as you should, of course, and gets enough of it to get it out towards mid-wicket. Comes in fields, and Patel picks up 1, moves on to 65.
It doesn't seem like it comes naturally to him, does it, the sweep shot?
He likes to play it, but In goes Kellaway. Down the wicket goes Ahmed. Gets it all. Hits it long and hits it straight. It bounces into the sight screen. Umpire Rob White says, did that go all the way? Yes, it did. And Ahmed goes into double figures. A 4 and a 6 to his name. There's a few hands on hips and folded arms out there among the Glamorgan fielders.
That was a beautiful shot.
It was.
Nice dance down the track, getting to the pitch of the ball.
Kellaway in, long on, has gone back. Ahmed just works it off the pitch out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. One very fine century for Rishi Patel. It's been a very inconsistent season for him by his very high standards. In goes Kellaway. Ahmed is clipping it past Patel. Kellaway couldn't get there, collided with Patel as he reached across, but he was never going to get there. The ball runs out to long gone, and Ahmed takes one sort of match-winning 100 here against Northampton in really difficult conditions when it was comfortably the highest score of the game. Rishi Patel, but he's still averaging only 20, which sort of indicates how that was a bit of a one-off. He's going to have a little paddle at that one. Round the corner it goes. He again played the shot almost a long time before the ball had come down, and Carlson at slip was already heading towards leg slip as the ball connected with bat, but he got it and he managed to get it away down on the 45 for a single. Keeps the strike, moves on to 66.
Yeah, much needed half century for Patel. He's got the 100, no other scores of above 50 as well. It's been a lean season. At the start of the season, many people would have thought that Leicestershire would need a firing Rishi Patel at the top of the order to be successful this season. It just goes to show how everyone else has played their part. Zainul Hassan then at the start of a new over. That's been chipped in the air just over short mid-wicket. It's timed pretty well. It wasn't a full-blooded flick there from Patel. Just a poke really, but it was close enough to the middle of the bat to fly past that fielder and away for 4 over towards the short boundary. And it's a 200 up for Leicestershire as well. 201 for 1.
Yeah, they're good, these bats, aren't they? Sprung off the middle. Northeast leapt in the air at mid-wicket. Thought he was in the game for a minute.
Well, Hassan goes slightly fuller and on the legs of Patel, who flicks to that fielder at short mid-wicket for no run. The breeze picks up once more.
Yeah, but I mean, you're right in what you're saying. Everybody has contributed at one time or another. It hasn't been all about 2 or 3 players this season in any way. Hanscom's been pretty consistent with the bat for sure. Ahmed too. The bowlers have been brilliant.
Ian Holland's been a revelation as well, as Al Hassan's in and Patel's forward in defence.
He's been fantastic to watch, Holland. Obviously not playing in this game, but the way in which he bowls, there's something very old-fashioned about him, but the ball, he uses his wrist, it's so strong, and sometimes it seems to almost come out of the back of his hand, and cutters, and he moves it. He can move it off glass, according to Peter Hanscom.
The stats will show it as well. 28 wickets at 17 so far.
And an economy rate of 2, basically, per over.
Patel tall in his stance once more, and that's an inside edge, and that's taken by the keeper. I don't know what that bounced off. Umpire's finger goes up as well. Patel got an inside edge. I think it might have been off the flap of his pad, and then it's been scooped up. It's a brilliant take. I'll wait to have a look at the replay of this.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. If we see the replay.
Well, it brings to the end a wonderful innings there from Rishi Patel at the top of the order. 70 he's gone for. Glamorgan pick up their second wicket. Leicestershire now 201 for 2. Certainly an inside edge. Not quite sure what it flicked onto to sort of lob it up in the air.
We haven't yet to see the replay and whether the guys on the stream can manage it. 9 fours under 6 in his 121 deliveries for Rishi Patel. He'll be very disappointed. He was looking in all sorts of, well, in complete control, but Zainul Hassan is keeping Glamorgan in this. 2 for 30 from 9.4 now. We're still trying to work out how that lobbed in the air into the onside, high enough for Cook to scramble out and get his gloves underneath it.
Brilliant catch by Cook in the end. He had some ground to make up. Almost took it where a short leg fielder would be placed. It brings to the crease Lewis Hill at number 4. Leicestershire in a very strong position, but 2 new batters now at the crease.
It will go on NV play, so we will get to see a replay before too long. With a little bit of joy for Glamorgan, much needed.
Hill then facing up to his first delivery, leaves it alone just outside off stump, and I think it might have just whizzed over the top of off stump, in fact.
That was a seriously good piece of judgment, wasn't it?
So you know where your off stump is. I don't think it was too far away from that off stump. Jagged back quite a way, didn't it, after it pitched? Two wickets now for Zainul Hassan, 2 for 30. 1 ball shy of completing 10 overs for the innings. In he comes, offers a bit of width to Hill, and that's been cut away backward of point for 4. He'll be feeling a lot better after that, Lewis Hill.
His favourite shot.
It wasn't all that wide either, just a little bit of width. Offered, he rocked back and picked his spot.
But lots of congratulations for Hassan. He's picked up the 2 Leicestershire openers, just to put something of a check on Leicestershire's remarkable progress in this session. There's a decent chance of them scoring 200 runs in this session. They need another 31, and they've got 7 overs to get them. As Kellaway is in, Ahmed is forward, pushing the ball out towards mid-wicket. Colin Ingram is fielding there. Northeast has gone in at leg slip. Carlson at conventional slip. Kellaway steps in, bowls. Ahmed goes back, pushes the ball firmly out into the covers, but more or less straight to extra cover. No run. Kellaway in, gives it some air. Ahmed waits for it and makes sure it keeps it on the ground as he on-drives it out towards long on and takes his single, moves on to 12. Brings Hill down now to face Ben Kellaway.
Hill just taking his time between deliveries here.
Kellaway bowls 2 and bounces a little bit on him, but former Leicestershire captain gets on top of it, just turns it around the corner past Northeast, who runs in pursuit, gets there before Harris can come up from deep backward square, and Hill takes 1. Kellaway bowls, Ahmed goes back, he too turns it into the onside, a little bit square out towards square leg. Andy Galvin, who's out there at the moment, runs across from mid-wicket to field, and 1 is taken. So staying busy, Ahmed and Hill, keeping the scoreboard ticking, if not quite as spectacularly as it was when Buddinger was at the crease. That said, Ahmed has already lofted Kellaway for one huge 6. Newport man, Ben Ian Kellaway, Cardiff Uni. Best bowling of 5 for 142 at Hove last year. Delay, well,
Just got
pad spins.
short leg
yeah.
going in.
He was hidden by the railings in front of me there. The railings were, the height was lifted slightly. They had to, apparently it was a health and safety put this extra little bar on top, which lifted them by, what, 3 inches, 4 inches, something like that, maybe another inch. But it just obscured the view in certain places, especially when you're sitting in the front row of the on the Morris Burrows terrace. Kellaway is in. Hill goes back, turns it to mid-wicket. No run. End of the over. 208 for 2 off 41.
It's been a solid looking start so far from Lewis Hill, just 4 balls into his innings, but seems to be moving well out there. Rehan Ahmed this season, I mean, despite those 200s, another score of above 50 as well, average of just over 35. Not quite had the consistency maybe across the season, but still a very solid season.
No, a couple of ducks in there as well. Once he gets in, famous last words, tends to make it. This season, he's made it count.
Zainul Hassan continues. And Ahmed defends away to mid-off. Strike rate of, well, 68.76, so likes to get on with it once he's in as well. Well, we say that, but in modern day cricket, that's about what 50 used to be, I guess. 68 these days. Ahmed with a big backlift, defends away once more into the offside. It's been a decent spell here from Zainul Hassan, just keeping things tight, wicket to wicket. He's offered the odd bit of width, which he's been punished for, the odd one down the leg side, but on the whole has been pretty accurate. Here he is, bowls, and again, just on that off stump line, not much Rehan Ahmed could do with it, apart from lunge forward and defend away. Have the club seen a sort of increase in memberships of late with the success that they've had on the pitch?
I have to admit, I do not know. I will have to ask somebody at the club on that one.
Be interesting to know, as well, Hassan's in. That one bounces a little bit more. It's punched off the back foot by Ahmed. There's a misfield at backward point, which allows Leicestershire another run. Sloppy there.
I'm afraid there's been a couple of those today. Most egregious was that of Douthwaite, down at long on, letting a straightforward one go past him for 4.
All Hassan into Hill. It's full on the legs. It's been flicked away to the backward square. There is a fielder out there on that short boundary, so it will just be a single.
Yeah, the miscreant on that occasion was actually Kellaway at point. But that only cost 1.
Ahmed back on strike, gets one down the leg side. Cook whips the bails off. Ahmed's foot was firmly planted. So end of another over. 210 for 2, Leicestershire.
Hurt Cook's left hand, I think. Taking his glove off. He might need a little bit of treatment here.
Bit of a stinger maybe on the end of a finger or something.
Jumped down the leg side and he sort of leapt across to his left. He knocked the bails off with his right gauntlet, but he hadn't sort of taken the ball cleanly, and his left hand is he's got problems. Out comes the physio. Off comes, well, obviously the gauntlets, but I would imagine he'll take off his inners as well, and might just have, hopefully not a dislocation. Bit of strapping being put on, something like that.
We had a few issues yesterday in that match I was telling you about earlier against my old school, the old boys taking on the first team, and we didn't have a designated wicket keeper, so there was nobody brought any keeping kit along, so it was all borrowed from sort of 17, 18-year-olds. So junior size gloves with no inners. And we had 2 different keepers through our innings, through our bowling innings, and both of them I think will be feeling the bruises and cuts, etc. on their fingers this morning.
Not an extensive treatment. Whatever's been done, Cook's happy with.
Bit of magic spray, bit of tape. Doesn't look like it would probably be any more than that.
Well, we had tea more or less on time yesterday. That's not going to be the case today. We've still got 5 overs left to bowl, and it's what, 10 to 4, just past 10 to 4. So it's going to be a late one, whatever happens. Leicestershire have been brilliant with their over 8s this season, partly because they've conceded so few runs, because you know, they haven't been chasing leather. This over 8 currently level, but it hasn't been changed since lunch, and I suspect it'll be a little bit minus once we get 2T. The ball's been flying all over the place. Umpire Ashraf moves across 2 point as Kellaway bowls 2. Hill, who goes back and chops him away to the offside boundary. Fielder runs across from point towards more or less cover and fields, and Hill settles for a single, moves on to 7. Square leg retreats to deep backward square for the right-handed Ahmed. Long on out as well. It's outside off stump. Ahmed goes back and just pushes it out to Ned Leonard out there on that offside boundary in front of the little knot of Leicestershire supporters. Stench and Benno stand, as the Uptonsteel is sometimes colloquially known. In goes Kellaway and bowls. Forward goes Hill, pushing it out into the covers. No run.
It's usually the quite rowdy stand during white ball games, isn't it?
Yes, T20s it can get quite rowdy. Kellaway is in. Back goes Hill, cuts it away. This time it's going wide of Leonard. Good Lenny, good Neddy, good Lenny. The calls from the Glamorgan fielders and from Cook in particular as he picks up and gets his throw away. Good throw as well, but Hill did pick up 2. He moves on to 9. Slightly open stance for Hill as Kellaway is in, bowls to him. Conventional forward defensive, slightly closed bat face. Ball runs out to short mid-wicket, picked up by Northeast. So Carlson is at slip. Can't quite see the number of the short leg at the moment. It obviously isn't Northeast. In goes Kellaway, bowls, goes past aforementioned short leg for 1. Hill into double figures. Leicestershire on to 215 for 2. 4 overs until tea.
Looks as though it's going to be Zainul Hassan once again.
Very much the pick of the Glamorgan attack. Kellaway's 5 overs of course 33.
Lewis Hill then, facing up. In comes Ul Hassan, and Hill clips him off his hip out towards deep square leg for 4. Out towards that short boundary. And there was a sort of deep backward square out there on the rope, but no chance of cutting that one off. Quick outfield, short boundary. Easy pickings for Lewis Hill.
Sweet piece of timing as well though. When you don't hear the ball really come off the bat too much, you know it's a lovely piece of timing, and that was.
Hassan then runs in once more, delivers, and Hill is defending this one back down the track. 219 for 2 now, Leicestershire.
He's had a bit of a rest during the T20s, Hilly. Played a couple early on. And he's been in the squad as a consequence, so he hasn't been able to stay at home. But he does look a more relaxed figure anyway, post the captaincy, so to speak, and he's thoroughly enjoying this season. He reckons this is the best Leicestershire side he's played in. Again, overall in his time at the club.
No, he wouldn't be far wrong. Hassan in, and leg side-ish delivery, just worked away backward of square, but to the fielder there at short square leg. No run. It's very close in there, isn't he, at square leg?
In case he clips it in the air, I guess.
But a short mid-wicket there, catching as well. Hassan bustles in once more, and Hill is forward in defence with a long stride. Don't know about you, Richard, but when you see a perfect forward defensive, something very aesthetically pleasing about that for the purists of the game.
I agree.
Comes once more. That's full down the leg side, and did he get something on that, Lewis Hill? The ball gets down to the boundary. It's off his toe, I think, in the end, as he was falling over towards the offside, looking for that leg glance. It's 4 leg buys. It probably wasn't too far away from the leg stump either.
Well, I think it was all about the possibility of a stumping, really, because he'd fallen out of his crease. But because it flicked the pad, Cook wasn't able to take it. Had it not, I think Cook would have absolutely demolished the stumps and Hill would have been on his way.
Hassan in, and that's been clipped away along the ground out towards the sweeper at deep mid-wicket for a single. 224 for 2. End of another over. Hill on to 15, Rehan Ahmed on 15 as well. 44 overs completed in this innings.
188 runs in the session so far. Dan Douthwaite looks like he's going to rejoin us. Sheds the appropriately coloured, i.e. red, tabard. Comes running out. Oh, he's just collecting helmets, so why is he shed Why has he shed his tabard? Is Al Hassan going to come off, or is...
No, doesn't look like it.
He didn't need to take his tabard off then, did he really? But anyway, there you go. Maybe he thought he was, or hoped he was going to actually play an active part. No, he was just ferrying pads off because Kellaway's come off, so no short leg, and Harris is back on. From the Bennett end, bowls, Hill leaves outside off stump. It's a no ball from James Harris. Add 2 to the score.
It's quite funny actually. Sometimes when you get these no balls in red ball cricket, the younger generations of fans get all excited, and actually it's just an extra run.
Yeah,
you don't get a free hit in this form.
Well, two extras. 2 extra runs, but as you say, no free hit. Maybe that'll change. In goes Harris and bowls onto the toes of Hill, clips him away out towards mid-wicket, but with insufficient velocity to prevent the sweeper getting there and cutting it off, and it is just 1 to Hill. Moves on to 16, 2 to 7 for 2. Manual scoreboard hasn't registered the no ball, so it's at 225, but the electronic is at 227, which is correct. Wind gets up, tiles start bouncing as ever, so you might hear those in the effects mic as Harris is in and bowls. Ooh, no foot movement again from Ahmed, who just prods at the ball, straight ball, thick inside part of the bat, squirts it out into the onside.
I think the roof's just about still on.
Feels that way sometimes. you wonder sometimes, but they are just for decoration, these. They're just light.
Yes.
I don't think they have any insulating qualities. 227 for 2. Harris. None for 50 now. Comes in, bowls to Ahmed. A little bit more foot movement, just front foot just shuffled forward, and then he leant into the defensive press. 15 off 28 Ahmed, 16 off 18 to Hill, who's been busy since he came in. Keen not to let the momentum that Leicestershire have established drop. Proximity of tee notwithstanding. Harris is in, bowls and punched away through the offside by Ahmed. No real foot movement again, but he's all timing and eyes and picking up the length and the direction so quickly. Just a little swing of the arms, a little punch, and away it runs to the extra cover boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was brilliantly timed, as you say. Not much foot movement, just a nice punch with his wrists. Picked the gap perfectly.
He likes boxing, Rahan. He's one of the ways he likes to keep fit, and you can sort of see the little punches. In goes Harris, bowls a bouncer to him. He bobs at the knees, but barely needed to. I presume that's 1 for the over, but must have been fairly close to being a wide, you'd have thought.
It was like a jab, wasn't it, that
Yeah, just
previous shot through the covers.
Short arm jab. The sort that makes the, if it lands on your chin, will still do plenty of damage, won't it? Harris is in. Ahmed is trying to do the same thing, but it might just have come back in to him a little bit, and it came off the inside part of the bat, and trickled rather, then ran quickly out towards mid-off. 2-3-1 for 2. 2 overs to go before tea. 195 in the session. And the manual's caught up with the electronic.
Still going over 5 and over throughout the innings as well, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's amazing. 6s in this session. How far behind are they now? 122.
122, yeah.
Not far.
Still 8 wickets in hand, Leicestershire. Zainul Hassan prepares to begin another over. Still got the 2 catches to Lewis Hill on the leg side at square leg and short mid wicket as well. And he does play it right in between those two. There's a mix-up here, a run-out chance at the non-striker's end. Lewis Hill, well, he's safe because the throw missed, but Rehan Ahmed, I think, calling him through, and there was a bit of hesitation mid-pitch almost. That could have been horrible as Hill goes and punches gloves with Rehan. There wasn't much of a conversation between the two after that mix-up.
You would assume that Ahmed would have said something like, "Sorry, mate," because it was Hill's call, wasn't it? It was in front of the... You heard the no from Hill, but Ahmed kept coming, so Hill went.
Ahmed then on strike, flicks the next ball to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Northeast was the thrower on both occasions, actually, both those deliveries. Just wonder if he'd lobbed it towards Ul Hassan, but I think he had to go for the stumps.
Yeah, I think so. And he lobbed it up. Hill may well have made his ground. Ahmed flicks another one towards Northeast there at short mid-wicket. Hassan still going strong here into his 13th over. Fairly economical action, wicket to wicket, as he is there once again. That's an inside edge from Rehan Ahmed to one that just bounces a little bit more than he was perhaps expecting. He's lunging forward in defence. .232 for 2. Well, that one's down the leg side, and that's going to be some freebies for Leicestershire. Will it get down to the boundary at fine leg? I think it just about...
Oh, good work.
No, it's a brilliant piece of work by the fielder down there. Dives, flicks it inside the rope. Just for a second we thought it might still trickle over the rope with the momentum, but no, a couple of extras there down towards fine leg. In fact, I think
sure it is down there.
Given to Rehan, have they? Those 2 runs. Oh, he must have got some bat on it. Ul Hassan offers a little bit of width outside off. Ahmed punches, but only as far as extra cover, and there's no run, so another over completed for Zainul Hassan. Leicestershire 234 for 2. Incidentally, India's lead in the Test match against England now over 305. The lead with 6 wickets still in hand.
Apologies, it wasn't Harris who fielded that one in the covers, but the fielder who made that stop down at fine leg off the Ahmed, as it turned out, flick, and didn't do himself too much good. He's limping around out there. I think it's Leonard, in fact. Harris then, last over before tea, is ready to go, but umpire wasn't. He had his arm extended, and Harris had started his run up. Disgruntled, turns, marches back to the top of his mark. In he comes now to bowl to Lewis Hill. Hill gets a short ball, just drops his hands, lets it pass in front of his chest. 2-3-4 remains the score. 198 runs in the session. Can they get the round 200? Lovely afternoon now. Summer's afternoon, a wind taking the edge off the temperatures. If you're in the vicinity, admission is free after tea, as Hill drops that one out into the offside. the county championship, that is, at the Uptonsteel, I believe. I'll no doubt get a quick message if it isn't, but as far as I'm aware, it's free after tea. It isn't many a county ground throughout the country. So if you're heading back from work early, why not call in Harris bowls. Hill is solidly forward. Ball runs out to mid-on. It is quieter than it was earlier because all the children now have gone, well, they'll be back home now enjoying their tea, I'm sure.
I think so.
Having had quite a lot of entertainment, what with wickets falling this morning and an astonishing 100 from Saul Buddinger and a mascot race.
Of course. The fire engine's gone now as well.
Fire engine, yeah. Harris in, Hill is forward. Playing it back past Harris, who lets it bounce through to northeast at mid-off. You mentioned a bouncy castle, but
some sort of inflatable thing behind those sort of grey shed
porter cabin things.
Yeah, the porter cabin things, just behind there. May well have been taken down now.
Harris bowls, a bouncer to Hill, ducks underneath it. One ball to go in the session. Is Harris going to bowl a maiden? Hill certainly won't want to give it away now. 33 these two have put on already. Roughly equal number of runs. Hill has got 17 of them. Harris, out of the shadow of the floodlights, is in and bowls. Hill pushes it back past him on the onside, runs out towards mid-on, and that is the end of a remarkable session of first-class cricket, really, on a pitch and with a ball that hasn't really come on. Leicestershire have laid the Glamorgan attack to waste. 234 for 2, having begun the session on 36 without loss, so 198 runs added in 32 overs, albeit for the loss of 2 wickets. Saul Buddinger for an amazing maiden first-class century, 118, made off 102 balls. The 100 came off 92 balls, included 14 fours and 3 sixes, and Rishi Patel made a rather less spectacular but nonetheless impressive 70 off 121 balls. Both fell to the bowling of Zain ul Hassan. Buddinger caught by northeast in the covers. Patel caught by Cook, running out from behind his stumps to get his gauntlets under a ball lobbed up towards short leg. But even so, you would have to say it's been Leicestershire's session. Rehan Ahmed, that is, not out 21. Lewis Hill not out 17. We'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground in good time for the resumption in around about 20 minutes' time.
India 4-7-1, England 4-6-5. In their second innings, India now 300 for 4. KL Rahul was out 1-2-2. Rishabh Pant was out for 118. In the County Championship Division 1 at Chester Street, in reply to Sussex's 361, Durham 150. At Chelmsford, Stewart 184 for 4. At Cambridge, reply to Nottinghamshire 487, Yorkshire 65 for 1. Edgbaston, reply to Somerset's 498, Warwickshire 48 for 1. And at Worcestershire 209, and reply Surrey 246 for 6. Division 2 at Bristol, Gloucestershire 187, and reply Derbyshire 370 for 9. At Blackpool, Kent finally all out for 374, Lancashire yet to bat. And finally at Northampton, reply to Middlesex's 413, Northampton 172 for 4.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
That's your batsman, number 16, Rayhan Ahmed, not out 21. For 23, Lewis Hill, not out 17.
Very good evening and welcome back to the final session on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship match in Division 2 between Leicestershire and Glamorgan, after the Foxes' opening batters gave Glamorgan a torrid time in the afternoon session, racing on to a 234 for 2, which means that 198 runs were added in the afternoon session. And the chief protagonist was Saul Buddinger with 118 off 102 balls for a maiden first-class century. Ably aided and abetted by Rishi Patel, who made a nice 70 that might have taken the headlines on another day. Zainul Hassan eventually got rid of both of them, and Mason Crane is back in the attack, having been hit out of it by Buddinger earlier on. We've got Rayhan Ahmed on 21 not out and Lewis Hill on 17 not out, and an opportunity, you feel, for Leicestershire to push into the lead by the end of today, as Crane starts with a full length delivery floated up that's square driven by Rayhan Ahmed out to deep cover for a single, where Dan Douthwaite is the substitute fielder. We haven't seen Asa Tribe today, the young Glamorgan opener having hit his maiden first-class century yesterday. Has been suffering from flu-type symptoms, we were told last night. As Crane is in to bowl to Hill, and that one turns past the off stump as Hill pushed forward. I think may have played inside it deliberately. 235 for 2. Earlier in the day, Glamorgan were dismissed for 353. Crane bowls a full toss that's hit back to him by Hill, who missed out there rather. And Glamorgan losing their last 5 wickets for an addition of just 48 runs. Ben Green took 3 of them. As Crane bowls, Hill drives up to Harris at mid-off and there is no run. Emir Evans sardonically messaged earlier, really glad to see the ball getting soft and hard for Buddinger to hit. Yes. Contrast to the struggles that Glamorgan found with the bat on the first afternoon, as Crane is in to bowl and Hill drives straight at Callaway at cover, and there is no run. Reminder of the email address, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. As Crane is in, bowls wide-ish of off stump, and Hill has nothing to do with it, so just a single off the opening over of the evening session. If you want to message on X, you're welcome to do so on BBC at BBC Sport Wales. 235 for 2 then. And if Leicestershire go at 4 and over, they'll be in the lead by tonight. I'm Nick Webb, and Richard Ray is alongside me.
Yes, it's not necessarily something you'd have forecast at the start of the day, but it may happen.
It's been a poor day for Glamorgan. They just didn't bowl accurately enough at the start of the innings, and allowed Buddinger to get away, and he needed no second invitation.
No, he really doesn't. Harris is in to Ahmed, who looks to on drive. Doesn't really place it where he wanted to. And a comfortable stop at mid-on for Tim van der Hoogten.
And Harrison Crane among those who would be looking to drag back their economy rates as well as hoping to get in the wicket column.
He did manage to bowl his first maiden in the last over before tea. James Harris comes running down the slope and bowls to Ahmed, who drives beautifully for 4. Harris stands there wondering how that happened, because Ahmed's feet didn't really move, but they don't for the most part. He relies on a wonderful eye and an exquisite sense of timing, and he just punched it away. You tend to describe him as punching more than driving, really, because his front foot doesn't go out to the
you
ball.
assume there's an element of footwork in a drive, don't you?
Indeed. And he got it wide of the only man in the covers, and it ran away to the boundary for 4. Ahmed on to 26. Harris bowls to him. He's turning that down to fine leg for 4 more. Lovely little flick of the wrists and consecutive boundaries. So Harris, if he was hoping to drag back his economy rate, isn't going to do it in this over. He's going at 6 and over at the moment. 62 off 10.3. Ahmed into the 30s now. Played himself in, but once he'd done that this season, he's tended to go on. Famous last words, but he's taken a lot of confidence, I suspect, from those centuries. In he goes, Harrison bowls to him, he pulls it around the corner, and that is going to be 4 more. So 3 consecutive boundaries, all beautifully played by Rehan Ahmed. And the shout of catch, if that came from Harris, was optimistic in the extreme, because Ahmed swivelled and was right on top of it, hit it down. And again, beautifully timed. All 3 of those shots. The punch through the offside, the glance down to fine leg, and then the hook pull down to sort of long leg. Beautifully timed, and he's raced on to 34. Harris bowls to him again. That's a better delivery, and it's pushed to mid wicket, but where Carlson feels that the damage has been done in the over.
You find me a cricketer who doesn't shout catch when the ball leaves the bat in the air for whatever amount of time.
Do they do it in club cricket now? I haven't obviously played for a while, but I can't remember us doing it. Really.
At our level, yes. Anything.
You know, you're going to try and catch it. It's not, you're not, as if you're not going to try. In goes Harris and bowls. Ahmed is turning that one out through backward square for another single. So 13 off the Harris over. 11 overs for 67 for him now. 248 for 2.
You can tell me that the ballers can strike a batter's pads without a shout for LBW from somewhere on the field next.
Yeah.
Those are optimistic in the extreme at our level as well, when there aren't any neutral umpires. I did play in a club match once where the opposition did give us 3 LBW decisions. There should have been at least 5, but we thought 3 was pretty good going. I think it's the most I've ever seen in a match that I've played in, umpired by fellow players, as it were. Here comes Crane then to bowl to Ahmed on 35, and he opens his shoulders and square drives on the offside. Douthwaite, the fielder, at deep cover. 249 for 2. Bonus point on the horizon. Well, not so much on the horizon as nudging into port. 1 run away. Crane bowls. Hill is forward. It was 3-all on points in the Glamorgan innings. And as it stands, Glamorgan need 1 wicket, Leicestershire need 1 run. As next delivery is on target and played firmly by Hill back to the bowler. Mason Crane, who has gone at a runner ball. Buddinger reaching his century with a lofted straight 6 off Crane.
Ooh.
And there's an appeal this time as Hill pushes forwards. Was that a flick of the pad, or were they appealing for caught behind?
I thought it just flicked the front pad, but it was a lovely delivery that turned and beat the outside edge. It was, I guess, an appeal for a catch behind, but sort of flicked the top of the front pad. Lovely stuff.
Crane in, bowls, and turned on the leg side gently by Hill. No run. And you tend to enjoy watching leg spinners bowl. I think most spectators do, because they're more liable to be runs scored at a decent rate, and with Crane bowling they're liable to be wickets taken at a reasonable rate, as well as a sweep shot that Hill just about scruffs away down to backward square. There is the 250 for the Foxes. 4-3, 4-3, 4-3, as football fans might chant.
Oh, very symmetrical. 250 for 2 off 50. Even we can probably work out that's 5 and over. Well, Chris Wright's confident. He's heading for the indoor centre, Chippy Alley. What street is that in?
Caroline Street.
Caroline Street. That's the one. That's the one.
Chippy Lane, Chippy Alley, but correctly Caroline Street.
Harris to continue, bowls to Hill, clips him off his legs down towards backward square, takes a single.
Well, it looks as though Wright's going to be practising his batting, which is quite ominous since he scored 70 odd against Glamorgan in the first match of the season.
He's clearly not anticipating an immediate tumble of wickets.
Will he be 10 or 11?
I would think he might be 10. I would think Sam Wood might be 11. Harris is in, bowls on off stump to Ahmed, who indicates with his right hand there was a little bit of something there for Harris as he pushed that one out into the offside.
The thud of the roof panels, in case you're wondering about the noises off.
I don't know why they make such a thud, given that they weigh practically nothing, and you can sort of push them up with one finger. But there you go. Harris is in, bowls very short, and Ahmed indicates he can't. It isn't given a wide, but Ahmed sort of indicates couldn't have reached it. He thought momentarily about sort of ramping it over, or attempting to loft it over Cook, and there are no slips, of course. Is there a third man?
Yeah, there is a third man. Yes, just
there he is,
catch sight of him
behind the the many railings between us and the sight screen and him. There he is, just on the other side. I think it's all Hassan down there. In goes Harris, bowls, back foot defensive shot from Ahmed. Ball squirts out rather to kill away at backward point.
And from a purely selfish journalistic point of view, rather than a partisan one, I'm hoping for a nice uneventful evening session on the grounds that I've
You've written your report, have you
already written as many words as I completed for the whole day yesterday.
I bet the word explosive is in there somewhere.
No, I might add it. or do you want you keep that?
In goes Harris and bowls, and he's driven. Oh, good stop, diving to his right at extra cover. It bounced up quite horribly. Is that Ingram in there? And hit him, I thought, a sort of the top part of the chest as he dived to his right, but it was travelling, and he's down on his knees at the moment. He'll have a bruise somewhere as out comes, well, first of all, the Glamorgan 12th man, but then the presumably physio to attend to Colin Ingram, who's still down on one knee. He was very brave there. He's picked himself up now, diving across to his right.
He's a tough man. What part of his anatomy is he rubbing?
He's having a drink now. I thought it was the sort of top part of the
maybe flicked
of
up
the
into
chest.
the jaw or something. It's looking a little battered and bruised.
Let's see what he rubs, if anything. Ben Mike's running out with a offer of a drink for Ahmed and for Hill, but Ahmed says, "Nah, we're okay, mate. We've just finished our tea."
Ooh. A press up to prove that he's all right for Colin Ingram.
That's his test. His concussion test.
Maybe he caught his shoulder awkwardly.
Yeah, it could have been the shoulder blade sort of thing, or.
He's going to crack on.
Well done, sir. I can't understand quite how the over 8 is still level, given we took tea a good, well, half an hour late. There you go. Harris bowls to Ahmed, who does try to uppercut the ball over Chris Cook. On that occasion, it wasn't quite as high a bouncer, and he missed it. Wistily tried to loft it down to find third man for a 4 or a 6, I suspect.
Yeah, I mean, slightly unusually for a seamer, James Harris is prepared almost to buy wickets at times by banging it in short and taking the risk of being struck for boundaries, which he certainly was in the afternoon session. But happy to bang it in and hoping that the ball is either hooked away or, in that case, uppercut with the third man in place. 251 for 2. Hill 19. Ryan Ahmed 36. Batting to come. Skipper Hanscom. Travaskis at 6, or Van Beek, or Green. Plenty of middle order.
Take your pick, really. They're all pretty competent.
As Crane bowls, and a square drive from Lewis Hill will earn him a single out to Douthwaite at deep point. Scriven also all-rounder status with Wright and Wood in all probability at 10 and 11. Bit more cloud passes over Grace Road as Crane bowls. Ahmed steps back. There was a bit of foot movement that time and slaps it away out to Douthwaite again. It's deep cover, another single. 253 for 2. As Crane still searching for his first success. Bowls to Hill. Turns it into a full toss, driving to Ul Hassan at mid-on, and there's no run. There is a slip. No short legs spotted so far today for the spinners. There's Crane bowls, and it's another drive through the covers from Hill. It's a nice shot, but it's cut off by Douthwaite, who's got a good strong arm, dropping it straight into the gloves of Chris Cook, not quite next to the wickets, so they're able to come back for 2 runs fairly comfortably. 255 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. As Crane bowls, swept away this time, but he's picked out Hill, has picked out the man on the backward square leg boundary, which is Tim van der Hoogten. 256 for 2. Crane to finish this 9th over. To Rehan, who's stepping back and slapping it away backward of square. Douthwaite's got some work to do, but gets the ball quickly enough to dissuade them this time from coming back for a second run. 257 for 2. The end of the over. Hill has 23. Ryan Ahmed has 38. And after Saul Buddinger hit a century that I suspect will be remembered fondly for some time to come by Fox's fans. 118 off 102 balls. Rishi Patel sailing along elegantly in his wake, made 70.
Question for you, Nick. Does Colin Ingram ever have a bowl these days, asked Hamish?
Very little. Very little. Has he bowled this season? Not in the Championship, and I don't think in the T20 as well.
bowls. Ahmed dabs him out into the offside behind square. Kellaway bounces into field. There's no run.
Last season in the Championship, 25.2 overs, 2 for 77. So it's a useful stand breaker on 2 occasions.
Might have recourse to him in due course. Not yet.
I think Carlson will be the next spinner, if they require a third spinner.
Harris bowls. Ahmed looks to slash him away through the offside. Had to reach for it. Whether it didn't quite get up or whether it was too wide from this angle, it looked almost as though it passed underneath his bat as he reached out for it. But it wasn't signalled wide, so it can't have been too wide. Maybe just didn't quite get up as much as he thought it was going to.
Rach Cook on the second bounce, which you don't see very often at professional level.
Harris bowls. Ahmed gets a bouncer, which again he tries to lift over the wicketkeeper. He doesn't get anything on it and turns to umpire Ashraf, glances round at the square leg umpire in the hope that it might be signalled wide. It was certainly a very high bouncer from Harris. And Ahmed isn't a tall man, obviously, and Harris gets away with it. In he comes, bowls Fuller this time, and looking 2 on drive. Ahmed doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Hits it along the ground to Van der Hoogten, mid-on. Netherlands international stays down on one knee, polishes the ball. There's something of a performance about the polishing, as though he doesn't really believe it's going to help much, as in goes Harris and bowls it. That one really doesn't get up, but somehow Ahmed, despite it being a short ball, doesn't get up on him, but Ahmed still manages to pull it around the corner down towards deep backward square and take 1. This is the first sign of a little bit of uneven bounce. Could be. Partnership 57 now. We didn't remark on it going past 50. Ahmed's 3 fours in 3 balls against Harris a couple of overs ago brought it up.
In the Test match, India 335 for 5 now, leading by 341 runs. There was a stand of 195 between the two Centurions, Rahul and Pant.
Harris is going to go round the wicket to Lewis Hill, bowls a bouncer. That was entirely predictable. Hill just lets it go over his back as he bends down. And Harris, well, I guess he'll be happy enough with that over. Only conceded a couple of runs from it. Indeed, just the one run. 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 69. His figures now.
Pant was eventually caught off Bashir for 118 off 140 deliveries. Rahul bowled by Braden Cars for 137 as a rather more sedate rate, or less aggressive rate anyway, as Crane continues to wheel away from this pavilion end. I'll give you a couple of Division 2 scores if we can squeeze them in. Crane bowls to Ahmed, who's forward, playing out to cover. It's well intercepted, there's no run. Gloucestershire 187 all out, Derbyshire 395 for 9 in reply. Centuries for Harry Kane and Wayne Madsen there. Despite Gloucestershire fighting back slightly with the ball, because Derbyshire were past 300 when the 3rd wicket fell. Opening his shoulders is Ahmed. The shouts of catch again, but it was on the bounce to Ul Hassan at mid-on. I was about to say that Leicestershire might be past 300 like Derbyshire before they lose their 3rd wicket. Crane in to Ryan. Forwards placing it through point for a single. Oohs and ahs. Almost performative nonsense from the infield. Lancashire against Kent at Blackpool. Kent made 374. Lancashire are 26 without loss in reply. Ben Compton made 135 for Kent. Ahmed bowls. Hill presses forward. No run. Northampton's 207 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's formidable 413. All out. Top scorers so far, Luke Proctor with 62. Crane bowls. Hill drives, wants a quick single to Harris and gets it to mid-off. There was a shy at the non-striker's end, but I think it was just about well called. Crane to finish his 10th over. And Harris is retreating from mid-off to long-off for Ahmed on strike. Ahmed does open his shoulders and gets away with one, skied over third man, almost wide third man, or backward point. It's raced away to the ropes. I'm not quite sure where he was looking to hit it. It probably wasn't there, but it's got him 4 more. He has 44, it's 264 for 2.
And like Buddinger, if he does hang around, the runs will come probably increasingly quickly from Rehan Ahmed. 63 Ian Hill have put on now for the 3rd wicket after Buddinger went for 180 for 1, and Rishi Patel for 70. 201 for 2 at that stage. Well, Harris is going to continue. He's going to continue round the wicket, and I suspect he's going to continue bowling short. He's got a deep backward square and a long leg, as well as 3 other men on the leg side, saving one in front of square. Harris is in and bowls. He is bowling short. Hill gets up on his toes and tries to turn it into the leg side. In come Carlson, throws the ball at the stumps. Ahmed was already standing in his crease. The ball hits the stumps, ricochets down towards sort of backward point. Leonard has to run around to field, and Leicestershire pick up a completely unnecessary, from Glamorgan's point of view, second. Quite why Carlson hurled the ball at the stumps there, with Ahmed literally standing in his crease, with a little bit of a head scratcher. But he did, and it cost him an extra. It cost his side an extra run. Now Andy Gorvin is waiting with Mason Crane, helmet in hand, and he's coming on. So he's going to go in at short leg. Who's going to go off? Is that Douthwaite going off?
Yes, Douthwaite's going off.
Well, of course, because
Gorvin's on for, well, there's always a
Tribe,
substitute on for Tribe,
is still off, isn't
who's
he?
not here,
And
as far as I know.
Probably, well, I was going to say, not particularly regretting the fact he's not there, but I'm sure he is, actually. But
He might have turned off the broadcast by now if he's following back in the hotel.
Harris with Gorvin in at a deepish short leg, comes in and bowls to Hill, who drives him through mid-off. Van der Hoekten's going to have to chase because there isn't a mid-off. He runs back and across from mid-on, picks up the ball around a foot inside the ropes, but Hill, despite being of a certain age, I think he's 34 now, Hilly, that doesn't, not too bad in the overall context of things.
Wish I was 34.
Indeed. He's still quite quick between the wickets, and he makes 2 into a comfortable 3. Moves on to 29, 269 for 2. Will Harris persist with this approach to Ahmed? Yes, he will. He'll keep his short leg in and his cut. He's got a deep mid-wicket now as well. Goes in and bowls to Ahmed, who pulls, and Gorvin's life probably flashed before his eyes there. He turned away as Ahmed saw it early and pulled it very hard back past him. Out to Kieran Carlson, who's on the deep backward square boundary and takes one.
Yeah, it's not the shortest of short legs as you would have for a spinner. It's 8-10 metres away from the bat.
Yeah. 2 pitches and a little bit. As Harris is in, bowls a bouncer to Hill from round the wicket. Hill bobs at the knees to let it fly over his head.
Steve West is confident on social media that this Glamorgan will survive this match. He says, "I foresee a draw, or I'll eat my cat."
Cat?
Cat.
Not cap.
I think, cap or hat might be more suitable, Steve. I'm sure your fave furry feline is not responsible for Glamorgan's performance.
Harris is in. It's turned past short leg in the air by Hill. Gorvin sort of fell to his right, couldn't really reach, well, never really had a chance of reaching it, but it was in the air as it went past him, and Carlson came in to field.
Thank you to Keith on social media, who's drawn my attention to an Alex Horton century for Glamorgan's second 11 at Edgbaston today.
Harris in past umpire White bowls, and the ball is ignored really from Ahmed, and it was short and a little bit wide, and there was a little element of contempt about the way that
I'm not going
Ahmed
to
had
bother
nothing
to try and hit that one. Nah.
Nothing to do with it.
Don't need to, not going to bother. Alex Horton is 114 not outs, the young Glamorgan wicketkeeper for the second 11. Billy Root made 54, Glamorgan 269 for 4. So the twos are going well for Glamorgan. I'll give you Leicestershire's second 11 fortunes when I can find them, as the page resolutely refuses to change. They're at Billericay, immortalised in song by Ian Dury. As Mason Crane will continue as Nikesh comes in alongside me, and that's driven to mid-on. They'll hustle through for a quick single. Ul Hassan has a shy at the stumps, backed up well by Callaway. Single taken, 272 for 2 as Hill moves on to 31. Yeah, Leicestershire's second 11 are struggling a little in the field. Essex at 280 for 4. Crane bowls, and it's square cut very firmly by Rehan Ahmed, but still straight to backward point, and there is no run. Wicket takers for Leicestershire, 2s, 3 for Farouk and 1 for Green. Crane into bowl, paddled away off bat, possibly pad down towards fine leg. Single for Ahmed to take him on to 46. There was some bat involved at least. 273 for 2 Leicestershire, and going at 5 and over they can dream of maximum points possibly. Hill on the defensive this time. Glamorgan, you feel will need to bowl them out to prevent Leicestershire getting to 450 within the 110 overs, because we're only just over halfway through, so miles ahead on that front. Crane bowls. Hill is forward defending, but while we've had the odd flourish from Hill and Rehan Ahmed, and this both scoring at respectable rates, it hasn't been quite the fireworks of the afternoon session. Turned on the leg side by Hill. No run, and the over. 273 for 2. I'm not sure we could take a repeat of the excitement of the afternoon session, Nikesh.
Well, I'm sure a lot of Leicestershire fans would enjoy much of the same, but yeah, that was quite some innings by Saul Buddinger in particular. Going at more than a run a ball through his century, 118 off 102, well supported by Rishi Patel, who made 70. These two putting together a nice partnership here, Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill.
India 350 ahead in the test with 4 wickets still in hand.
See, this is where the collapse happens for India. Lost a couple of quick ones, both Centurions out. I reckon England might have half a chance if they can get another couple here and run through the tail. They'll certainly think they've got a chance. Right, change of bowling. Ned Leonard is in from the Bennett end, and first delivery is full and worked away by Ahmed, just wide of mid-on for a single.
You'd expect England's target, even if they do bowl them out, would be somewhere around 400 in a day, which is well, it is achievable.
If there's any side that fancies
yes,
it, it's going to be England, isn't it?
No doubt the post-match interview from England will say, yes, we can chase these down.
What was it when they last toured India? Ollie Pope saying, well, we don't mind chasing 600. In comes Leonard, that's full. It's driven by Hill, but straight to short extra cover, no run.
Yes, sometimes players' mouths move before their brains.
Yes. Hill on 31.
It's the journalistic equivalent of being tempted into a hook shot that you really shouldn't be playing.
Leonard charges in, and it's a good short delivery, but Hill sways back and out of the way. Lets it go through safely. 274 for 2. Rehan Ahmed at the other end, just 3 short of a second half-century score this season, to add to what he's already got 200s as well. Leonard bowls, and that's down the leg side. It's a good take in the end. Another slightly shorter delivery there from Leonard. Breeze's bowl is coming across to the left as we, from the right to the left as we look onto the ground. So that one bouncing and then perhaps just drifting further down the leg side with the breeze. Leonard again short and wide of off stump, and that's been cut away well, but will be stopped out there on the cover boundary, so just another single to Lewis Hill. 275 for 2.
I'm not sure that temperatures are quite such that the fielders are all clamouring to field on that side of the ground in the shade of the trees.
No.
One fielding position in the shade. Certainly at the weekend, I was very happy to suggest I fielded at the shady side of the ground.
Of course you would, yeah. Some scorching weather on Saturday in particular. Well, that's another short wide delivery cut away by Ahmed towards deep point. Another single.
Yeah, well, I was playing just up the Rhondda Valley at a place called Hopkinstown, just north of Pontypridd. It was actually quite sultry and overcast for most of Saturday afternoon. I probably lost a few pounds, could do with losing many more, but it wasn't too bad to play in. What were conditions like yesterday for you?
Yeah, it started off nicely, nice and sunny in the mornings. First hour or so, it was 11:30 start, so first hour or so was pretty nice, hot, and then very windy and a couple of rain showers as well, actually. Not much like today. I mean, the breeze, yes, quite similar, but there's lots more sunshine today.
Here's Crane from the pavilion end to Rehan Ahmed, who drives past short cover and up to Harris at long off. which means that he will have to wait slightly for his half century. Ryan Ahmed. Slip in place. Callaway is in quite tight at cover, as is Northeast at mid wickets, and that's glanced away from Hill. That will be 4 runs to fine leg, because for the spinner there is nowhere that fine leg. Backward square is the nearest, and in fact it's Slip who has to go and retrieve it.
4 byes.
Byes,
signalled,
was
yeah.
it? All right. There we are. Thought it must have been turned away by Hill. Perhaps it's a googly. Crane can turn the ball nicely both ways. This one is driven through the covers by Hill. Single out to deep cover. Hill fancies a second, but Gorvin got his throw in fairly promptly. 2-8-2 for 2. Ryan Ahmed on strike on 49 of 67 deliveries. As Crane bowls, Ahmed steps back and cuts hard out towards deep cover and picks up the single that takes him to 50 of 68 balls. 4th time he's reached 50. He's converted 2 of them, and 6 fours and a 6 in the half century of 68 balls.
It's been a good knock. He's looked quite compact. That lovely shot for 6 down the ground earlier on, probably the highlight.
Next delivery sees Hill on the back foot, playing to short mid wicket, no run. Crane marching back in business-like fashion as he runs very far. But head not dropping, as that again is driven hard, and again Callaway is in the firing line there at a shortish cover. It is, I suppose, a catching position rather than just single saving, but he's having to do both. 283 for 2. Ryan Ahmed 50. Lewis Hill 33. And after Ulhassan claimed those 2 wickets in relatively quick time, 36 and 40th over, the impetus swinging very firmly back to the home side once more.
Absolutely, and Ryan Ahmed, after reaching his half century, will be desperate to kick on. It's one of those pitches, isn't it? Once you're in, you'd be gutted if you play a false shot and get yourself out. Ball not doing a great deal as Leonard comes in, bowls, and Ahmed punches off the back foot nicely out towards deep cover and away for 4. Short boundary out there. There was protection at deep point. The fielder unable to get around and cut that one off. Another nice bit of timing there from Rehan Ahmed.
It's remarkable contrast to Glamorgan's struggles to accelerate yesterday, where the run rate dropped during the course of the afternoon and evening session.
Leonard back in. That's short. It's been pulled away backward of square. Bit of work to do for the sweeper there, who does it well. Keeps it down to just a single.
349 for 7 India. Josh Tongue with the latest wicket, a slip catch.
Shardul Thakur, the batter, who's been dismissed. Hill then back on strike and ducking underneath the short delivery from Leonard there.
So that's Tongue's first success. There have been 3 wickets for Bryden Cars, 1 apiece for Wokes, Bashir, Stokes and Tongue. It's not really a collapse, but 3 wickets have gone in relatively quick succession after that big stand.
Leonard charges in again. Another short delivery. This time Hill sways back and out of the way. Seems to be a go-to tactic, doesn't it? It's quite fashionable when things aren't going well for you. As a bowling side, you revert to the short stuff. Ben Stokes' kind of trend that he set with the England Test team.
I suppose midsummer is when you're going to try that sort of tactic, isn't it?
Leonard goes full this time, and that's been driven, but only as far as short extra cover for no run.
It's maybe not quite the time of year for the April-May tactics of trying to hit the top of off all the time, or just bowl on fourth stump and look for the edges.
Yeah, especially with this Kookaburra ball when it's this old. Almost 59 overs old now.
So it's going to be a leg gully as well as a short leg.
There he comes, another short delivery. That was fairly predictable with the change in field there. Hill lets it go through. And it's the end of the over. 288 for 2. Leicestershire, they trail by 65 runs.
Drinks time for the batters by the look of it, and a towel down as well. Not surprised, it must be thirsty work out there, especially for the batters with the helmets on. And what have we got? 20 overs through to the close, so we're looking about a 6:30 close. The over 8 was still level at lunch at the tea interval, despite tea being taken around about 4:10. I suppose the umpires have been generous in taking into account the amount of boundaries that have been struck and the time it's taken to retrieve it.
Yeah, there was a concussion test as well on Rishi Patel, wasn't there?
Yeah. Crane to Rian Ahmed, driven to Callaway at short cover, no run. Bright sunshine at the moment. Crane gives it air still, driven by Rian to mid on, no run. Slip, cover, mid wicket, the only real close airfield as mid on's just about saving the single, maybe backward point as an attempted cut from Rian Ahmed. No real contact. 288 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online as Crane is into bowl and Rian is pressing forward. India 8 down. Tongue gets Mohammad Siraj.
See, this is a collapse now.
This is a
first
collapse,
ball
yep.
duck, Mohammad
Yep.
Siraj.
Crane bowls. Rian drives to mid on, no run.
That's what I was telling Richard earlier.
Yes, England at this rate might be batting this evening.
Chasing significantly less than 400.
As Crane bowls, noodled away round the corner by Rian for a single. Ball gently trickles down towards fine leg.
A trick ball as well for Josh Tongue.
Which, since we're watching on a tablet, has probably happened about a minute ago. If you're watching on a telly and listening to us, or monitoring us on your phone or whatever. Don't tell us what happens.
We are in between overs here, so we can just glance across and have a look at this hat-trick ball. Leicestershire make their way on to 289 for 2. Here comes Josh Tongue, and it's been nicely played away into the leg side by Jasprit Bumrah, so no hat-trick, but England doing well to fight back at Headingley. Glamorgan could do with something similar here, a flurry of wickets, get themselves back into this game. As it is, it's Rehan Ahmed on 56, facing up here to Leonard. In comes Leonard, digs it in short, and Ahmed just casually lets it run through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, those early stages this morning with Ben Green taking 3 wickets. It wasn't a hat-trick, but it was pretty soon after it.
Yeah.
9 down India. 3:55 ahead.
Leonard runs in once more, and Ahmed's on the front foot defending away, back down the pitch, no run.
We've been spoilt here really, because Hill and Rehan Ahmed are scoring at pretty respectable rates in Championship cricket, but after the Buddinger bash, everything else is paled by comparison, really.
Can't have that. Batters striking at less than 100 in red ball cricket. Leonard on the hip of Ahmed, who works it away, backward of square on the leg side for a single. He was just ambling through actually, and the fielder got the throw in towards the non-strikers end, just hurried Ahmed up a little bit. Partnership now worth 89 between Hill and Ahmed.
Yeah, Glamorgan fiddling around with the field. They can't delay too long, otherwise they might slip behind with this over 8.
Leonard to Hill, another short ball, left alone. They're not being tempted at the moment, Leicestershire, with those short deliveries. You'd see a lot of modern day batters perhaps just swaying back and trying to ramp over the keeper and things like that. The line he's bowling as well on that off stump.
I think there's a third man there. Well, it's the one position on the field that we can't actually see.
Yeah.
Thought I
Sight
saw
screen
movement
just
behind the
obscuring
sight
our
screen.
view. Fine leg in place now as well, as that one is short and wide. Outside off, it's cut away. It's a deep backward point for a single.
Yes, there is a third man. Ul Hassan
there
is
is.
down there. He's just emerged from behind the sight screen from our viewpoint as we look out from high over fine leg.
Feels as though Ned Leonard is maybe just tiring a touch here. Digging in a lot of the short stuff the last couple of overs. He goes full this time, and that's been driven not all that firmly towards mid-off for no run. End of the over, 291 for 2. Ahmed 57, Hill 34.
India 349 for 9, lead by 355. 3 apiece for Cars and Tongue now. England looking jolly pleased with themselves, as well they might.
Just 4 or 5 years ago, you would say there's no chance of chasing that down with just over a day left. 4th innings. I mean, since the Ben Stokes heroics, I guess, at Headingley in 2019, and then Brendan McCullum coming in as coach, the change in mindset of the England team, chasing down 378 or whatever it was against India at Edgbaston a few years ago as well. The times have changed.
Yep, 3 wickets in 4 balls for Tongue. And a couple of others fell not long before that. So it is a second Indian lower order collapse. 292, 291 for 2. No sign of collapse here as Crane bowls to Hill, a full bunger that is duly put away through mid-wicket. And it's the sort of delivery that most batters at most levels of cricket would fancy their chances against. 295 for 2. 5 runs short of the second batting bonus point. Glamorgan remain a wicket short of any bowling bonus point. As forward props Hill. Plays back to the bowler. Glamorgan having to work ever so hard to keep their morale up in the field, you suspect, after coming under heavy fire during the afternoon. Crane in bowls, shorter, flatter, quicker. Hill defends though. Slip, shortish cover, shortish mid-wicket in catching positions. Knocked away on the leg side by Hill, picked up by Northeast, the skipper. Short mid-wicket.
They've used 6 bowlers, Glamorgan, in this innings. Wonder if they've got any other options maybe to bring in before the end of the day.
Crane bowls and Hill props forward. Well, Callaway's bowls not a huge amount. He had just the 5 overs.
Yeah.
Carlson would be the next option normally, his off spin. As Crane bowls, turned away by Hill out towards deep square, single taken. Ingram's leg spin, well, he might be tempted to try it just as for an over or two. In some Northeast, you don't see him bowling unless it's the last 5 minutes of a match. And Asa Tribe, who purveys some off breaks for the second team, is not with us, being absent from the field of combat through illness, which meant that Dan Douthwaite had to be summoned for additional 12th duties, and Andy Gorvin is sharing them with him, and Douthwaite's coming off and Gorvin's going on, as if to underline that very point. 296 for 2.
It's going to be Ned Leonard to continue from the Bennett end. Still got that leg gully in place as well as the short leg. Lots of half trackers so far. That's a little bit fuller on the legs. It's worked away towards mid wicket. He'll scampers through for a quick single.
You'd have thought Leicestershire would be past the 350 mark fairly comfortably this evening. The way they have been scoring, 400 might be a little ambitious, but they should have something of a lead by close of play, you would have thought.
Ahmed then faces up, the short leg goes out, as does the leg gully. Gets a full one, which he defends.
And that'll be up to Glamorgan to indulge in some damage limitation tomorrow and prepare to try and bat out a day and a half or whatever.
The rate of scoring, I think, has really damaged them today. Leonard's in, and Ahmed defends once again for no run.
Yeah, well, Buddinger has been playing a different game, really, to most other batters. I mean, Tribe's century was a decent effort off 158 balls, but Buddinger's coming off just 92 today. Two openers making their maiden first-class hundreds in successive days.
Ahmed once more defends away. Another short of a length delivery there from Ned Leonard. He's into his 9th over. None for 36, his figures so far. It's always an interesting battle from the other end as well. Mason Crane to Rehan Ahmed. And two spinners come up against each other. There's obviously that ego and pride that'll come into it as well.
Don't want to get out to a fellow spinner,
absolutely. Leonard goes short and Ahmed cuts away, cuts powerfully away for 4 towards backward point. That was crunched.
Good shot, but also brings up the 300 to get the extra volume on the applause from the Foxes faithful.
301 with the loss of just 2 wickets. It's been a brilliant effort from Leicestershire so far. Leonard short of a length, and Ahmed just pokes it into the gap there between extra cover and mid-off. It's running away towards the short boundary, and well, that's a good bit of fielding. Chasing it back to the rope to save a run. Ahmed is through for 3 though. Not the longest boundary out there. They've done well to get through for 3 runs there. End of another over. 304 for 2. Leicestershire. Ahmed now on to 64. Hill at the other end on 40. The partnership worth over 100 as well. 103.
Yes, and it's been a pretty decent effort, but the work done by the 2 openers really, Buddinger and Patel, Buddinger in particular, to give Leicestershire a very, very solid foundation. 4 wickets at 180 and 201, and this really has continued the punishment for Glamorgan's bowlers. And that is a big shot from Ahmed, opening his shoulders to the first ball of the Crane over and smashing it over mid-wicket for half a dozen.
Yeah, brilliant from Rehan Ahmed, just getting to the pitch of the ball, picking out the shorter side of the ground there. Even with a miss hit, there's plenty of wide open space down there.
Plenty of intent, plenty of aggression from Rehan, as that is an appeal for caught behind, not entirely supported by Chris Cook, to be honest, who took the ball.
Even Mason Crane, he went up probably a second.
Yeah, it's got to be coordinated. It's got to be a coordinated appeal. And that one wasn't. 310 for 2. As Rehan Ahmed pushes that one through the offside for a single. 311 for 2. As Crane bowls and just watched onto the bat and turned away by Hill. Down to Van der Hoogten, who's grazing peacefully in the shade. 312 for 2. Is a willing sort, Van der Hoogten, otherwise I would say hoping not to attract the captain's attention, but I'm sure he'd love to bowl if called upon, even with this very old ball now. Nice straight drive from Ryan up to long off. Ul Hassan underneath us does the fielding. 72 to Ryan. And 41 to Hill, who just nudges another one off his legs down towards fine leg. They'll come back quickly for the second, and Chris Cook got out of the way just in case that one struck the stumps directly, but Hill fancy the second run, called himself, and succeeded in getting back. 315 for 2. Hill moves on to 43.
Yeah, that was pretty tight, that. 2. Hill making it in the end. Last thing Leicestershire would need at this stage, though, would be a run out, going along splendidly well.
Next half hour from Nikesh and Richard.
So we have Ned Leonard continuing then from the Bennett end. Rehan Ahmed then in his stance, ready to go. Leonard, will he persist with the short stuff? No, he goes slightly fuller, and that's been punched away out towards deep cover by Ahmed. It will just be the single. Good afternoon again, Richard.
Good afternoon, and it is a good afternoon for Leicestershire. Not many clouds left in the sky, literally and metaphorically, as far as the Foxes are concerned. Ahmed looks determined to go big here, doesn't he? I think the fact that he isn't able to bowl, or has been advised not to bowl in the game, probably added to his determination. But 2 centuries and a half century already to his name this season.
Looking very good indeed. It's Hill, though, here on strike, and he just defends a ball on off stump just outside to short extra cover for no run. They'll be absolutely determined not to throw this away, though, both of these two. Century partnership. Ball not doing a lot. Glamorgan perhaps running out of ideas as to how to take this next wicket.
Yeah, Carlson is sort of shuffling around his leg gully now.
It's full and driven by Hill, but straight to short extra cover again. Yeah, he's had him there for the last couple of overs to Hill, not to Ahmed, both the short leg and leg gully. Not seen a short delivery so far in this over. In comes Leonard once more. Delivers, and that is fairly short, doesn't get up an awful lot. It's a good take by Cook behind the stumps. Attempted pull by Lewis Hill, but the ball shooting underneath the bottom edge of his bat.
It's not easy for him, but I like the look of Leonard. There's something about him. He's sharpish, and once he gets some sort of control, it's going to be a real handful, potentially.
He comes again, that's short outside off, and it's been cut away to deep cover. Will just be another single. Ahmed taking his helmet off in between facing deliveries there, as he ambles through for that run. Probably at times sounds like there's a hurricane in our commentary box here.
It's a gentle breeze, no more compared to yesterday. I'll leave it to my successor if they want to take all these tiles down.
Leonard into Ahmed down the leg side. Good take by Cook. End of the over. 317 for 2, Leicestershire, trailing by just 36 runs.
Still going at 5 and over for the innings as a whole, pretty much, and if they keep doing that, the Foxes won't have any problems maximising their batting bonus point return. Still plenty of work to do to get to that point, however. Andy Gorvin is about to leave the field, helmet in hand, and it looks like Zainul Hassan who's been the pick of the Glamorgan attack. It sounds a bit cruel to say that he hasn't had a great deal of competition, but they haven't been consistent. His teammates, Ul Hassan 2 for 44 from 13, has been more consistent than any, although he too at times has suffered at the hands of Buddinger and Patel, and now Ahmed and Hill. Hill's been busy. You wouldn't say he's been playing the anchor role as such. He's just been batting, hasn't he, really well. Ahmed, as I say, this season he has, because he's been promoted, reined in some of his more exuberant attacking shots, but he's still essentially always looking to score. Ul Hassan is in from the pavilion end, bowls 2, Hill, it bounces high, there's no way that's going to be given. It sounded like he got an inside edge as well, and it runs down to third man. He didn't get the inside edge, it sounded very woody, didn't it, but it was certainly high as it bounced and
Maybe
came
thigh
back
guard.
into Hill.
Yeah, slightly different sound.
And the leg bye is added to the score. I think anything that hits the pads, more than likely to appeal for at the moment. But they've had a tough day so far. 3-1-8 for 2. About an hour left to play, I would imagine, maybe a bit less, as Ul Hassan is in. It's on driven, and that'll be 4. There's no way that'll be chased down. Lewis Hill just stood up tall, punched it back. I beg your pardon, Ahmed just stood up tall and punched it back down the pitch. Lovely shot from Ahmed, again timing.
Yeah, beautiful. Straight drives, again just one of those lovely sights in any form of cricket, really. It was just a punch, well timed, and as you say, just raced across this quick outfield.
Hassan bowls, Ahmed punches again, doesn't quite time it as well, and it goes out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, the Indian last wicket pair flaying the England attack to all parts of Headingley at the moment.
You say pair, I've seen
well,
Ravi Jadeja just farming the strike
yes.
at the moment.
They're both there. His teammate is watching. Ul Hassan bowls, fuller this time. Ahmed leans forward and blocks it out towards mid-on, where it's a comfortable stop. Third man, sweeper on both sides, also a deep backward square. Looking down, that's otherwise a single saving field. Zainul Hassan runs in and bowls to Ahmed, a little bit of width chopped away through the covers, but out there on the cover boundary, Kieran Carlson is waiting. He loses his cap in a little gust of wind as he throws to Chris Cook, but Hill and Ahmed knew it was only going to be 1. Ahmed on to 78, still, as I say, 13 overs and 1 ball, so plenty of time for Leicestershire to go into the lead as Ul Hassan bowls, and Hill just leans forward calmly, as you like, turns it out to mid-wicket where Leonard fields, takes 1. Hill waves at the Leicestershire balcony. I suspect he'd like a drink. Finished the over on 45. 3-2-4 for 2. They are now only 29. Yeah. Your maths is good. You're on it straight away. I have to think about it.
It's not always that good. It's when it gets to sort of the smaller numbers.
353 is an awkward total, isn't it?
It is.
A bit too much maths involved for me. But you would imagine Leicestershire will be well ahead of the game in those terms once we reach the close. Tim van der Hoogten, who's only bowled 8 overs, none for 31, is coming back into the Glamorgan attack.
Interested in the old scoreboard over to our left. Do they still have the old sort of pulling strings, or is it all done by buttons these days, I wonder? Might go and have a look if I get a chance.
Put your head round the door. It was renovated, the Friends of Grace Road. All those cakes paid for a full renovation.
Here's van der Hoogten into Hill. Just defends away into the offside for no run.
I do like asking the commentators the question, on which other county ground is there still a manual scoreboard? There's only one.
Another one.
A big manual scoreboard.
That's a good question. Let me have a think.
Okay.
Let me have a think.
There isn't
I'm
another
guessing
one
it's
with
a
a
big
couple of
ground.
clock.
I'm guessing it's one of the bigger grounds.
Not as big as it used to be.
Okay. That's another foolish delivery, defended away by Hill into the offside.
That's sort of a clue because of work that's gone on at the ground and developments.
Bristol.
Nope. They might be
Gone.
moving, might they? Still, Gloucestershire. They're still talking about it. That ground is worth well, I was going to say small fortune, actually quite a big fortune.
Quite a big fortune now, yeah.
Where it's situated.
And Hooked in again. Hill drops and runs into the offside. That's good batting. Quick single taken in that gap between extra cover and point. Go on then, put me out of my misery.
Dan South.
Dan South. Sussex?
No, not at Hove. That is now a bit like they did. Bit like Edgbaston, didn't they? They put an electronic there. It's at Canterbury. Les Ames stand
okay.
is there's still a big manual scoreboard.
Ahmed faces up again. That's a lovely punch past extra cover. That's going to race away for 4 as well.
How many times in this innings now? 5, 6 times he's done that. Beautiful. It's a punch.
It doesn't look to overhit it as well. It's all timing.
Like a boxer, as we said earlier.
That was it. That was the little jab, wasn't it? Certainly packs a lot of power in that jab.
The sort that leaves you on your seat of your trousers if you're on the receiving end.
And Hookton goes a little bit straighter this time, and Ahmed flicks into the leg side, but only as far as short mid-wicket. There's no run. Is there not one at Lord's? As you look over from the media centre to the left-hand side in the... I can't remember what the name of the stand is now.
Electronic.
It's electronic, okay. It's got the visuals of a manual scoreboard there.
Sort of, yeah. And
Hookton again with that line just on the stumps there, defended back down the track by Ahmed to finish off the over. 329 for 2.
there also used to be one at Northampton, and that sort of like little, almost railway hut.
Yes.
But even that now is electronic. But no.
It's got a certain charm to it, hasn't it?
It does. I think it's the one building of any architectural merit in the ground. I mean, the ground has its charm, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
But it is a right old mix, one way or another.
Yeah.
And that is just especially with the couple of clock.
Yes.
On it.
And the clock, the fox at the top
The
as well.
gold-leafed fox atop it. The weather vane.
I remember at certain grounds when I was a kid and my dad would be playing, I'd be asked to do a bit of scoring. You'd head over into the score box and you'd have, pulling the strings and trying to write down in the book. You'd have one from each team, and And as a kid, the captain of the team used to give me £1, maybe £2 if I was lucky for scoring for the whole game.
Well, Hassan is in, bowls to Hill, who is solidly forward. Cook standing up to the stumps. It looks like the die is cast at Headingley. What do England need in their second innings?
370, I believe. I'll just double check that. No, India lead by 370. So 371 is the target for England in that fourth innings.
Where's your money?
Is it
Could
too
be
much
fun,
to
couldn't
ask
it?
for Bumrah to strike early again?
Oh, Hassan is in and Hill is forward again. Again, very neat, compact, solid forward defensive shot back down the wicket to Zain or Hassan.
If India can get a wicket, maybe 2 this evening, I'd say India. If England go in to tomorrow unscathed and manage to get a few on the board, they've got 17 overs. I think they might lose 2 of those overs.
Oh, Hassan is in and bowls. Hill goes for the cut. Didn't get it. I think it came off the... Did it come off Cook and bounce out towards backward point?
It may well have done.
Cook doesn't rub anything, so whatever it hit didn't hurt. Might have come off the gloves.
In fact, I say the overs remaining, but time isn't on England's side as well, so they can only play till 6:30 today.
Is that right? Okay. Well, Hassan bowls. Hill turns that one off his legs. He's more comfortable there in terms of picking up runs anyway. Turns it down towards Van der Hoogten in front of the electronic scoreboard, and 1 is taken. Hill on to 47, 330 for 2.
Yeah, so the cut-off point is usually, scheduled close of play would be 6 o'clock, and they're allowed the extra half an hour, which they always take in test matches to get the overs in, and they still don't get the overs in.
Why is that? Why do they take so long?
It just always happens.
Well, Hassan is in to Ahmed. There's that punch again, and what a shot it is, and no chance at all for either. Certainly not for Kellaway in at close cover, but the sweeper Carlson didn't even bother running, really, only to go and get the ball, because such a powerful shot from Ahmed, who looks such a fine player, such a fine eye, and he's approaching what would be a 3rd century of the season.
Yeah, that was just beautiful once again. Gorgeous timing.
Well, Hassan bowls to him. He drives again, a slightly more conventional drive in that he's got his front foot forward and his weight was on it, and he stroked it as much as drove it out towards Carlson. For 1, just showing he can do it the orthodox way. He can play by the book, so to speak, the coaching manual. He has got all the shots. 87 off 100 balls for him now. 335 for 2.
Yep, we're going to whittle away that first innings deficit very quickly, it looks like here, Leicestershire. 18 runs away at the moment.
They'll be thinking in terms of only batting once in this game now.
And Hoogton begins a new over into Ahmed, and another punch through the covers and away for 4. That is just poetry in motion every time he does it, Rehan Ahmed. And with that, he moves into the 90s as well. 91 from 101. The pace of this innings has moved really well as well.
It's stunning, really, given what we saw yesterday. It was such hard work for, after the first 10 overs, for the Glamorgan batters. But Leicestershire didn't give them anything too short in the end. They settled into their bowling, all wide.
And Hoogton goes short, and Ahmed pulls away into the gap between fine leg and deep square leg, but it's good fielding down there to keep it down to just the 1.
Dan Douthwaite out there, long leg.
Lewis Hill then just 3 away from a milestone of his own, 47 not out. Certainly played second fiddle in this partnership, which is worth 139 now. And comes Van der Hoogten, and Hill defends to backward point, no run. Big loud shout of no. It's the one thing I had to tell my partner when I went to the crease on Sunday. You know, when you're playing with people you don't play with regularly, one thing you must do is just lots of loud calling, decisive calling. As Hill is forward in defence and knocks that one away to mid-on for no run. That's the last thing Leicestershire would want in this kind of situation, bossing the game completely. They don't need a run out.
The Hill call of no is the sound of Grace Road for me. Slightly shrill, somehow. But very, very familiar.
Next ball is slightly wide of the off stump, which allows Hill to rock back and guide down to deep third, and that's really well run. Gets back through for 2. Wasn't much work to do for the fielder out on the rope, but he was so fast to run the first.
He saw it straight away as well. You're right. As soon as he played it, he took off. They are very good judges of runs for the most part, especially when they're your own runs.
Yes. Hill on 49 then. Gets a short ball, which he just guides away down towards fine leg. Takes the single. And that's a lovely 50 there from Lewis Hill.
91 balls.
91 balls. 3 fours in that. As we say, it's second fiddle in terms of this partnership, but very valuable runs and good time spent at the crease. He's looked solid ever since he's got out there.
Yeah, he's had a good season. He sort of relaxed a little bit having given up the captaincy, and there was a few who might have, because of his form last season, which was affected by the captaincy, probably a little bit of a question mark over his place in the side once he gave the captaincy up, but he's more than justified his retention at his 4th half-century of the season, to go with a century as well, and he's averaging over 45.
I want to spend a lot more time at the crease.
Saul Hassan goes in and bowls to him. He turns him out to mid-wicket and takes a run. He's over 500 runs now for the championship. Ahmed approaching 3 figures. Waits the arrival at the crease of Zainul Hassan. Bowls, turns him down towards long leg. It's a bit of a chase around the boundary. He is picked up just inside the ropes. Van der Hoogten down there, I'm thinking. And Ahmed picks up a couple. Moves on to 94. What price he goes, or attempts to go to 100 with a 6. I don't think he will, actually. Unlike Buddinger. He'll want to get that 3 figures, and he's, as I say, he's made the point to us a few times that he's trying to be more responsible, a little bit more responsible this season. Well, Hassan is in, bowls to him. He takes a single by turning the fullish delivery off his legs out towards mid-wicket. Leonard, the fielder, out there.
It would have been interesting if there was a spinner in the attack, and whether he
Yes.
might have been tempted to dance down the track.
I think if I was North East, I would be tempted to. You've not much to lose, have you, really? I'd say, go on, Mason, lob 1-2 up, see if he tries to whack you over the pavilion. Hassan is in 2. Hill is leaning forward, slightly angled bat as he blocks that one out into the offside.
4 away from the 150 partnership as well, these two.
That on the back of, what was it, 191 for the first?
Yep. Close to.
Something like that.
180.
Beg your pardon. In goes Hassan, forward goes Hill, blocking it out to mid on, and there's no run. Second wicket fell at 201. Nothing since to encourage the Glamorgan attack. Even Al Hassan has now gone for 60 from his coming up to 16 overs. Runs in and bowls. Hill just a little bit caught two minds there, wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, ended up going back and had to hurry the defensive push out to mid wicket. The trees behind the scoreboard begin to stir as the breeze gets up again.
Yeah, papers flying around everywhere a few moments ago, didn't you?
I did, I'm afraid. When does a breeze become a wind, I wonder? I think this is this a wind now?
I think so.
When the tiles
I
lift.
think so. When the tiles lift off the roof.
Yeah.
It's safe to say.
A polystyrene tile.
Yeah. They do make a bit of a racket though, don't they?
I don't know whether
For
people
things that
hear
are so
them.
light.
Yes, whether they pick them up in the effects mic. Well, we are going to get spin for Ahmed to try and go to his 100, but it's not going to be Crane. Kellaway can bowl both left arm and right arm spin. Has been known to on occasion. He's set up for right arm though, conventional off spin.
Yeah. Did you ever try that in the back garden as a kid?
No, anything to do with my left arm is not very competent.
I used to try. It was very unsuccessful though. Alright, Ahmed just eyeing up the field. Got a couple of catches there at short mid-wicket and short extra cover. Short fine leg as well as Kellaway makes his way in, and Ahmed's off the back foot, just flicking away to that fielder there at short mid-wicket, no run. Ahmed on 95. Defends the next ball back down the track. You can see the flags moving with a little bit more force now across the ground. Oh,
Stumping chance?
well, that looked like a stumping chance there. Ahmed just dragging his back foot out of the crease, and you can see by the reaction of Cook there that it probably was a chance.
It stayed low, didn't it?
Yeah.
But I think Cook is berating himself. I think that was a chance.
Kellaway in once more, and Ahmed still can't beat that fielder there at short mid-wicket with a flick. This is what they want, Glamorgan, just to frustrate Rehan Ahmed, just keep him on 95 for as long as they can. Well, this time he does manage to get it away into the deep on the leg side with a flick of the wrists. Moves on to 96 with that single. Hill just taking his time here in between deliveries as we see another change in field. Looks like a leg slip is being brought in. So conventional slip, leg slip, short extra cover, short mid-wicket. In comes Kellaway, and Hill is back in his crease and defends that one away pretty comfortably in the end. So end of the over. Leicestershire 348 for 2. Just the 5 runs separating them and Glamorgan now.
If Peter Hanscom had been asked what he'd like from the day, it wouldn't have been very far different from what we've had so far, I suspect. Nigh on perfect as far as the Foxes are concerned.
Absolutely. To get those quick wickets early on. Glamorgan 305 for 5 overnight, 353 all out. Now Leicestershire 348 for 2.
We're going to do some swapping around in the commentary box now, as Zain Ul Hassan is in to Ahmed, who clips him out to mid-wicket on the boundary and takes a single, moves on to 97.
Should we wait for the end of the over?
Probably be less complicated if,
I think so.
If there's a few seconds silence or bangs or mutters, you'll understand why. Ul Hassan persevering, runs in, bowls over the wicket to Lewis Hill, who is solid in defence. Out into the offside it goes. Must be hard to keep up the levels of encouragement amongst the field, but they're all alert as in goes Ul Hassan. Bowls very full, but on towards the legs of Hill. He'll feel he missed out a bit there, clipped it away neatly. Puff of dust as he did so, rehearses the shot because A, he didn't really time it, and B, it ran straight to the Glamorgan skipper, Sam Northeast, mid-wicket. Shortish mid-wicket. He's there to save one. Claps his hands together as Ul Hassan runs in, bowls almost a full toss, and it's on driven by Hill for 4. It was a full toss probably. Got it low, and that brings up the 350 for the Foxes.
Scores a level.
Indeed.
That was a lovely shot actually, because it's sometimes not easy to hit those low full tosses which are just dipping at the last moment, but got to it nicely, timed it really well. 150 partnership as well between these two.
Still 7.2 overs to go tonight. The Fox is likely to be reasonably well ahead of the game come the close. Ul Hassan is in, Hill is forward again, playing bat slightly across the line as he pushes that one out towards Northeast at mid-wicket. But he's faced exactly 100 balls now for his 55, so he'll be seeing it fairly well. Ahmed 110 for his 97. 150 partnership to follow a partnership of 180 for the first wicket. As in goes Ul Hassan, bowls. Hill goes for the cut, gets it away, but third man will run across and field. Van der Hookton it is down there, and 1 is taken. It does mean that, no, 2 is taken, I beg your pardon, so Ahmed will indeed be on strike as Nikesh has a break, and Nick will come in alongside and we'll do our commentator's shuffle. When I say Nikesh will be taking a break, he'll be back tomorrow.
Leicestershire in the lead then as Callaway comes in from the Bennett end.
Did you think that was a chance, a stumping chance with Ahmed on 95? It seemed to overbalance it, hit Cook quite low.
Callaway bowls and driven by Ahmed to cover. Having said which, you need to be commentating with Ahmed on 97.
Callaway bowl, drops a little bit short, he goes back, clubs him out into the offside, and that is Rehan Ahmed's century, his 3rd of the season. Well, he's been imperious in this innings. Some of the punches through the offside have taken the breath away, and there's actually applause from some of the Glamorgan fielders as well. It's been a great knock from Rehan. His 101 has come off 112 deliveries. It's his first not against Lancashire this season. His first century not against Lancashire, but he'll be really pleased with that.
Second half century off just 44 deliveries, if my maths are right.
Galloway is in. Oh, he's trying something new now. He does a little reverse sweep down to, well, fine third man. He made it into long leg and picks up another 4, and that was nonchalant in the extreme from Rehan Ahmed. It has been a dominant day for Leicestershire, no question about it.
Just step it into your memory banks, Richard. If things go less well at some point this season, then think back to this glorious Monday at Grace Road.
Yeah, there have been a few of these days though this season, which is it's still slightly disconcerting.
Richard Ray developing a whole new vocabulary.
Galloway. Consecutive 4s having been conceded. He's trying his left armour. Goes in and bowls to Ahmed, who blocks it out. Does he have to say?
He has to tell the umpire, who has to tell the batter.
Right. He's trying left arm round now. Bowls, and Ahmed goes back because it's a short ball and chops it away to the sweeper on the point boundary, who's Ned Leonard, and 1 is taken.
Doesn't tend to give it as much flight with the left arm on the limited experience that I've got of watching him bowl with the left.
He sends Harris back to long off. They're looking at almost as though they're prepared to give Lewis Hill 1 here. In he goes. Tosses that one up a little bit actually, but Hill waits for it and just bunts it through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on. Takes his single. He moves on to 58. Ahmed 106 and Leicestershire stretching away. Now here's the figures.
112 balls, 13 fours and 2 sixes.
13 4s and 2 6s for Rehan Ahmed. For me, it's been the sort of punching through the offside that's been the really sort of notable feature. There've been a series of those. Minimal foot movement, but such sort of timing and power.
Yeah, hits the ball very hard indeed, doesn't he? Another little drinks break. It's been the batters who've taken them on board. You thought it would be Glamorgan calling for frequent drinks, wouldn't you, rather than Leicestershire's batters?
Well, you were hoping for a quiet evening session.
Yes, I apologise to readers of the BBC report if Rehan Ahmed's innings is somewhat underwritten compared to Buddinger's, because Buddinger took up so many words in the afternoon that there aren't that many left.
Yeah, Ahmed somehow hasn't been quite as explosive, if you like, or as slightly wild as Buddinger became in the end, but there's been an inevitability
on any other day
almost.
Rehan Ahmed would be the headline act.
He would, and he probably will. It'll probably be a Buddinger Ahmed duo as in he goes.
Crane bowls and Hill is forward. Patel and Hill, I'm afraid, pale slightly by comparison, but that's not to underestimate their own efforts either. As Crane bowls, still giving it a reasonable amount of air, and Hill drives up to long off single.
I wouldn't be entirely surprised if Hill sort of goes on tomorrow and compiles a steady century of his own. He ran himself out. Well, he didn't run himself out, didn't he, at Cardiff? 96 called for the run, and he actually, pictures showed he made his ground. Was that in Cardiff?
He made, yes. run out by Northeast at mid-off as Rian Ahmed pushes forward, and for once it's a dot ball. I trust the listener will be impressed with the efficacy of my computerised system, otherwise known as a big notebook with lots of scribbles on it.
We both do it.
366 for 2. Crane bowls, Ahmed cuts, and this time is foiled by Van der Hoogten, making a slightly weary stop at backward point.
Do you think the next generation of commentators will all be on, like the scorers, on a tablet of some kind? Probably.
Crane bowls, Ahmed goes for the big one, over mid-wicket, he hasn't middled it, and he is eventually caught on the mid-wicket boundary, and Rian Ahmed's spectacular of his own comes to an end. 106 he has made, and Mason Crane picks up his first wicket.
I'm guessing it's Leonard out there. It has been, hasn't it? And he almost misjudged it, actually, because it was in the air for a long time and the wind rather held it up.
It went quite high, and he didn't take it with any degree of comfort. Fell to the ground to complete the catch. It was indeed Ned Leonard. It's 366 for 3, and Glamorgan have a bonus point. Oh dear.
There was zero reaction from the Glamorgan players, was there?
Oh, it was more thank goodness for that.
Sort of general sigh of relief, I suspect. Ahmed's 106 came off 118 deliveries.
Well, I suppose he had to miscue one sooner or later, but thankfully for Leicestershire it was later rather than sooner on this occasion.
Partnership 165 with Lewis Hill. I suspect we won't see a night watchman, or will we? Who's coming out to bat?
It's Chris Wright.
Well, we will see a night watchman. That I did not expect. I have to say, with 5...
Come on. Nighthawk. It must be a Nighthawk, surely.
With 5 overs and 1 ball to go, well, Peter Hanscom wants to bat all day tomorrow, I would imagine, so... Skipper has sent Wright out to bat, which on the back, perhaps on the back of his, what was it, 70-odd against Glamorgan at Cardiff, the only other innings he's played this season.
Yeah, he was bowled by Gorvin for 74, batting at number 10, only batting at number 10 because Rishi Patel was 3/4 crocked and came in at number 11.
Yes, he dislocated his thumb, didn't he? Rishi fielding in the slips in that game. Well, I have to admit, I'm somewhat surprised.
Well, unless Wright has been given the Stuart Broad instructions to go out there and open his shoulders, and as Crane floats it up and Wright is forward. I mean, surely Peter Hanscom couldn't have been worried about batting at 366 for 3. It's a very... I mean, not that I know, and Australians aren't generally known for their love of night watchers anyway, are they?
Yeah, as I say, perhaps he's anticipating a batting all day tomorrow, let's bat only once, and then giving himself day 4 to...
Well, I mean, he's...
I'm guessing.
With 3 wickets falling in, what are we, 4 or 5 hours or however long the Leicestershire innings is, he could quite happily knock it round for a quarter of an hour tonight and still be there tomorrow, Hanscom.
Indeed.
Perhaps he's not feeling it.
So, 5 overs to go. And it's going to be Lewis Hill who's going to be on strike. We've got another delay, despite the fact it's 20 past 6 already. Andy Gorvin, who's been to and fro a bit to get the pads and the helmet, is going in at short leg. Kellaway, I wonder if he'll continue with the left arm stuff or whether it'll be, one assumes the short leg means it's going to be right arm, but you never know, i.e. turning into the right-hander. Scott Hassan at a sort of deepish leg gully. It is right-handed, and back goes Hill, works it past Gorvin out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, he says. Calling right through and taking one. Moves on to 60. 367 means the lead is 14 now for the Foxes. It's well, most things that they've done this season have come off one way or another, and any questions have been firmly answered, and maybe they will be on this occasion. In goes Kellaway, bowls to right, who squeezes the full delivery from outside off stump out towards backward point. Kellaway bowls, right goes back onto his stumps, as is his wont for the most part. Likes to play off the back foot where he can and blocks it out into the offside. Bowls, he drives this time, gets onto the front foot but only as far as the man at short-ish cover.
And the Test match, England 13 without loss, chasing 371 to beat India.
Kellaway bowls right is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the Glamorgan at the moment off spinner. Steps in and bowls right is forward again. It's all gone very quiet. It's not really anticlimactically so, given what has gone on before, but it just might mean that the last few overs are a little less eventful.
Thank goodness for that from a Welsh point of view.
Preceding 92.
Oh gosh, what a day in the dirt for Glamorgan, really. Scrabbling round to try and stop this relentless barrage of Leicestershire attacks on the bowling. Crane 1 for 81. He's got a 5 and over. And the first ball is played back to him by Hill. And there's no run. But I share your astonishment that Leicestershire have deployed a night watchman. Short leg and a slip for Hill, who's on 60, and he turns it towards short leg, and there's no run. Gorvin is under the helmet. Carlson is at slip. And this one is turned just past short leg, a few oohs and ahs. It wasn't in the air for very long, and Hill picks up a single down towards square leg. Three, 6, 3 for 8. Hill 61. Right. Yet to score, and he's edged it through slip, and that will run away for 4, and somehow he's managed to squeeze that one between the keeper and slip, and Carlson, who's normally the bounciest and bubbliest of characters, is just sat down for a long time, wondering how on earth that got through himself and Chris Cook and didn't result in a catch. 372 for 3. Crane in to bowl to right, who pushes forward and is beaten by the spin there. Northeast jogs in from mid-off. Tells Al Hassan to come off across from mid-on to mid-off, and Northeast is now going into second slip. Crane is in to bowl. That's a drag down. Oh, it's chipped just over the bowler, and down the hill, and will run away for 4. And Chris Wright somehow moves on to 8, having nicked one through the slips and lobbed one back over the bowler, which had mid-on remained in place, rather than just dragging an extra slip that might just have resulted in a catch if there'd been a straighter mid-on.
Some days it just doesn't run for you, does it? And it's been one of those days for Glamorgan.
And the over 376 for 3. Hill has 61. Wright somehow has 8.
Nick legs it to rewrite. As in goes Kellaway and bowls to Hill, who defends up the pitch on the onside. You're just going to hear my voice until the close. I suspect... Oh, he's just gone to get his computer to rewrite in mid-commentary as in goes Kellaway and Hill leaves outside off stump. Good leave from Lewis Hill. He looks determined to be there tomorrow. Chris Wright may be by hook or by crook as Kellaway is in. Hill is forward, quite daintily pushing the ball back up the pitch to Ben Kellaway.
I would say don't spoil the magic, but there is very little magic about a BBC Championship commentary.
As Kellaway is in, Hill drives out to the cover boundary for 4. It was over pitch from Ben Kellaway, and with the sweeper on the offside on the point boundary and it being quite a short boundary, Hill, the proximity of the close notwithstanding, was not going to miss out and drove it away to extra cover for 4. He moves on to 65. As Kellaway steps in and bowls, he drives again, could be one, but no, you heard that now familiar sort of bellow of no. As moving to his left at mid-off, James Harris made the stop. Kellaway coming to the end of his 9th over. Bowls. Hill leaves outside off stump, and Kellaway leans down with his hands on his knees as that one didn't miss off stump by so very much, a good few inches, but he takes his cap slightly resignedly from umpire White. He will have one more over to bowl, you would think. Mason Crane, however, will bowl the penultimate over of the day. 380 for 3, so the lead already. It's quite big. 27. 27, he says, getting there in the end.
With plenty of power to add on day 3 of this match, when Glamorgan at some point tomorrow will start the struggle to survive as Crane bowls, and not the greatest ball that he will bowl today, and it's turned away through the leg side. And it being that sort of day, it has eluded both mid-wicket and square leg, James Harris.
He sprinted along and he got there, but he just somehow didn't stop it.
Who might have felt his 18 seasons in the game at that moment? As Wright is forward defending, having moved on to 12 with his 3rd boundary. And that's probably the only decent shot of the 3. 10 balls left of the day's punishment as Wright unveils his very best forward defensive. And the breeze gets up and flicks the panels in the roof of our commentary box. Short leg and 1 slip for Crane, bowling to right, beaten by the turn. It's there somewhere, Chris. And Mason Crane, as you would expect from a leg spinner, finding turn, has slipped in the odd googly. But 1 for 94 remains his figures. As Wright is forward to defend, and Crane will bowl his last ball of the day, provided it's not a no ball or wide. He'll bowl it to Chris Wright, who is forward defending. 384 for 3 is the Leicestershire total, in reply to Glamorgan's 353 all out. And England have closed on 21 without loss, so needing a further 350 to beat India on the final day. Well, Glamorgan had some miserable days in the first 3 weeks of the season. I remember in particular the first day at Bristol, but that has been, this from the Welsh point of view, has been down with the worst of them, if you like. Losing their last 5 wickets cheaply this morning, and then seeing Leicestershire race into the lead with just 3 down now. Callaway in, and Hill defends on the leg side. No run. 3 round the bat now. Callaway fires it shorter. Hill deflects it away on the leg side between the infielders, and they'll jog through for a single. Unexpected burst of attacking fields placing from Sam Northeast, who's called for a slip, a leg slip and a short leg, with the best part of 400 for 3 on the scoreboard. Well, good for him. He's still thinking hard about it, obviously. As Callaway is in to bowl, and Wright just blocks it out on the offside, and there is no run. Morgan, I'm sure, will be delighted to hit the showers, as Wright is forward defending. No run. 2 balls remain of the day's entertainment, and boy, has it been entertaining from the Leicestershire point of view. A day to forget for Glamorgan, losing 5 wickets for 48 this morning, and then seeing Leicestershire pile up this formidable total with centuries from Buddinger and Ahmed, as Callaway bowls left arm, and forward comes Wright to defend. What's this one going to be? Back to right arm. Wright turns it away round the corner down towards her, so he's going to get 4 as he turns one towards fine leg. Chris Wright only deals in boundaries. That's his 4th, and that is, although the scoreboard was a little bit behind for a moment, the final ball of the day. Wright has 16, Hill has 66. Leicestershire are 389 for 3, and they already lead by 36 runs with 7 wickets still in hand going into day 3 in Leicestershire. And Richard, myself and Nikesh will be back from 11 tomorrow morning.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
From Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a go back that is.
And Major now very much in this fighting hard.